everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime crossover, Saving the World starting as a fake hero, Chapter 31 to 60, The Four Spirits. The Sword of the Goddess, an unknown dark power, and the corruption of body and mind. Luca muttered, repeating these keywords as his brows furrowed tightly. Alice, in all your experience, have you truly never heard of or encountered anything related to this before? Even just a trace of a legend. Alice paced over to the pile of what had become ordinary metal fragments, the Sword of the Goddess, and gently nudged one of the larger shards with the toe of her shoe. She shook her head slowly, her long silver hair swaying with the movement. Apart from the legend of the Sword of the Goddess itself, everything else, whether it be that dark essence capable of twisting the mind and eroding existence, or the way it operates, is completely unheard of. She raised her eyes to look at Luca, her tone heavy. This is by no means an ordinary rampaging monster. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the same anxiety in each other's eyes. Could it be? Luca offered an unsettling conjecture, that this power has actually already spread within some scope we are unaware of. And it's just hidden very well. Alice shook her head faster this time, more decisively. Impossible. Large-scale transmission of power, especially power with such strong erosive and specific characteristics, would inevitably leave traces or echoes in the environment that are difficult to completely erase. Monsters have a much keener perception of the environment than humans, especially high-ranking monsters. Although I cannot claim to know every detail about all my subjects, if there were truly such a large-scale infiltration of abnormal power, the monsters could not possibly be unaware, and I would certainly not be oblivious to it. It currently seems more like a point that has just been activated or deployed, or in other words, a lesion. Then why would the Sword of the Goddess, this sacred relic, become a vessel for this evil power? Luca's gaze shifted back to the pile of fragments, then moved to the King of St. Ilia beside them, whose expression was vacant as if his soul had been drained away. Alice interjected, perhaps someone utilized the legend, or perhaps the legend itself was tampered with to cover up a true purpose, or perhaps this sword was swapped or contaminated at some unknown moment during its long history. Both of them focused their gazes simultaneously on the King of St. Ilia, who sat slumped at the foot of the throne steps, unfrozen but still delirious. The old man's face was as pale as paper, his eyes wide and hollow with no focus. His mouth hung open unconsciously, his jaw trembling slightly, emitting intermittent, meaningless ah-ah sounds. Alice and Luca. Well, looking at his soul-absent appearance, he clearly wasn't in a state to provide any valuable information. Luca didn't even dare to let Alice hypnotize the king. He was afraid that if something went wrong, the king would return to heaven on the spot to meet Goddess Ilias. Luca sighed and accepted the reality. The trail seemed to have gone cold for the moment. So what should we do next? Luca asked. Should we stay and continue investigating the anomalies in St. Ilia, or continue our journey according to our original plan? Alice did not answer immediately. She looked around the shattered and chaotic hall, pondered for a moment, and then made her decision. I suggest we continue the journey. The reason? First, this place has become a vortex. Staying here will only drag us into more trouble, and we might not find the core, Alice analyzed, resuming her calm demon king posture. Secondly, and most importantly, Luca, you now possess the power to purify that darkness. You have likely become a conspicuous target. The source of that power, or those who spread it, are very likely to seek you out proactively, just like this time, once they sense your purification power. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to actively search for clues during the journey, and at the same time. She looked at Luca with serious eyes. You need to become stronger. I understand. Luca clenched his fist. Alice continued, since the power within you was sealed by the ring from the very beginning. Then there must be some hidden circumstances involved, so I do not recommend you abuse it, only use it at critical moments. Therefore, I suggest that you seek out the four spirits on your upcoming journey. The four spirits. Luca felt unfamiliar with this term. Salamander, Undine, Sylph, and Gnome. Alice recited their names one by one, as if chanting an ancient poem. They are the incarnations of the elements born into this world. What you must do is find them across the vast central continent, and with your own will and reasons, request that they lend you their elemental power. The best outcome is not just to obtain external elemental augmentation, but to use their power to gain insight and practice, attempting to comprehend and reach the realm of entrusting the wind to movement, the earth to the body, the water to the heart, and the fire to technique. That will cause a qualitative change in your combat style and power. Luca listened attentively. This was undoubtedly a difficult but appealing path. Understood, let's do as you say. Find the four spirits and gain their recognition and power. Ah ha ha ha. Ah, Lady Ilias. I see you again. The holy light, so warm. Ah ha 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 ha. Just then, the king of St. Ilia, who had been dazed, suddenly waved his arms and let out intermittent, high-pitched ravings. Luca was startled by the sudden mad ramblings. Is he all right? Luca asked somewhat uncertainly. Alice glanced at the king, her tone flat. His body is fine, it's just excessive mental exhaustion, coupled with the aftereffects of being eroded for a long time. He needs a long rest. Let him rest in peace, we should leave. Alice raised her hand and dispelled the magic barrier she had set up earlier. Almost the instant the barrier vanished, a squad of fully armed, nervous-looking guards rushed in. Your Majesty. Are you all right? What happened here? The guard captain's greeting stuck in his throat. He and the soldiers behind him stared dumbfounded at the chaotic audience hall, which looked as if it had experienced a great battle, cracked floors, broken decorations, scattered ice crystals, and that pile of dull metal fragments. That is, the sword of the goddess. The sword of the goddess has turned into fragments, a sharp-eyed soldier exclaimed in shock. The guard captain's face turned as pale as paper instantly, as if the sky had collapsed. He turned abruptly toward Luca, who appeared to be the only one normal at the scene, his voice trembling. Ah! Lord Luca. This is, what on earth happened? His Majesty the King. Ah, this. Luca was stunned by the question, his mind racing quickly. He glanced at Alice, who wore an "it has nothing to do with me" expression, then looked at the raving king, and the sword fragments on the floor, and a thought popped into his head. Ah! Luca cleared his throat, trying hard to make his expression look solemn and credible. It was the Demon King. The Demon King suddenly appeared, targeting the sword of the goddess, and after a fierce battle, the sword of the goddess was destroyed by her. He silently added in his heart, this is absolutely the truth, just omitting a few billion points of detail. The Demon King. The guard captain gasped, then suddenly realized. That's right. Only the Demon King could destroy the sword of the goddess. Heavens, the Demon King actually infiltrated the holy city. Immediately strengthened the citywide guard. Level 1 combat readiness. The guard captain shouted and rushed out of the audience hall. Soon, the entire castle resounded with urgent alarm bells and chaotic footsteps, and panic spread like a plague. The Demon King has attacked. The sword of the goddess has been destroyed. His Majesty the King has suffered mental trauma, thanks to that hero Luca for protecting him. Such shouts echoed through the corridors. Listening to the increasingly chaotic commotion outside, Luca subconsciously shrank his neck, having the urge to slip away immediately. He tugged on Alice's sleeve and whispered, "Shall we take this opportunity to leave quickly?" Alice, however, looked indifferent, even somewhat unconcerned. She gently brushed off Luca's hand. "What's the rush? Do you know exactly where the four spirits are now?" Luca shook his head. "I don't." "Alice, you know, right? Can you point me in a direction?" Upon hearing this, Alice lifted her chin slightly, turned around, and faced Luca with the back of her head. "Humph, don't expect the Demon King to personally help a hero find a shortcut to become stronger." Changing the subject, she continued, "However, it is said that underneath this royal palace of St. Ilia, there is a massive, ancient library containing countless classics, among which there must be precious books related to ancient spirit worship, elemental legends, and even the geography of the continent. If you want information, go find it there yourself. Luca looked at her awkward demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you for the guidance of the great, beautiful, and peerlessly wise Demon King. Humph. Chapter 32, The Underground Library. Ah, it's Lord Luca. Do you have any instructions? The guard stationed before the heavy stone door leading to the great underground library saw Luca, immediately straightened his back, and looked respectful. This was the true hero who had repelled the Demon King, and protected the king. Before Luca could speak, Alice, who was beside him, stepped forward. In a tone that was unquestionable and filled with a sense of sacred mission, she said, "We must immediately consult the important historical and geographical documents in the Great Library. This is a matter of utmost importance concerning the defeat of the Demon King, and the salvation of the world's future." She lifted her chin slightly, her silver hair shimmering with a cold light under the dim lamps at the library entrance. "Therefore, we require the highest level of access to the Great Library." The guard was stunned by these sudden words, but after glancing at Luca, who remained silent in agreement, he barely hesitated before nodding. "You understood." Normally, accessing the core library to consult precious texts requires at least a week of application and review procedures, but given the extraordinary circumstances, and the fact that you repelled the Demon King and protected the king's safety, we can make an exception this time. Please, enter. Thank you. Luca nodded politely. Just as he was about to enter, he remembered the citywide martial law still in effect and quickly added, trying to keep his tone casual, "Oh, right, please take a moment to tell the other guards that after the Demon King destroyed the sword of the goddess, her subordinate, Granbelia, has already left the city of St. Ilia. The crisis is temporarily resolved. Tell everyone there's no need to maintain the highest level of alert, so as to avoid causing unnecessary panic among the civilians." "Yes." The guard saluted solemnly, then turned and jogged off to deliver the message. The heavy stone door slowly opened under the mechanism's operation, revealing the deep, quiet, and vast space behind it. A unique scent, a mixture of old paper, parchment, fine dust, and some kind of preservative herbs, rushed to meet them. Stepping inside the library, even though Luca was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but let out a low exclamation, "Wow, it's huge." What he saw before him was a vast domed space that seemed to have no end. Rows of dark wooden bookshelves, towering up to the dome like a forest of silent giants, were arranged neatly, connected by intricate iron spiral staircases and walkways. The shelves were densely packed, layer upon layer, with books, scrolls, and manuscripts of all colors, thicknesses, and sizes. Their sheer number felt like a sea of stars gathering 1,000 years of human wisdom. It was an eye-opener for Luca. However, the library was empty at this moment, so silent that he could hear his own and Alice's breathing and heartbeats. It's probably because of the commotion in the audience hall, and the citywide alarm earlier, that all the scholars and librarians researching here have been scared off to take refuge. Luca guessed, his voice creating a slight echo in the vast space. "Books can't be eaten, so I really can't bring myself to like them." Alice's evaluation was concise and direct. She had already lightly jumped onto the top of a mobile ladder placed nearby for retrieving books, sitting on a pile of seemingly extra-heavy ancient tomes, swinging her legs. After finishing his exclamation, Luca looked at the boundless sea of books and suddenly felt a headache coming on. So many books, how long would it take to find the records about the four spirits? What category would such a book generally be in? Folk customs? Mythological stories? Just then, Alice's small nose suddenly twitched slightly, as if she had smelled something. Her golden eyes turned toward a certain direction deep in the library, and she pointed. "Over there is a very faint scent of a monster. Although it is very weak, and it seems to be covered up by something, it definitely exists." Luca felt a surge of doubt upon hearing this. How could a monster exist in the most core library beneath the royal palace? Luca followed the direction she pointed, passing through rows of silent bookshelves, and walked towards that corner. The closer he got to that corner, the clearer the extremely weak magical fluctuation belonging to the monster became in the air. Finally, his gaze locked onto a thick tome placed alone on a copper stand on a small reading table. The book's cover was made of some kind of dark red leather, with worn golden patterns on the edges. The title was in handwritten, gold-stamped ancient script, A Study on the Belief and Origin of the Four Spirits. And that faint, seemingly deliberately restrained scent of a monster was emanating from this very book. Luca remained vigilant, slowly reached out, and opened this seemingly precious book. The moment the pages were turned. Whoosh! A black shadow, accompanied by the sound of turning pages, suddenly darted out from the book. It was a strangely shaped monster. Its body seemed to be made of countless pages with sharp edges, but its main body looked like an open book. Without saying a word, as soon as it appeared, it spun rapidly, cutting towards Luca's face like a sharp flying disc. Luca sighed helplessly and sidestepped to avoid the sudden attack. A flash of white light passed, and the monster turned into a piece of paper and drifted to the ground. Luca picked up the book and looked up, only to see a scene that made his eye twitch. Alice had found a few books that looked extra thick with gorgeous covers. They seemed to be titles like Ilias Holy Acts, hardcover collector's edition, or Encyclopedia of Angel Genealogy, with exquisite illustrations from who knows where, and was stacking them one by one. Then a small flame appeared at her fingertip, igniting a corner of the book pile. She then took out 2 sweet potatoes from her small pocket, and began to roast them next to the burning pile of books. "Hey, Alice! What are you doing?" Luca quickly stepped forward to stop her. "It's fine, don't worry." Alice waved her hand, looking calm, and even skillfully turned the sweet potatoes with a small wooden stick. "I have carefully checked, these are all boring hymns, long-winded dogmas, and fictional myths about that Ilias person, with no practical value." She was so righteous about it that Luca was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Alice, who was staring at the flames and sweet potatoes, stiffened imperceptibly, as if she had triggered some deeply buried memory switch. The half-eaten sweet potato in her mouth dropped to the ground with a pat, rolled a few times, and was covered in dust. Several years ago. Demon King's Castle, Throne Hall. Alice, revealing a majestic aura, sat on the throne, her silver hair like a waterfall, her golden eyes looking down at those below. Below the throne, 3 monster girls of various forms stood respectfully. According to intelligence, the only book on the continent that details the exact legends, possible habitats, and ancient rituals for communicating with the four spirits is kept in the underground library of the royal palace in the human city of St. Ilia. Alice's voice carried an unquestionable sense of command. "Your mission is to lurk and possess that book, guarding its contents to prevent it from being easily obtained and utilized by humans with ulterior motives." "Understood, Lord Alice." A thin monster girl who seemed to be embedded in a huge piece of paper replied. "Leave it to me, Lord Demon King. I guarantee the mission will be completed." Another monster girl wearing glasses, whose lower body rustled like turning pages, replied confidently. The third monster girl, page 65537, seemed a bit confused. She had an outfit similar to a librarian, and her lower body seemed to be embedded in an octopus, with several soft gray tentacles connected. She hesitated and spoke, "However, Lord Demon King, since this book might bring risks, why don't we just go and take it, and then destroy it? Wouldn't that be more thorough?" Alice on the throne was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing across her face. She shook her head gently, her voice lower than before, "I do not like burning books." She lifted her eyes, her gaze sweeping over her 3 subordinates. "However, there may indeed be those who attempt to use the power of the spirits to do evil. Therefore, I order you to guard that book." The 3 monster girls looked at each other and replied in unison, "Yes. We will obey your command, Lord Demon King." Fragments of memory receded like a tide. Alice looked at the dusty sweet potato on the ground, then looked at the piece of paper at Luca's feet, and fell into a rare, subtle silence, her earlobes seeming a bit red. Luca had already sat on the nearby reading chair, picked up A Study on the Belief and Origin of the Four Spirits, and while carefully flipping through it, asked without looking up. Alice, do you know something? Alice quickly bent down to pick up the sweet potato from the ground, forcefully patted off the dust, and then stuffed it back into her mouth as if nothing had happened, saying vaguely, I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't overthink it. Her gaze was evasive, simply refusing to look at Luca. Luca looked up and gave her a suspicious glance. He shook his head and continued to read the book in his hand. It discussed in detail the origins of the ancient worship of the four spirits, related folk legends from various places, and some philosophical reflections. After flipping for a while, sure enough, the magic power between the pages fluctuated again. Another monster jumped out and lunged at Luca aggressively. This time, Luca didn't even fully lift his head. With a flick of his wrist, he had already grasped Gog, and the blade swung across with a precise arc of light. Swish! With a soft white light, the monster couldn't even fully launch its attack before it turned into a book and fell to the ground. Don't let your guard down. Alice reminded him while munching on the re-roasted sweet potato, her tone having returned to its usual indifference, though her eyes were still a bit shifty. My intuition tells me there should be one last monster attached to this book. She might be a little harder to deal with than the first two. Okay, I understand. Luca nodded helplessly, more certain than ever that Alice definitely knew something. He cautiously flipped a few more pages, and when he saw an illustration on the edge of a page featuring peculiar tentacle-like patterns, the pages suddenly erupted with intense magic power. I will absolutely not let you continue reading. A monster girl with long ears, wearing a neat, imitation librarian uniform, but with several flexible and powerful gray tentacles connected below her waist, said loudly. Her tentacles were also coiled around a few heavy books. The moment she finished speaking and took a stance, Luca had already moved. His speed was extremely fast, almost leaving an afterimage in place. Gog struck out twice in succession, one sword point aimed at the joint of the tentacle holding the book, the other pointing straight at her abdomen. The wind pressure from the two sword strikes whistled past, just happening to extinguish the small fire that Alice had finally managed to light. Bastard! Luca! You did that on purpose, didn't you? Alice was so angry she jumped off the pile of books, pointing at Luca and stomping her feet. Alice, she's too powerful. I'm fighting her with all my might and can't worry about other things. Luca shouted righteously while parrying a heavy dictionary that the page 65537 monster girl was smashing at him with her tentacles. The monster girl named page 65537 had her breath stalled and tentacles numbed by Luca's two strikes. Hearing Luca's words, she took a sharp breath, barely steadying her swaying body. Although her voice still trembled, she tried to agree, why yes. He's right. I am powerful. Very powerful. She waved another tentacle, coiling up a continental mineral atlas. My weakness is that I'm afraid of fire. If you rely solely on physical attacks, you will absolutely never defeat me. Watching this monster girl, who was clearly a bit dazed from being hit but still trying to hold her own, and even voluntarily exposing her weakness, Luca couldn't help but chuckle. These monsters, just like humans, had their own unique thoughts and personalities. Too interesting. He didn't delay any longer. With a flick of his sword tip, he precisely drew the few bright sparks remaining from Alice's fire pile, and attached them to the blade of Gog. Immediately, he spun around and swung his sword. The scorching flame sword energy, mixed with white light, instantly engulfed the page 65537 monster girl. Sorry, Lord Demon King. In the flames, the monster girl's figure turned into a book and fell to the ground. What happened, Lord Luca? The guard at the library entrance heard continuous strange noises and the brief clashing of metal from inside, and finally couldn't help but push the door open and rush in. He immediately saw the pile of smoking book debris and ashes in the corner. Ah! What is this spark? Did it catch fire? The guard's expression changed. Ah! Luca's mind raced. He glanced at Alice, who had an "it has nothing to do with me" expression on her face, and said decisively, "It was the Demon King. The Demon King started the fire." "What? How could the Demon King do such a thing?" The guard was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Not only did she destroy the sword of the goddess, which symbolizes our faith, but she actually wanted to burn our treasure trove of inherited knowledge. It's truly abominable. "It's okay, I have extinguished the fire in time." Luca walked up and patted the guard on the shoulder. "This place might still need to be checked to prevent any other hidden dangers. Please call a few more guards to come and check carefully. I have an important discovery that I need to confirm immediately, so I'll be leaving first." After speaking, not waiting for the guard to react, Luca quickly pulled up Alice, who was still leisurely trying to relight the fire, and quickly left the slightly chaotic library area. Chapter 33, Past of the Port. Luca unfolded the finely drawn map of the central continent, purchased at a high price from St. Ilia, and moved his fingertips slowly across it, comparing it with the information recorded in A Study on the Belief and Origin of the Four Spirits in his mind. Salamander, the spirit of fire, dwells in the Goad region at the northernmost tip of the central continent. It is said to inhabit the depths of an active volcanic cave, living alongside the lava. His fingertips tapped on a brown area marked with volcanic symbols at the top of the map. Undine, the spirit of water, sleeps or guards the water source in the sacred spring of the Noah region in the east, which is depicted as a lake and wetland shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. His fingertips slid eastward, landing beside a blue water marker. Nome, the spirit of earth, is located in the Safina region in the west of the continent, somewhere in that vast, harsh desert, perhaps in ancient ruins beneath the quicksand, or in an oasis within the eye of a storm. His fingertips turned to the large yellow area in the west. Finally, there is Sylph, the spirit of wind. Luca's gaze and fingers moved together toward the northwest of the map, where a dense forest drawn in varying shades of green lay. Her domain is the Forest of Elves, the legendary home of the elves and pixies, and it is the closest one to our current location among the four spirits. He put away the map, looked toward the continuous green outline vaguely visible under the northwestern skyline, and made a decision. It seems the Forest of Elves will be our first stop. Alice was leaning against a stone pillar nearby, licking a candied apple she had bought from the street. The Forest of Elves, the forest where elves and pixies live. As for me, the Demon King who rules over monsters, let alone me, they don't have a good attitude toward outsiders, especially humans. Luca nodded earnestly. I am just going to visit, to seek guidance and possible help. I have no intention of disturbing their peaceful life, let alone offending them. Just as the two were discussing the specific route and necessary preparations, a figure slowly approached behind Luca. Sigh. Luca didn't turn around, but just let out a deep, helpless sigh, his shoulders slumping. Miss Amira, could you please stop haunting me like a ghost? Darling, your perception is still as sharp as ever. A female voice came from behind him. The person who arrived was none other than Amira, the information broker with a human body and a snake tail. Her golden slit pupils stared at Luca without blinking, her face wearing a slightly exaggerated expression of grievance. Actually, I snuck onto the ship you took when you left St. Ilia and followed you all the way here. Amira did a somersault, her tone sweet and cloying. Wherever my dear Luca's footprints go, even if it's to the ends of the world or the cracks in time, I will follow closely. She seemed to have entered a certain state and continued to say in a singing, sighing tone, as for me, I'm like an ugly snake that isn't welcome wherever I swim. People throw stones of fear and looks of disgust at me. In every city of humans or monsters, I can only keep company with my own shadow, sliding along in loneliness. Her performance hadn't finished before it was interrupted by the laughter of children. Wow! Look! It's the Snake Lady Big Sister. A little boy who had been playing by the side of the road saw her, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed in surprise. Another little girl with pigtails ran over directly and hugged Amira's thigh, rubbing her little face against it, giggling, "Come play with us." Soon, several children playing nearby gathered around. Luca narrowed his eyes, looking at this scene with a blank expression. He was completely used to this now. Snake Lady Big Sister, are you very strong? Like a hero in a story? A little boy asked, looking up, stars shining in his eyes. Can you defeat the ghost in that abandoned old house to the north? The adults all say it's haunted at night. Another slightly older child asked. Amira seemed to enjoy the feeling of being worshipped by the children. She did a somersault and cleared her throat. Ahem, children, I, Amira, am a traveler who walks the world relying on wisdom and information. My strength lies in knowing secrets, not in relying on brute force. Ghosts don't exist. Alice suddenly made a loud sound from the side. Those are just boring tricks made up by stupid humans to scare themselves or children. Alice, keep your voice down. Luca hurriedly reached out to cover Alice's mouth, trying to stop her from continuing to make remarks that might scare the children or attract unnecessary attention. However, the commotion here had already attracted 2 city guards who had just patrolled nearby. What ghost? Where is it haunted? One guard asked subconsciously, his hand pressing onto the hilt of his sword. His companion caught sight of Amira surrounded by children, his expression changing. Ah! There is actually a monster in the city. He immediately became nervous. Maybe it's related to the Demon King, who invaded the palace before. Catch her! The 2 guards immediately drew their weapons and rushed toward Amira. Seeing this, Amira turned and ran. Luca watched the direction in which Amira disappeared and pursed his lips. So what exactly did she want to say by appearing suddenly this time? Alice spread her hands. Who knows what that troublesome snake is thinking? Ask her next time she pops up inexplicably. The 2 continued to stroll through the city, preparing to purchase some travel supplies. When they wandered to the central square of the residential area, Luca's gaze was attracted by a brand new parchment commission on the square's bulletin board. The content of the commission seemed to be looking for reliable adventurers to help handle a private matter, and the publisher's name was Mel. Mel. Luca felt this name was somewhat familiar. He frowned and thought for a moment, then tapped his hand lightly. Ah! I remember. It's that mermaid girl who stopped us at Natalia Port before and seemed to have some urgent matter to entrust. At that time, she hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the explosion at the mermaid school. He turned to look at Alice and suggested, Alice, why don't we go back to Natalia Port first? Alice crossed her arms, somewhat reluctant. Really, we could have just pretended not to see it. Returning to Natalia Port. The sea breeze blew in with its familiar salty, fishy scent. The port was busier and more lively than before. The traces left by the last explosion and battle had basically been repaired, and the streets looked brand new. Luca bought a bunch of snacks for Alice. Alice's eyes sparkled, and her complaints had long been forgotten. This Yamatai cookie is not bad. Alice nibbled on a delicately shaped cookie, evaluating it seriously, with crumbs on the corners of her mouth and cheeks. Luca naturally took out a handkerchief and skillfully wiped her mouth and cheeks clean. Seeing the sky gradually staining with the golden red of dusk, the 2 decided to solve their dinner and accommodation problems first. Luca naturally thought of that familiar and atmospheric mermaid bar. Pushing the door open, the person wiping glasses behind the bar was that mermaid lady with a gentle smile. She looked up, saw Luca and Alice, and surprise immediately flashed in her eyes. Oh my, welcome. Isn't this the handsome little hero, and his cute little sister? The mermaid lady greeted them enthusiastically. Luca scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the tidy street outside the door. Sorry about last time, the street repair costs should be enough, right? He was referring to the damage caused by that leap when catching Zero. It's completely enough, little brother, and there's even plenty left over. The mermaid lady smiled and winked. So, what would you like to drink this time? Sorry, neither of us drinks alcohol. Luca waved his hand, answering for Alice who was burying her head in eating snacks. Just give us 2 of your signature seafood sets, normal portions will do. Okay, please wait a moment. The mermaid lady noted down the order but didn't leave immediately, instead leaning on the bar counter with a smile. While waiting for the food, would you like to hear an ancient legend about mermaids that circulates here in Natalia? Many traveling adventurers are very interested in it. Luca made a pleased gesture. I'd be happy to. The mermaid lady's eyes became distant, and her voice softened, as if carrying the echo of ocean waves. Legend has it that this was hundreds of years ago, when our port was just an ordinary small fishing village. There was a gentle young man in the village named Alan. He was kind-hearted, made a living by fishing, and often helped his neighbors. One day, Alan went out to sea by boat as usual, but encountered a terrible storm. His small boat was overturned by giant waves, and he fell into the cold, rough sea. Even more unfortunately, the smell of blood attracted a fierce shark. Alan was attacked by the shark, suffered a near-fatal injury, almost lost consciousness, and could only drift with the waves in despair. Just as the fire of his life was about to go out, the one who saved him was a young and beautiful mermaid girl named Lola. Lola found the seriously injured Alan. Instead of keeping her distance from humans like other mermaids, she was moved by the remaining will to survive on the young man's face. Mermaid blood is said to have magical healing properties. Lola used her own blood to save Alan, and brought him to a secret reef cave. In the process of taking care of Alan, two souls from different worlds, amidst the ebb and flow of the tide, unexpectedly fell in love. However, Alan's injuries were too severe. Lola told him that he must drink fresh mermaid blood every day for a whole year to fully recover, otherwise, he would still have lingering illnesses or even die young. To save her lover's life, and for this forbidden love, Lola made a bold decision. She returned to the village with Alan, whose injuries had slightly eased, disguised as a human woman, and lived there quietly. Days passed by, and under Lola's careful care, and the nourishment of daily fresh blood, Alan's complexion became better and better. They lived like an ordinary young couple, leading a peaceful and happy life. But secrets are hard to keep forever. One day, Alan inadvertently let it slip to a trusted old friend, mentioning the story of Lola saving him with mermaid blood. Fear and rejection of the unknown soon overwhelmed their past friendship. Mermaid, monster, these terms caused a huge panic in the fishing village. The villagers gathered and reported Lola. Although Alan tried his best to explain and plead, and although Lola had never harmed anyone, under prejudice and fear of the other, Lola was still caught by the villagers and quickly sentenced to death. Before the execution, Lola appeared unusually calm. She only made one request: she was willing to die, but hoped that after the execution, her blood could be collected. Because Alan's treatment was not yet finished, and he still needed her blood to fully recover. Somehow, this news reached Alan's ears. Upon learning that his beloved was not only going to be executed because of the secret he had inadvertently leaked, but was even planning for his health at the end of her life, Alan was heartbroken and completely collapsed. He could not bear such an ending, and was even less willing to drink the fresh blood his lover had traded with her life. On the eve of the execution, he managed to get some poison and drank it without hesitation. Having lost this final restraint, Lola, as a monster, easily broke free from her bindings and disappeared into the vast sea, never to return. The villagers, upon learning the full truth, fell into a long silence and deep remorse. Because of ignorance and fear, they destroyed a sincere relationship and hurt a true benefactor. Since then, the residents of Natalia have transformed this remorse into tolerance and acceptance. They set a rule, passed down through generations: any mermaid who comes ashore seeking help or wishing to live with humans, as long as they abide by the law and do not actively harm anyone, Natalia will open its arms to welcome them and treat them as family. This is also the root of why the relationship between mermaids and humans here is so harmonious. The mermaid lady's voice was soft and distant, as if every word was soaked in the slight saltiness of the sea and the sands of time. As she spoke, the warm yellow light swaying beside the bar seemed to turn into swaying sea waves, reflecting the fleeting sorrow belonging to her distant kin in her eyes. During the days and nights Alan and Lola spent in the reef cave, her voice was even lower, as if sharing a treasured secret. It is said that Lola would weave soft bedding with seaweed and collect glowshells to provide light for Alan. When Alan was weak and unable to speak, she would hum ancient mermaid ballads, and that singing could calm the most violent waves. And Alan, the human youth who once only knew fishing nets and storms, would use his gradually recovering strength to carve rough but heartfelt wooden hairpins for Lola, telling her stories of the changing seasons on land. That was a brief paradise where two corners forgotten by the world leaned on each other for warmth. She paused for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the smooth bar counter. However, the fishing village was not an isolated cave after all. When Lola appeared as a human woman, even though she was beautiful and gentle, some subtle abnormalities, such as her overly pale skin that was almost transparent in the sunlight, her instinctive aversion to certain seafood, her indescribable, deep longing when she occasionally looked at the sea, still sparked whispers among the villagers. The seeds of fear were quietly buried long before Alan let it slip. Luca listened quietly, and the scene involuntarily emerged in his mind: the secret cave, the snuggling figures, the gradually approaching suspicious gazes, and finally the desperate and mutual sacrifice. He was not a sentimental person, but such a pure and tragic ending still made his chest feel a bit stifled. So Luca withdrew his gaze, summarizing softly, as if asking, "This tolerance that has continued to this day is not just remorse, but also a kind of atonement. Using generations of kindness to make up for the irreversible mistakes of the past. You can understand it that way, little brother." The mermaid lady nodded, her smile tinged with complexity. The legend reminds us that prejudice and fear can easily destroy the most precious things. And what maintains coexistence is often not powerful strength or harsh laws, but memory, lessons, and the willingness to understand and accept. The rules of Natalia have the blood that Lola didn't finish shedding, and the apology that Alan didn't manage to speak flowing in their bones. At this moment, a bell rang from the kitchen, and the aroma of the seafood set drifted out, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere. Stories are just stories, don't let them affect your appetite. The mermaid lady regained her gentle hospitality smile, turned to get the meal. Living in the present and cherishing the fate of meeting in front of you is the most important thing, isn't it? Luca nodded solemnly. This seemingly romantic and tragic ancient legend unexpectedly gave him a deeper touch regarding this journey. The meal was served, steaming hot. Alice had already picked up the cutlery, eager to try it. Luca also temporarily suppressed his thoughts, and picked up his knife and fork. The bar returned to warmth and noise, and the harbor lights outside the window lit up one by one, connecting with the starry sky. The ancient legend sank into the seabed, and new stories were waiting for them to write. Chapter 34, Commission. 6th Street, South District, 3 to 29. This should be it. Luca checked the address he had noted from the notice board again. After confirming it was correct, he looked up at the building before him. It was a perfectly ordinary house in the residential area of Natalia Port. It had a two-story structure, and the exterior walls were painted in a common beige, bearing slight traces of weathering. The wooden window frames were painted dark blue, and potted plants with small flowers sat on the windowsill, making it look neat and full of life. Knock, knock. Luca raised his hand and tapped gently on the dark wooden door twice. Coming. A spirited response with a uniquely melodious tone came from inside immediately. Soon, the door opened and a young woman with beautiful features and long, wavy blue hair appeared in the doorway. Her upper body was human, wearing a simple house dress, while below her waist was replaced by a long, slender fishtail covered in fine silver scales. It was the mermaid, Mel. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. Mel's face was beaming with a warm smile as she stepped aside. The house is very small, and I don't have anything good to treat you with, so please don't mind. No, 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 you are too kind. Luca and Alice walked into the house. The interior of the house was even cozier than it looked from the outside. The area was indeed not large, but it was arranged in an orderly fashion and filled with small decorations with marine elements, seashell wind chimes, coral ornaments, and paintings depicting ocean waves. On the small round table by the window, tea sets for guests had been set out in advance, a pot of steaming, fragrant unknown seaweed tea, a few plates of exquisite handmade snacks, and a small plate of fresh seafood snacks, cut into bite-sized pieces. This is already quite sumptuous. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Luca said sincerely. If you have something to say, just say it. We are busy. Alice sat down at the table without ceremony, casually picked up a light green snack garnished with fish roe, shoved it into her mouth, and interrupted the polite pleasantries between the two in a muffled voice. I think it would be better if you stayed quiet. Luca was somewhat helpless. He picked up a piece of seasoned kelp that was roasted to a crispy, delicious, and savory flavor, and stuffed it directly into Alice's mouth. Come on, try this seafood. I heard this is a specialty of Natalia Port. MMPH. Alice had her words blocked. Subconsciously, she chewed twice, and her eyes lit up slightly. The salty, fresh taste of the kelp and its unique crispy texture seemed to suit her taste. Consequently, she immediately shifted her attention entirely to the food. Luca then turned to Mel and said seriously, All right, Ms. Mel, can you tell us what your specific commission is now? You seemed to be in a hurry at the port earlier. The bright smile on Mel's face faded slightly, replaced by an expression mixed with sweetness and shyness. She took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting her skirt, and her voice was a little softer than before. Actually, it's like this. I fell in love with a human male, and we are together. Ah? Luca was stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking this was some kind of emotional counseling or matchmaking commission, and suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Ms. Mel, I am very happy for you, but I am not very good at this kind of thing. And after all, feelings are a matter between two people. Oh no, you misunderstood. Mel waved her hands quickly, two blushes flying onto her face, but her smile became even more radiant. We are already married. It's just that he has gone out to sea for work, so he is not home right now. Otherwise, I would have introduced you to him. I'm home. Just then, a vibrant male voice with the crispness unique to a young boy came from the doorway. Immediately after, a figure hopped into the room. It was a boy who looked to be only about 11 or 12 years old. He was not tall, wearing shorts and a vest for easy movement, and his skin was tanned to a healthy wheat color by the sun. Luca looked at this boy, who clearly looked like a child, and then looked at Mel, his eyes slowly widening. The child is already this big. Mel was amused by Luca's reaction and covered her mouth. No. How could it be that fast? This person, she reached out and ruffled the boy's messy hair dotingly, is my husband. Ah? He was completely confused, his gaze shifting back and forth between the smiling Mel and the innocent and lively little boy, his brain unable to process this information. Is he a bit too young? He weighed his words. But my husband is already 25 years old. Mel blinked and said as if it were a matter of course, as if this were the most normal thing in the world. 25 years old. Luca was truly shocked this time. He couldn't help but lean in a little closer, carefully examining the boy. No matter how he looked at it, that face, that build, that demeanor, it was clearly a child who hadn't grown up. Could this husband be suffering from some kind of dwarfism? But he looked physically healthy and moved flexibly. Was he a human with mixed monster bloodlines? I am already an adult. I can get married. The boy's crisp voice interrupted Luca's wandering thoughts. Actually, it's like this. Seeing Luca's more confused expression, Mel finally explained with a smile. It's because I used a secret technique passed down from our mermaid clan to keep my husband in this, well, youthful physique. Why would you do that? Luca was even more puzzled. Because he looks like this. Mel looked at her husband, her eyes so gentle they could drip water, her face full of undisguised doting. It's so cute. Soft, small, and full of energy, making one want to take care of him and spoil him. Besides, he agreed to it himself back then. Ah? When did I agree? Mel, you're too much. It was clearly you who secretly cast the spell while I was sleeping. When I woke up the next day, I had become like this. You even lied to me and said it was a prank by the sea god. The husband immediately retorted loudly, jumped up, and waved his little fists. Oh my, is that so? Did I remember wrong? Mel stuck out her tongue, pretending to be innocent, and reached out to pinch her husband's pouting cheeks, but he dodged it flexibly. Watching this peculiar pair, who had started to bicker, and looked like mother and child in age and size, but were actually husband and wife, Luca didn't know how to comment for a moment. He secretly glanced at Alice beside him, and found that the Demon King was focusing intently on conquering a hard candy shaped like a small coral, completely indifferent to the extraordinary scene before her, as if she were long accustomed to it. Fine. This was the special affection and way of getting along between this couple. As long as you are happy. The subsequent conversation went much more smoothly. Mel explained her true commission. According to the traditions of the mermaid clan, when a mermaid officially concludes a marriage, they need to submit a special vow scroll to the queen of the underwater temple. She wanted to commission Luca, who was reliable and whose strength she recognized, to go to the underwater temple on her behalf to submit this important vow scroll. This was not a dangerous commission involving combat or exploration. It was more about running errands and delivering a token, and since it concerned a cross-species romance, Luca was quite happy to witness it all. Thank you both. Thank you so much. Seeing Luca agree readily, Mel was very happy and carefully handed the vow scroll, as well as a crystal ball the size of a fist, completely transparent and flawless, with a faint light flowing inside, to Luca. This is the Jade of Guidance, Mel pointed to the crystal ball and explained, as long as you bring it to the seaside, on a beach or reef that the waves can touch, it will sense the location of the underwater temple and open a safe path temporarily leading to the temple. Luca took the two items, feeling the texture of the vow scroll and the warm, cool touch of the Jade of Guidance, as well as the faint, heartbeat-like pulse inside the jade that resonated with the sea. Why is it called a Jade of Guidance when it's clearly a crystal ball? Luca suppressed the words in his heart and nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best to complete the commission. After saying goodbye to Mel and her little husband, Luca and Alice left the small house filled with a warm atmosphere. Chapter 35, Queen of the South Sea. On the beach, the fine sand shimmered with a golden-red glow under the setting sun. Luca took out the Jade of Guidance, held it in his palm, and as Mel had instructed, injected a wisp of gentle magic into it. Hum. Inside the transparent crystal ball, the faint light that had been slowly circulating suddenly became bright and active. A solid yet non-dazzling beam of soft, water-blue light shot out from the jade, precisely piercing the surface of the sea not far ahead. The moment the beam touched the seawater, it acted like a conduit, extending straight downward, penetrating through layers of waves, and reaching the dark seabed beyond the reach of sight. What surprised Luca even more was that with this beam as the core, the surrounding seawater was pushed away by a gentle and stable force, forming a transparent, semi-cylindrical passage about 3 meters in diameter, waterless inside, and open at both ends. The walls of the passage were made of a layer of iridescent, permeable membrane, formed by the water-blue light, clearly reflecting the schools of fish swimming in the external seawater, the swaying seaweed, and the shifting light and shadows as the depth increased. The air inside the passage was moist and fresh, carrying the unique scent of the ocean, yet there was no water pressure or feeling of suffocation. It's just like the large aquarium sightseeing tunnels from my previous life, Luca thought as he looked at the marvelous sight. That light is a stable passage connecting the sea surface to the underwater temple, Alice said, holding a bag of newly bought snacks. Magic maintains the structure and repels the seawater. This way, we can just walk to the underwater temple as if we were taking a stroll, saving a lot of trouble. Luca nodded, expressing his admiration for this ingenious method. The two stepped into this path of light in the sea, one after the other. Beneath their feet was a solid sensation, as if walking on invisible glass. All around them was the flowing deep-sea scenery, silent and dreamlike, with only the sound of their footsteps and the faint rustling of Alice occasionally opening snack packaging. Traveling to the underwater temple through this path, and defeating the guardian monsters that attack upon sensing the presence of strangers, is a traditional trial given by the mermaid tribe to newlyweds. Alice said as she walked, the meaning is for the couple to face difficulties together and protect each other. However, what is the point of having outsiders perform the trial on their behalf? She seemed to still be holding a grudge about Mel entrusting them instead of coming in person. Luca thought of Mel's husband, who had been turned into the form of a young boy, and the peculiar way they got along, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He changed the subject, speaking of which, are rules like the mermaid tribes, where one must undergo a trial to get married, common among monsters. When it came to monster customs, Alice seemed interested. These so-called rules are closely related to the monster's own racial characteristics, social structure, and methods of power inheritance. There are those, like certain solitary monsters or low-intelligence monster communities, that have no fixed marriage rules at all, relying entirely on instinct and strength. And there are also groups like the mermaids that have extremely complicated and ancient traditions and rituals, even more particular than some human nobles. Then, Luca turned his head to look at the silver-haired girl beside him and asked curiously, "Alice, does your family, or rather, the Demon King's clan, have any special rules?" Alice's footsteps paused imperceptibly, her golden eyes glanced at him, then quickly turned back to the front, her tone sounding very flat. The Demon King's clan. She paused, strength. This is the only and absolute requirement for a partner. I see. Luca listened, not too surprised. In this context where power is respected and the Demon King rules the monster world, such a rule seemed only natural. The two chatted all the way, diving deeper along the path of light. The surrounding scenery gradually changed from the azure of the shallow sea where sunlight could penetrate, to a deeper indigo and ink blue, and finally was replaced by the eternal darkness, and the small area illuminated by the light of the passage itself. During this time, just as Alice said, some deep-sea monsters, attracted by the strange magical aura, or instinctively guarding their territory, launched attacks from outside the passage. There were tentacle monsters shaped like giant sea anemones, schools of ghost jellyfish flickering with phosphorescence, and deep-sea giant crabs covered in heavy shells. However, their strength seemed to have undergone standardized adjustments for the trial, and was not too strong. Luca didn't even need to turn his head, sensing the direction of the incoming attacks, he swung the gog in his hand casually. The sword light was precise and restrained, often sealing the monsters temporarily with a single strike. It didn't take much time before the end of the light path appeared ahead. It was a towering and ancient temple standing on the deep-sea bed. The temple was carved from some kind of huge pale reef or coral skeleton, with a rough and sacred style, its surface covered with thick glowing moss and slowly floating strange jellyfish, like natural lanterns. The path of light connected exactly to the magnificent main entrance of the temple, which was carved with patterns of waves and sea beasts. Stepping into the temple, to Luca's surprise, although the interior structure was grand, it had some similarities to some ancient temples on land, towering pillars, wide halls, and blurry murals on the walls. Everything was immersed in an atmosphere that was moist, cool, and carried a faint salty, fishy, and ancient aura. "What kind of monster is the Queen of the South Sea?" Luca asked Alice in a low voice while looking around. "The one who rules this South Sea, and the surrounding waters, is the queen of the Croconan tribe." Alice had somehow taken out a bag of roasted clams, and was skillfully peeling the shells while sighing with emotion. The Croconan is a powerful race in the deep sea, and this queen also has strong abilities, so the governance of this vast sea area is basically entrusted entirely to her. Passing through several halls and moving downward along the wide corridor that was clearly the main passage, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the temple. This was an exceptionally vast, huge room that could almost be called a subterranean sea dome. The dome hung high, and one could vaguely see crystals emitting a dim blue light embedded in it, like an inverted starry sky. In the center of the room was a high platform built of natural crystal and pure white coral. And on the platform, coiled a huge monster whose noble status was immediately apparent at a glance, the Queen of the South Sea. Her main body was in the form of a huge white squid. The pure white skin was as smooth as jade, emitting a soft, pearl-like luster. It was huge but not clumsy, instead exuding a kind of elegance and power of a deep-sea behemoth. And at the head of the squid body, the upper body presented as a human female form. The skin was also pure white, the face mature and beautiful, carrying the majesty and cold arrogance cultivated from long being in a high position. Luca looked up at this ruler, and his thoughts began to wander again. This white, thick, and seemingly elastic squid body, if made into dried squid or teppanyaki, it would surely taste very good. This thought popped up uncontrollably, and immediately after, his stomach let out a soft rumble very inopportunely. Having walked for so long and experienced the previous battle, he was indeed a little hungry. This sound seemed particularly clear in the quiet depths of the temple. Luca's face flushed red instantly. Rude person. You. What do you mean by this? The Queen Croconan on the high platform was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. From the moment this human boy walked in, she felt that his gaze was not right, staring straight at her great body, making her hair stand on end inexplicably, although she had no hair, feeling uneasy all over. Now he was actually swallowing his saliva while looking at her. And his stomach growled. This was simply a great insult to her as the Queen of the Sea area, the leader of the Croconan tribe, and a high-ranking official under the Demon King. The eyes of the Kraken Museum became completely fierce, and powerful magical fluctuations began to permeate around her, as if the deep-sea water vapor was gathering towards her. Do you think I am an existence so weak that my life and death can be decided by a whim of yours? Regardless of what you came here for, if I don't give you humans a profound lesson, you will never understand what awe is. Chapter 36, Battle of the South Sea. Queen Croconan's attacks came like a violent storm. The first silver-white tentacle swept across with the force of 1,000 tons, its air-tearing shriek echoing through the temple. Luca's feet glided smoothly as he tilted his body slightly. The fierce wind carried by the tentacle brushed his hair, but didn't even touch a corner of his clothes before slamming heavily into an ancient stone pillar that would have taken several men to encircle. The pillar's surface was instantly covered in cracks, shedding stone fragments and dust. Queen, there has been a misunderstanding. Luca's voice remained steady, clearly audible amidst the booming sounds. Misunderstanding. Your eyes and the sound of your stomach don't lie. Her massive body moved nimbly within the spacious hall, like a deep-sea python with a life of its own, weaving a deadly web. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the tentacles, and every swing brought forth biting currents and solid blades of water. In the face of this violent onslaught, Luca's figure seemed increasingly elusive. He seemed to transform into a small boat in the ocean currents, always making a light turn just before a giant wave crashed down. Faced with the surrounding strangulation of several tentacles, he sometimes slid out of impossible gaps like a swimming fish, sometimes he tapped his toes lightly on a tentacle to borrow its strength, his body suddenly soaring to avoid the storm of water blades sweeping below, and sometimes he leaned back by hair's breadth, letting a tentacle pass right by his face, its sting sharp against his skin, yet it remained unable to touch his physical form. Luca observed the rhythm of the Queen's attacks, the habits of her tentacle strikes, and the structure of this grand temple. Every thrilling dodge was precise to the extreme, as if calculated with the utmost rigor. He even had the leisure to glance at Alice, who was leaning against a temple pillar not far away, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Preposterous. Unable to land a hit for so long, and failing even to force the opponent to draw his sword, the proud Queen of the South Sea felt an unprecedented humiliation. Fury completely ignited her magic, and the entire temple began to tremble faintly, as the seawater outside the magical barrier sent in a low roar. Do you think you can appease my anger just by dodging? She decided to use even greater power, thrusting several tentacles into the gaps between the temple floor and walls as vast magic flooded in, seemingly intending to trigger some kind of defense or attack mechanism of the temple itself. Luca's eyes flickered slightly. He couldn't let the battle continue here. Although the temple was sturdy, it clearly couldn't withstand the devastation of the Queen's full power. Moreover, if the destruction continued, he would never be able to clear himself of the charges of rude intrusion and destroying the temple. He dodged another jet of water, but his figure northwest longer stayed in place to weave and turn. Spotting a momentary opening after one of the Queen's full-power swings, when several main tentacles were temporarily retracting to build up strength, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Bang! At the spot where he had been standing, the specially made deep-sea stone slabs exploded into a circle of spiderweb-like cracks. Luca's figure shot out like an arrow from a bow toward the tall window gallery on one side of the temple, which was decorated with giant wave reliefs. That was not a solid wall, but a transparent barrier maintained by the jade of guidance, through which the external deep-sea scenery could be seen. Trying to flee. Don't even think about it. The queen thought he was trying to escape the temple, and several tentacles intercepted him at even greater speed. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth and spat out a highly compressed undercurrent that arrived first despite being launched later, striking directly at Luca's back. However, the moment Luca sprinted to the front of the window gallery, his body took a weird turn to the side, narrowly avoiding the undercurrent, and he tossed out the jade of guidance. Alice, catch. Buzz. The barrier's light flickered in disorder, and its repulsive force against the external seawater weakened instantly. Almost simultaneously, Luca turned sideways and threw a punch at the thickest main tentacle that was smashing toward him with the force of 10,000 tons. The queen only felt her vision go dark as she entered the true deep sea. Ah! Thoroughly provoked, Queen Croconan let out an uncontrollable, furious shriek. With new and old grudges combined, her massive body erupted with staggering magic, and she immediately swung her body to chase after Luca. In the deep sea. Leaving the relatively narrow temple for the boundless home field of the ocean, Queen Croconan's power seemed to find even fuller expression. She no longer confined herself to physical lashings with her tentacles, but truly demonstrated the might of a ruler of the ocean. She stirred the undercurrents, forming countless chaotic, high-tension whirlpools in an attempt to trap Luca. With a wave of her hand, she summoned swarms of deep-sea beast phantoms made of water, which roared as they lunged to bite. With a thought, she caused terrifying water pressure to bear down from the surface above, while sharp rock-like water spikes rose from below. In the dark waters, magical light and violent currents intertwined in a scene of apocalypse. Yet, Luca remained composed. His speed moving through the deep sea was astonishingly fast. The Gog sword was now fully unsheathed, but it was still mainly used to parry and deflect those magical attacks that couldn't be completely avoided, or to slice through the entangling water tentacles. His movements possessed a pleasing fluidity, weaving through the deadly network of attacks like a petrel dancing calmly in a storm, consistently leading the battlefield toward the surface. He could feel that the closer they got to the surface, the weaker the queen's environmental bonuses from deep-sea pressure and pure water elements became. And he needed a broader space to deal with any potential situations that might exceed expectations. Boom! Finally, the two of them, one after the other, broke through the surface and arrived in the storm-tossed night air above the sea, amidst torrential rain and thunder. Below them was the churning ink-colored ocean, and above were heavy dark clouds occasionally torn apart by lightning. Having left the deep-sea environment, Queen Croconan's aura seemed slightly affected, but her rage made her even more reckless. She floated in the air, several massive tentacles on her lower body slapping the sea surface to create gargantuan waves, while her human upper half raised both hands to condense a deep blue water sphere over 10 meters in diameter that was constantly collapsing inward. Luca felt that this strike was locked onto him, containing magic power far exceeding all previous attacks. His face remained calm as he finally took the initiative to charge forward for the first time. His movements were as fast as a ghost, his sword light precise and restrained. Every strike caused the condensation of that terrifying water sphere to falter slightly, its structure becoming unstable. The queen roared, unable to perfectly maintain the sphere's condensation, and was forced to release it early. A slightly smaller but still fearsome beam of deep blue light blasted out. Everywhere it passed, space distorted slightly, and the sea surface below was plowed into a deep trench, the water evaporating into columns of white steam. Luca's eyes narrowed. This time he didn't completely dodge. He held the sword with both hands, holding Gog horizontally in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, Gog turned from horizontal to vertical, and he lightly tapped the core of the light beam with the spine of the blade. Clang! A strange vibration echoed between the sea and sky. That deep blue water sphere, which contained terrifying power, was split down the middle by this seemingly light tap, turning into two out-of-control torrents of energy that roared past both sides of his body and crashed into the distant sea, kicking up two massive walls of water that connected the sky and the ocean. The arm Luca used to hold the sword felt slightly numb, but his figure stood firmly on the sea surface, without retreating even a single step. You are very good. The queen's voice was bone-chillingly cold. She no longer held back, beginning to chant an ancient and difficult incantation, her body emitting magical fluctuations far more profound than before. With her as the center, 5 massive rune phantoms that seemed to be condensed from the purest seawater and starlight appeared out of thin air, rotating slowly. Water Tribe's secret, pentagonal defense wall. With her final sharp cry, the 5 runes shone brightly, instantly expanding to a range of hundreds of meters and connecting to each other, forming a perfect, massive, semi-transparent regular pentagonal deep blue barrier that completely enveloped her. The moment the barrier formed, even the violent wind, rain, and lightning strangely calmed and detoured when they approached a certain range of the barrier. On the surface of the barrier, light was severely distorted, and ripples like water waves appeared in space, yet it gave off a feeling of being indestructible and eternal. It floated there quietly, yet seemed to isolate the inner and outer worlds. This is the absolute wall that distorts time and space. Inside the barrier, the queen's voice carried a sense of pride. In this world, no more than 5 people can perform this. Physical attacks will be guided into nothingness by distorted time and space. For the first time, Luca truly gazed at this legendary, ultimate defense magic. He could indeed feel the suffocating sense of absoluteness emanating from that barrier. He made a tentative swing through the air. The sword chi approached the barrier and, as expected, was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without even stirring a ripple. This barrier was like a black hole that swallowed everything, or a perfect mirror that offered no purchase. Luca's gaze gradually became sharp, surpassing the limits of distorted time and space. Luca whispered to himself. The gog in his hand began to vibrate slightly, letting out an excited, low hum. He stopped testing and instead immersed his mind completely into the sword, sheathing it. The movement was very slow, yet carried a heavy, stagnant feeling like 1,000 tons. He swung it in a full arc from behind his shoulder and then forward, in a seemingly slow but actually swift, purest slashing motion, striking down. The violent wind and rain around him seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force, and the lightning darting through the clouds seemed to be attracted to it. There was no dazzling light, only an extreme blackness, as if it had swallowed all surrounding light. Even one's gaze would be sucked in upon landing on it. Around the blade, fine black cracks began to appear in space, visible to the naked eye. Space itself was wailing, unable to withstand this power that was about to explode. Where the sword tip pointed, space was crushed and peeled away layer by layer. The moment that blade, condensed with terrifying power and entwined with spatial cracks, came into contact with the flowing pentagonal defense wall. Buzz. Time seemed to stand still for an instant. Immediately following was a cracking sound more deafening than all the thunder combined. A dull and grand sound, as if the entire world was being torn apart by brute force, rang out. Centering on the point of contact between the blade and the barrier, countless thick, hideous, wound-like pitch-black spatial cracks spread and exploded like a spiderweb, instantly covering the entire perfect deep blue pentagonal barrier. Inside the barrier, Queen Croconan's face was a mask of blank shock. Luca let out a breath and shouted, the muscles in his arms bulging as his power poured out. Rumble. It was as if the heavens were shattering, or the deep sea was being turned upside down. That massive, so-called, absolute defense, pentagonal deep blue barrier was violently split in two from the middle, like a scroll being savagely torn from its cracks by an invisible giant hand. The impact of the barrier breaking caused the sea surface below to explode into a giant hole hundreds of meters in diameter, the seawater unable to close for a long time. The dark clouds in the sky were even blown open into a massive circular gap, and a ray of celestial light cast down, shining on Luca, who stood with his sword, looking at ease. It also shone on Queen Croconan, who was pale from the massive shock to her mind, her figure swaying slightly. The wind and rain seemed to have lessened considerably. Luca slowly sheathed his sword, the heart-stopping blackness and spatial cracks on the blade gradually dissipating. He looked at the dazed queen in the air and spoke again, his voice penetrating the gradually calming waves and storm. Now, Your Majesty. Can we have a calm and peaceful talk? Chapter 37, Submitting the Contract. The storm gradually subsided, and the waves calmed slightly. The rift in space that had been forcibly torn between the sea and the sky slowly mended, and the turbulent energy currents finally dissipated. The Kraken Museum's eyes instantly cleared. Slowly and somewhat stiffly, she extended that thickest, silver-white maned tentacle, the one that had attacked most fiercely before, toward Luca. On her beautiful and majestic face, her expression was extremely complex, a mixture of frustration and confusion. Her voice, no longer cold and haughty as before, carried a slight tremor. "You won. If you want to eat me or carve me up, do as you please." Looking at her, offering her neck for the slaughter appearance, the veins on Luca's forehead nearly popped. He took a long, deep breath of the air smelling of rain and tried his best to calm his tone. "I already said, that was a misunderstanding. I am a hero. Perhaps my philosophy and path differ from some existences, but I can tell you clearly, I, Luca, will not, and have never eaten, any intelligent monster museum. Hero." The Kraken Museum's pupils shrank abruptly, as if she had caught a new keyword. Her emotions, which had just calmed slightly, flared up again, and her tentacles instinctively recoiled. "A hero is here to steal the gem." Her voice carried indignation once more. "Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I will never hand over the gem to you greedy human heroes." Luca felt like he was suffocating. This queen's thought process was exactly like her tentacles. They could wave in countless directions at will, but refused to travel down the straight path of listening to someone finish speaking. She seemed able only to catch individual words in a conversation, then immediately embed them into her preset, drama-filled script, performing it all by herself. He helplessly covered his forehead and turned to look at Alice, who had been not far away, laughing until she couldn't straighten up. The demon lord's silver hair was disheveled, and her golden eyes were filled with involuntary tears. She was clutching her stomach, her shoulders heaving. Clearly, this superscale battle triggered by a food misunderstanding, and the subsequent bizarre developments had greatly satisfied her need for entertainment. Luca walked over expressionlessly, reached out, grabbed the breathless, laughing Alice, and pushed her in front of the Kraken Museum, directly facing the queen's confused and guarded face. Cough, cough. Alice finally stopped laughing, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. But because the laughter hadn't fully faded, her voice still carried a slight tremor and nasal tone. "What he said is basically true. He is indeed not here to steal any gem of yours." She at least remembered to maintain the image of a demon lord and tried hard to straighten her face, but her slightly twitching lips betrayed her. Seeing Alice, clearly a high-ranking monster, step forward to testify, the Kraken Museum's emotions visibly calmed down a little. The foundation of trust among monsters was, in some respects, indeed more direct than that toward humans. Her massive body relaxed slightly, hostility receded, replaced by deeper confusion. Then why did you trespass into the underwater temple? And look at this queen with that kind of gaze?" She couldn't help but add a bit of grievance to the second half of the sentence. Luca finally had the chance to finish his sentence in one breath. "I am here to submit a vow scroll." He spoke faster, afraid of being interrupted again. "I am here on behalf of the mermaid lady, Mel, and her husband to deliver their marriage vow scroll, and request the Queen of the South Sea to witness and acknowledge it." The Kraken Museum blinked, her huge squid body swaying slightly, as if she couldn't process this overly mundane purpose all at once. That sword strike earlier that tore through space was just to deliver a letter. No, a marriage certificate. Why didn't you say such a thing earlier? She blurted out, her face full of shock and annoyance that read, "If you had just explained clearly earlier, none of this would have happened. You didn't let me speak, and you wouldn't listen to me." Luca finally couldn't hold it in. His voice rose an octave as he pointed at her tentacles, which were still waving unconsciously. "You never gave me a chance to speak from the very beginning. I just explained once that it was a misunderstanding, and your tentacles came whipping over as if they were free." Pfft, ha ha ha. Alice, off to the side, couldn't hold it in again and burst out laughing. This time, she didn't even bother to hide it. Crossing her arms and tilting her head, she looked at the Kraken Museum. "Oh my, what a confused queen. The Krakenmuseum felt embarrassed by the two of them. She muttered quietly and without much confidence, that's not my fault, because you were looking at me with that food look at the beginning. Who knew you were a hero here to deliver a letter? Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. All right, it's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Luca didn't want to dwell on whose fault it was anymore, as long as the commission could be completed. He solemnly took the vow scroll from his embrace and handed it over with both hands. This vow scroll is from the mermaid lady, Mel. She entrusted me to present it to you. The Krakenmuseum took it, unfolded it to check the contents, and after confirming everything was correct, the expression on her face finally fully returned to the solemnity befitting a ruler of the sea. A proxy? Why didn't they come in person? She was slightly dissatisfied. Young people these days really don't understand the rules more and more. To conclude such an important contract, they would actually use an intermediary. She complained but still put the vow scroll away properly. Immediately, a soft blue halo bloomed around her, and two small, exquisite rings emerged from her hands. The contract is formed. I, the Queen of the South Sea, hereby acknowledge the mermaid Mel and her human husband as a lawful couple, blessed by the ocean. Her voice became solemn and gentle as she handed the rings to Luca. Take these back, have them place them on each other, and vow that whether in sickness or in health, in prosperity or in adversity, they will be faithful to each other, support each other, and cherish this love that transcends race. She paused and looked toward the distant horizon, as if blessing all couples who truly loved each other. May their love be as eternal as the deep sea, and as pure as the ocean waves. As the demon lord, I'll offer my blessing as well, Alice nodded from the side, speaking casually, which counted as giving them some face. Then, as a hero, I will also offer my blessings to the newlyweds. Although Luca felt it was a bit strange to bless the heir, he respected the sense of ritual and earnestly echoed her. At this moment, the Krakenmuseum seemed to only belatedly focus more of her attention on Alice. She sized up the extraordinary silver-haired girl. The more she looked, the more familiar she seemed, and the more she wondered where that faint, heart-palpitating sense of familiarity came from. A shocking guess surfaced in her mind. Come to think of it, are you that person? The Krakenmuseum's tone became cautious. Humph. Alice lifted her small chin, her silver hair fluttering slightly in the sea breeze, putting on an inscrutable expression. I am no big shot, just a passing gourmet. A gourmet. You came to the seabed to seek food. The Krakenmuseum was even more confused, her huge squid head tilting, but in this deep seabed, apart from some glowing moss, pressure-resistant seaweed, and mineral crystals, there is nothing that can be called gourmet food, is there? She began to seriously ponder the proposition of seabed gourmet food. Luca's mouth twitched as he listened from the side, mentally ranting, someone just claimed to be the demon lord. You heard it, right? Can you still not guess it? Are you really a fish with a memory span of only 3 seconds? The Krakenmuseum seemed to have thought of something else. Her massive body trembled violently. Her pupils looked at Luca with suspicion and uncertainty, then at Alice, and finally, her gaze fell back onto her own jade-white squid body. A terrifying association made her blurt out. Why you? You couldn't have been aiming to eat me from the very beginning, right? She instantly entered a high state of alert again, her tentacles instinctively assuming a defensive posture, although she knew it might be useless. Luca. Alice. The sea breeze blew past, carrying saltiness and a faint sense of awkwardness. Under the gaze of the Queen of the South Sea, who became increasingly guarded as if she had seen through everything, Luca and Alice practically fled, flying away from this sea area at top speed toward the direction of the land. On the way back. To entrust such a vast South Sea to such a, uniquely tempered queen to manage. On the way to Mel's residence, Luca finally couldn't help but question Alice beside him in an extremely tactful tone. Do your monster world's high-level personnel appointment and assessment mechanisms have a little bit of room for debate? He tried his best to keep his words subtle. Looking at Luca's "she's your subordinate" expression, Alice's expression was also a bit unnatural, her ears turning slightly red, but she tried hard to maintain the demon lord's dignity as she defended. She is definitely not like this. The Kraken has always been known for her steadiness, fairness, and powerful strength. This time there was purely a reason. It was a chain of misunderstandings caused by poor communication between both sides that made her appear a bit, overly excited. But having said that, Alice, while speaking, finally couldn't hold it in again and burst out laughing, and the more she laughed, the worse it got, until she was almost bent over. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've witnessed two people actually fighting from the seabed to the sea surface, even tearing space-time, just because of the reason mistaking that the other wants to eat me, and being treated as food. Ha 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 ha. Watching Alice laughing until she was trembling all over and completely losing her image, Luca raised an eyebrow slightly and said slowly in a flat tone. Oh? Is that so? Then look at that look the Queen of the South Sea gave you at the end. He deliberately imitated the look the Queen had at that time, suspicious, guarded, as if looking at a potential accomplice. Your Excellency Gourmet, do you think there is any difference between you and me? Alice's laughter stopped abruptly. Chapter 38, Haunted House. Returning to the town, Luca found Mel and her husband, who were still enjoying their sweet daily life. He solemnly handed over the ring, and conveyed the blessings and instructions from the Queen of the South Sea. Luca politely declined their enthusiastic thanks, and set off on his journey again. Previously, when gathering information in St. Ilia, besides the clues about the four spirits, Luca also noted some rumors about the surrounding area. Among them, an abandoned haunted house in the northern suburbs was mentioned many times, though the stories varied wildly. Some said that it was originally a luxurious mansion belonging to a merchant. The merchant's beloved daughter unfortunately died young from a strange illness. The merchant was heartbroken and passed away shortly after. The mansion had been abandoned ever since, and the sound of a woman weeping could often be heard. Others said that the place was an ancient execution ground long before that. There were even more bizarre rumors, saying that a mage with an eccentric personality and great power now lived in the house, conducting forbidden experiments that defied human ethics, and those supernatural phenomena were byproducts of the experiments leaking out. Opinions were divided, and there was no consensus. Luca had no intention of investigating these rumors deeply, but the route to the Forest of Elves happened to pass through the northern suburbs. Since it was on the way, he decided to take a look. If there really was an evil mage, he would deal with him while he was at it. If it was just a deserted house with groundless rumors, he could put the local residents at ease. On the way, when Alice heard they were going to a haunted house, she seemed unusually quiet. When night fell, they arrived at the rumored haunted house. It was a Western-style mansion that, even after being abandoned for many years, still showed signs of its former grandeur. Its tall silhouette looked like a crouching giant beast under the dim light. The outer walls of the house were covered in dead vines, and most of the windows were broken, appearing as black holes. Next to the mansion was a desolate graveyard with broken tombstones scattered about. As Luca was examining the structure of the mansion, he inadvertently caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a figure of a young girl wearing a black dress flashing past behind an intact window on the second floor. Wah! The next moment, Alice beside him let out a short gasp and, with lightning speed, shrank behind Luca, grabbing his clothes tightly at his waist with both hands. Luca! He looked down silently at Alice, who was pressed tightly against his back, revealing only half her head, and a pair of golden eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, then looked up again at the now empty second-floor window. A question that had been on his mind for a long time finally surfaced in this situation. Alice. He asked in as calm a tone as possible, are you actually quite afraid of ghosts? I'm not afraid at all. Alice, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately jumped out from behind him, and retorted loudly, her small face flushing slightly red. Seeing her like this, Luca smiled helplessly, and didn't ask further. Pushing open the heavy door, a scent mixed with damp, moldy wood, old dust, and some indescribable decay rushed toward them. The interior of the hall was spacious but dilapidated. A gorgeous chandelier hung crookedly, covered in cobwebs. The expensive carpet had long since rotted into mud, and the furniture was scattered about, covered in thick dust. Moonlight shone through the broken stained glass windows, forming eerie spots of light. Luca walked and stopped, occasionally looking at the portraits on the walls. A ghost girl wearing a tattered black long dress, with a pale, transparent complexion and hollow eyes, emerged silently from behind the two, stretching out a pair of pale, transparent hands to choke Luca's neck. Without turning his head, Luca flipped his wrist and pointed the gog sword backhanded toward the position he sensed. With a soft pop, like bursting a bubble, the ghost girl let out a faint hiss, and her figure quickly faded. So it was a ghost-type monster girl. Alice was clearly relieved, her tense shoulders relaxing, and her tone returned to normal. "You scared me, I thought it was a real ghost." Luca was even more confused. "Is there a difference?" "There's a big difference." Alice, seemingly to prove she wasn't afraid and to dispel the awkwardness from just now, explained seriously, "Ghost-type monsters are a kind of monster formed by the soul of a deceased human gathering magic element." She paused and continued, "But ghosts aren't scientific at all. They are purely nonsense born from overactive imagination and fear." Luca couldn't help but want to laugh. A guy who was herself a demon lord from a fantasy world was here talking to him about science. Ha ha. Just then a crisp, ethereal laughter, like that of a little girl, rang out directly in their ears without warning. The sound was very close, so close it was as if someone were giggling right against their ears. Bang! Almost the instant the laughter rang out, Alice shot backward at a speed that was almost like teleportation. Accompanied by a muffled thud and the sound of wood splintering, Alice disappeared. Luca. He wasn't too worried about Alice's safety. Shaking his head, Luca decided to explore the mansion himself first. He gripped the gog tightly and began to move cautiously through the mansion. He was actually quite interested in looking around. This was indeed the first time since coming to this world that he had entered such a style of once extremely luxurious aristocratic mansion. Even in its dilapidated state, those exquisite reliefs, remaining murals, huge fireplaces, wide spiral staircases, and deep corridors dividing countless rooms, all exuded a strange charm of frozen time. Of course, that was provided one ignored the lingering smell of decay in the air, as well as the various ghost-type and zombie-type monsters that popped out from shadowy corners, broken mirrors, or ceiling vents, only to be sealed by him casually. In a room on the second floor. The room looked like a lady's study or a small living room, equally dilapidated. And in a corner filled with scrap paper and fallen bookshelves, Luca saw Alice curled up in a ball, hugging her knees, with her face buried in her arms. Her silver hair was draped in some disarray, and her small shoulders were trembling almost imperceptibly. On the wall opposite her hung a huge, relatively well-preserved oil portrait. The painting depicted a young lady dressed in a gorgeous Western-style dress, with a dignified temperament and a beautiful but melancholy face. Creak. Just then, the oil painting suddenly made an extremely clear sound, like an old wooden board being stepped on. The eyes of the young lady in the painting, under the flickering moonlight and shadows, seemed to blink. Eek! The curled-up Alice suddenly lifted her head as if electrocuted, her golden eyes filled with fright. Without thinking, she turned and rushed toward the door. Bang! Another muffled thud. TCH, so it was just a zombie. She subconsciously clenched her small fist and punched the zombie in the abdomen. Whoosh, bang! The unlucky zombie didn't even have time to roar before it turned into a blurry gray shadow, crashing straight through the wall on the other side of the corridor and disappearing. Alice shook her hand, seemingly just realizing she had overreacted, and a trace of awkwardness flashed across her face. She was just about to say something to Luca to save face. Crack! Crash! The old wooden floor under her feet, after repeated destruction, finally couldn't bear the load. After letting out a groan, it completely shattered and collapsed. Wah-ah! Amidst Alice's short scream, she fell directly to the lower floor along with a pile of broken wooden planks. Luca stood at the edge of the hole and looked down. There was a muffled sound of something heavy hitting the ground and Alice's groan of pain, but listening to the sound, it was full of energy, so she should be fine. He withdrew his gaze, because heavy and dense footsteps were coming from the corridor behind him. Turning back to look, he saw more than a dozen zombies of various forms pouring out from various rooms and stairwells, staring at him with empty eye sockets and slowly surrounding him. It seemed that the commotion just now and Alice's punch had attracted most of the residents in the mansion. Luca's expression was calm, and Gog was unsheathed. He weaved between the zombies, the sword blade either tapping or slapping, accurately hitting each zombie's weak point. Every strike of the sword was accompanied by a faint light. The zombies hit stood frozen in place like puppets with cut strings, then collapsed, the smell of decay on them dissipating rapidly, becoming like ordinary mummies. These zombie monsters were weak in strength, just a bit numerous, so dealing with them was not difficult. Soon, the corridor was covered with zombies that had temporarily lost their ability to move. And at the end of the zombie army, Luca saw that familiar figure. It was the young girl wearing a black dress whom he had glimpsed outside the second-floor window earlier. At this moment, she was staring with wide eyes, shocked to see Luca dealing with her zombie army as if harvesting straw. "Ah! My test subjects! My precious test subjects!" The girl let out a scream of heartbreak. What did you do to them? Are you the owner of this place? Or rather, that mage?" Luca sheathed his sword, not attacking immediately but asking curiously. "Wah-ah!" She screamed, turned and ran, her black dress fluttering in the dim corridor. Luca followed her unhurriedly. The girl was extremely familiar with the mansion, and after twisting and turning, she soon ran back to the first-floor hall from before. And in the hall, a figure had appeared at some point. It was an exceptionally tall female zombie wrapped in bandages. Its face was relatively well preserved, and one could tell that it was a dignified and beautiful woman in her lifetime, exactly the same appearance as the young lady in the oil painting on the second floor. Only now, her face was pale, her eyes were cloudy, and she emitted a much stronger magic power fluctuation than ordinary zombies. "Frederica! Protect me!" The girl in the black robe, hiding behind the tall female zombie, seemed to have found a backer. She panted and shouted, pointing at the pursuing Luca. The female zombie named Frederica let out a low, guttural sound from her throat, stepped forward, and blocked the girl's path. The girl in the black robe seemed to have gained confidence. She tidied her somewhat messy robe, cleared her throat, and tried her best to put on a serious and arrogant look. "Our rude intruder. Listen well. My name is Chrome, and I am a great necromancer pursuing the mysteries of life and death." She began her self-introduction. This place, in more ancient times, was an execution ground for criminals, where countless souls and skeletons were piled up. Later, it was used as a public cemetery, and who knows how many nameless corpses are buried underground. This rich death energy and corpse source is simply an excellent holy land for necromancy research. "What are you researching?" Luca asked, following her lead, but his gaze lingered more on the female zombie named Frederica in front of her. He could feel that on her, besides magic power, there was a trace of extremely subtle, yet unusually clear, pain and sorrow. "Of course I am researching how to create, control, and optimize undead monsters. Especially this one." She patted the arm of the female zombie beside her. "The young lady of the rich family who originally lived here, Frederica. This is my masterpiece." Luca frowned. He could feel more clearly that with Chrome's manipulation and mention, the wave of sorrow and pain inside Frederica became even more intense. "I feel resentment in them." Luca's voice cooled down. His gaze swept over the zombies on the ground that had been temporarily sealed, and finally fixed on Frederica. "So what?" Chrome was dismissive, even a bit impatient. "Isn't it normal for corpses to have resentment? It is the resentment they themselves generated after their corpses were desecrated and their soul's rest was disturbed." Luca was rarely this angry. He could hear the wailing within those subtle thoughts. "Talking nonsense that no one can understand. I'll make you understand with power." Frederica, subdue him. Chrome waved her hand and gave the order. Yes, Chrome. Lord. A few blurred and stiff syllables squeezed out of Frederica's throat. She raised her blue-gray hands, her fingernails black and sharp, and lunged at Luca. Her movements were much faster than ordinary zombies, carrying a cold wind. Looking at those eyes that were once beautiful but now only remained cloudy and painful, Luca sighed inwardly. He did not dodge, but instead met Frederica, holding Gog with one hand. A flash of sword light passed. Rest in peace. Luca said softly, like a blessing. The sword light scattered like moonlight, penetrating into Frederica's body. The pain, sorrow and unwillingness of resentment and obsession wrapped around them, under the soothing of this warm light, gradually calmed down and dissipated like dust blown away by a clear breeze. Frederica's lunging movement stopped abruptly. On her blue-gray face, the cloudy look in her eyes seemed to briefly regain a trace of clarity, looking at Luca, and also as if passing through him, looking at some distant place. Her stiff lips moved extremely arduously, almost inaudibly. Th. Ank you. Before the words were finished, the last light in her eyes completely dissipated. Her tall body, as if losing all support, slowly and quietly fell backward, landing on the ground with a dull, soft sound. This time, she was no longer an undead monster, but just a corpse that had returned to peace. The hall was silent, with only an indescribable peace remaining. Chapter 39, Ghost. The Great Hall, already pushed to its limit by the series of ravages, the impact of Frederica falling, the dissipation of magic, and the zombies crashing into the walls, finally let out a final groan from its crumbling structure. With a teeth-gritting sound of splintering wood and a thunderous boom, the floor beneath Luca and Chrome suddenly shattered, sending them both, along with a cascade of rubble and rotting timber, plummeting into the underground space beneath the mansion. Luca waved away the swirling dust and quickly steadied himself. He was unhurt, though the dust made him choke for a moment. Glancing around, it appeared to be the mansion's original basement, or wine cellar. The space was quite expansive, though it was now cluttered with various discarded junk and some, rather unusual items. Wah! Chrome tumbled down, covered in soot and dust, but she didn't care about the pain. She scrambled to her feet, looked up at the gaping hole in the ceiling, and the wreckage strewn about, and then, remembering her defeated masterpiece, she stomped her feet in a fit of rage. Never mind that you ruined the floor of my most important laboratory. My Frederica. My greatest, most perfect masterpiece. Just like that, she's gone. Ah. Do you have any idea how much effort I put in, or how many precious materials I had to collect to complete her? She frantically tugged at her long black hair, her pink eyes practically spitting fire. Luca brushed the dust from his clothes and looked at her with a calm gaze. They are not your masterpieces or your toys. They were once living people, the departed who deserve to rest in peace. Disturbing the eternal sleep of the dead, using dark magic to bind and twist their remains and fragmented souls, bringing them inescapable suffering, I will never permit such acts. What would you know? Chrome retorted shrilly, though her confidence was clearly wavering, especially as she recalled the light that had brought all her undead creations to the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a small hand saw on the ground used for preparing skeletal specimens. In a fit of impulse, she snatched it up, baring her fangs and claws as she prepared to rush forward and teach Luca a lesson. But the moment she took a step, she suddenly remembered how Frederica had been defeated, and she slammed on the brakes. She wisely, and cowardly, changed her strategy, slowly lowering the hand saw. With a fierce expression that couldn't hide her fear, she scoffed and turned her face away. Humph. Today. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off, you ignorant intruder. Don't let me see you again. With that, she turned and fled without hesitation, vanishing with a whoosh into the shadows of the mountains of debris deep in the basement, disappearing after a few quick turns. Luca didn't pursue her immediately. His gaze was drawn to a relatively intact, black-lacquered coffin in the corner of the basement. Or, more accurately, to the small tuft of silver hair trembling behind it. He walked over and gently patted the shoulder of the silver-haired bundle curled up behind the coffin with its knees tucked to its chest. "Hey, Alice. Woo. I'm sorry. Lord Evil God, spare me. First-generation Demon King, save me. I know I was wrong. I won't do bad things ever again. I won't bully the fox anymore. I won't pull the fox's ears, step on the fox's tail, or steal the fox's treasured fried tofu anymore. Woo-woo, please spare me." Alice didn't even look up, muttering incoherently, her voice trembling noticeably. "Luca. Just how much do you hate foxes? Anyway, Alice, it's all over now." Luca softened his voice, trying to snap her out of it. "There was only one necromancer here messing with zombies, and I've already chased her away." He succinctly explained how Chrome had been using this place to study necromancy, desecrating corpses and binding souls. Alice's trembling subsided significantly. The tips of her silver ears twitched, and then, she slowly raised her head. Alice's usually brilliant golden eyes were rolled back, showing only the whites. Paired with her delicate, slightly vacant expression, she looked a bit comical. "Ha ha ha ha. What kind of look is that?" Luca laughed, pointing at her. "Ha ha ha ha, is this some special skill unique to your family, or the Demon King bloodline? Like, does entering this white-eye state drastically enhance your vision, or even let you see through obstacles?" Alice ignored his mockery, though her eyes seemed to focus for a moment, not that Luca could tell how one focused while rolling their eyes. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto another corner of the basement, where a nondescript old coffin sat. "That wretch making me look so foolish." Alice's voice was low, yet carried a sharp chill. "I cannot forgive this, get out here." Before she had even finished speaking, a sharp black glint flashed in her eyes. The next instant, boom! The old coffin in the corner exploded violently without warning. The lid was blown to pieces, sending debris and dust flying through the air. Wah-ah! A familiar scream rang out as Chrome scrambled out from the wreckage of the exploded coffin, looking utterly disheveled. Her once neat black dress was now tattered, and she was covered in soot and ash. Alice walked step by step toward Chrome, who had collapsed to the ground in terror. Then, the tail behind her lashed out, moving like a powerful whip. Crack! Ouch! Crack! That hurts! Crack! Spare me! Stop hitting me! Crack! Big sister, woo-woo-woo. You'd even call me big sister just to beg for mercy, you old hag. Alice used her tail to strike Chrome again and again, landing every hit solidly. Chrome scrambled to shield her head, tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't escape the incredibly precise lashes. "Because of you. I've been so embarrassed here." Alice struck even harder. "I admit I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, let me go." Chrome wailed, begging for mercy. Alice, still fuming, completely ignored her pleas and continued to discipline the culprit with her tail for several minutes. Only when the frustration in her chest had mostly dissipated did she huff and stop. By this time, Luca had finished his quick sweep of the basement. Chrome was nowhere to be seen, and Alice stood there still fuming. "Did you kill her to vent your anger?" Luca pointed toward the exploded coffin, his tone slightly cautious. "Do you really think I'm the type to kill indiscriminately?" Alice glared at him, annoyed. Seeing the smirk on Luca's face, Alice grew flustered and indignant. She pouted and explained, "Research itself is fine. There are plenty of scholars in the monster realm who specialize in necromancy. But this woman's methods cross the line. Forcibly binding souls and inflicting suffering, that crosses the line." She paused, her tone softening slightly. "However, her talent and obsession with necromancy make her a rare find. Simply disposing of her or leaving her be could lead to even worse outcomes." "So?" Luca raised an eyebrow. "So," Alice brushed some non-existent dust off her hands, I just threw her back into the dungeon of the Demon King's castle. I'll leave her for Tamamo to properly educate. Alice let out a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and returned to her usual, slightly haughty demeanor. There. The culprit behind the ghost incident was just that deranged necromancer. The townspeople mistook the commotion she caused for a haunting. Humph, how foolish. Ghosts don't exist. It's all just the delusions of humans and these charlatans playing tricks. She firmly reaffirmed her scientific stance. Is that really the case? Luca's voice suddenly turned ethereal. His gaze shifted past Alice's shoulder, looking at something behind her. Alice. Seeing the look in Luca's eyes, her heart tightened inexplicably, and an ominous feeling washed over her. Her neck felt stiff as she turned her head, inch by inch, to look behind her. Not far behind her, a semi-transparent figure emitting a soft, gentle glow had appeared, though she hadn't noticed when. It was a young woman in a gorgeous, classical gown, exuding an air of noble dignity. Her face was beautiful and gentle, and a smile of relief and gratitude touched the corners of her lips. She looked exactly like the young lady in the portrait on the second floor, Frederica. But unlike the melancholy in the painting, or the ferocity she had shown as a zombie, she now radiated an air of peace and purity. Frederica curtsied elegantly to Luca. Her voice was ethereal and clear, filled with endless gratitude. Thank you so very much, Lord Hero. Her gaze swept gently across the basement. Because of your compassionate power, I and many others like me who were imprisoned here and unable to rest, have all been saved. As she spoke, specks of soft light began to emerge from the air in the basement. 1, 2, 10, dozens more and more figures, some blurry and others distinct, began to materialize. Men and women, young and old, they all turned toward Luca, bowing or nodding to express their silent gratitude. The soul of the old man who had appeared first nodded slightly at Luca, his voice aged and weary. After our bodies were magically zombified, our souls were bound along with them, forced to endure endless suffering and darkness. Thank you, Lord Hero. It was your warm light that shattered our shackles and set us free. Another young man gazed in a certain direction, his eyes filled with deep nostalgia and longing. My soul can finally go home, back to that courtyard filled with white roses, back to Saint Ilia. Home. Finally, we can leave. Thank you. Countless whispers merged into a peaceful river of sound. After expressing their final thanks, the figures of the souls began to fade, transforming into specks of soft light. Like fireflies swimming against the current, they floated upward, passing through the basement ceiling, and dissolving into the night sky. The entire basement returned to silence. The lingering cold and aura of death had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of freshness and peace, like the air after a rainstorm. Luca gazed at the direction where the souls had vanished, his heart filled with emotion. He turned to Alice beside him and said, "You see, Alice. In this world, there are perhaps far more incredible things that defy common sense than we could ever imagine." However, Alice did not answer him. Sensing something was wrong, Luca turned his head to look at her. Alice was standing there blankly, her white eyes wide, her small mouth slightly agape, as if she had been petrified. Alice's eyes rolled back, her body went limp, and she fell straight backward. Chapter 40, Alice sleepwalking into a nightmare. Luca carried the unconscious Alice on his back, stepping over the decaying threshold of the mansion's entrance. Outside, the sky was already bright. The warm sunlight of the midsummer morning poured down without obstruction, instantly dispelling the cold, damp air that clung to him, and making Luca instinctively squint. It's already morning. He muttered to himself, looking down at his clothes covered in dust and a few cobwebs, then listened to Alice's steady but slightly deep breathing on his back. Luca decided to return to the town first and find a clean inn to settle down in. However, just as he was orienting himself and preparing to move, a subtle presence, completely out of place with the morning forest air, rippled through his senses like a pebble thrown into still water. Luca stopped, frowning slightly, and cast his gaze toward a clearing on the side of the haunted house that hadn't yet been fully reached by the sunlight, and still retained the dampness of the night dew. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to go and take a look. Carrying Alice, he lightened his steps, pushed aside a few dew-covered bushes, and approached the source of the presence. Soon, a figure came into view. It was the back of a woman standing at the edge of the clearing, facing the haunted house that had just emerged from the night, seemingly observing it. She had fluffy red hair that was striking even in the dim forest, like burning flames, and she wore a sharp, spotless, pure white long coat. Suspicion and wariness rose in Luca's heart. He cleared his throat and asked tentatively, "Ahem, excuse me. Miss, what are you doing near this house?" Hearing the sound, the red-haired woman turned her face slightly, glancing at Luca out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze swept over them like a precision instrument, no surprise, no ripples, not even much emotion. It lingered on Luca and the unconscious Alice on his back for less than half a second. Then, without a word, she withdrew her gaze, turned around without hesitation, and walked straight into the deeper parts of the forest. Within a few breaths, the striking red hair and white silhouette disappeared behind the dense trees, as if they had never appeared. Luca frowned, looking in the direction where the person had disappeared, his doubts lingering. But with Alice still unconscious, he couldn't leave her behind to track someone of unknown origin who hadn't shown any clear hostility. Forget it. He shook his head, pushing the doubt aside for now, adjusted Alice on his back, and set off on the road back to town. In the town, Luca found a clean and tidy-looking inn, carefully placed Alice on the soft bed, and covered her with a thin quilt. After settling Alice, Luca washed up, tidied himself, and changed into clean clothes. By the time he finished, it was nearly noon. He left the inn, planning to walk around the town and gather some information. However, as soon as he stepped onto the street, Luca was stunned by the sight before him. On the not-so-wide stone-paved street, the sun was bright, pedestrians were coming and going, and vendors were hawking their wares. Everything seemed normal. But if one looked closely or focused their perception, they would realize ghosts were everywhere. Yes, the same kind he had seen in the basement of the haunted house last night, semi-transparent, emitting a soft glow, and retaining the clear forms they had in life. Some floated slowly along the eaves, some peered curiously from street corners, and some even mingled with the crowd, mimicking their past behaviors. A ghost of an old woman carrying a vegetable basket slowly passed through the body of a young fruit vendor, who remained completely unaware and continued to enthusiastically solicit customers. Several child ghosts chased and played by the plaza fountain, emitting ethereal laughter that only Luca could faintly hear. There was even a soldier ghost in old-fashioned armor standing in the middle of the intersection with a dazed expression, as if he had lost his way. He couldn't help but wonder, was that haunted house sealing so many ghosts? Although he had sensed many souls being released last night, he hadn't expected the number to be this high. They were almost all over the town. Immediately, he thought with relief, the decision to put Alice in the inn first was absolutely correct. To be honest, this strange scene of humans and ghosts coexisting was an eye-opener for Luca. He walked and watched, observing the ghosts' behavior with interest. Most of them were peaceful, just lingering with a bit of attachment to their past lives, and they didn't cause any interference or harm to the living. By the roadside, a young man was excitedly gesturing to his companion. "My friend saw something incredible in the forest to the northwest. He said they were little people with butterfly-like wings, only palm-sized, singing together while glowing." "Really? You didn't just see things, did you?" the companion expressed doubt. "It's absolutely true," he said. Before the young man could finish, a little girl ghost wearing an old-fashioned dress and holding a tattered ragdoll zipped horizontally across his vision. The young man froze, blinked and looked around in confusion. Just now, what was that floated by? On the other side, 3 women carrying shopping baskets were chatting under the shade of a tree at a street corner. Woman A lowered her voice mysteriously. "Have you heard? Lately, our town hasn't been very peaceful. It seems like there are ghosts about." Woman B nodded repeatedly, her face filled with nervousness and curiosity. I've heard many similar rumors too. Some people say they saw a girl in old-fashioned clothes walking on the road at night, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Woman C joined the discussion, her voice trembling slightly. There's something even weirder. When there's no one home, the attic always makes strange noises. Yesterday, when I was talking with two sisters from next door in the yard, there were clearly only the three of us, but we clearly heard a fourth woman's sigh. Just then, a semi-transparent ghost woman wearing an apron from decades ago happened to float by them. Seeming attracted by the topic, she naturally chimed in, "Yes, it is quite scary. My husband used to say there was movement in the attic, but I didn't believe him." After saying this, she shook her head and floated away, carrying an illusory vegetable basket. Luca watched this scene silently from not far away, the corner of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. He saw quite a few similar incidents while wandering around. Overall, these ghosts that had suddenly appeared in large numbers didn't seem to have any malice. Their very existence had already begun to seep into the daily lives of the townspeople in various ways, causing some harmless trouble and topics of conversation. To some extent, it had enriched the town's repository of supernatural legends, and gossip among the residents seemed more active. Walking and walking, he unknowingly arrived near the gate of the city of St. Ilia. Luca remembered the king of St. Ilia, who had been eroded by the evil god's power, and then purified by him, and he couldn't help but feel concerned. He asked the guards at the gate about the king's recent condition. The guard recognized Luca and replied respectfully, "Lord Luca, His Majesty the King has no major health issues, and the court physician says he is recovering very well. However, His Majesty seems to have suffered quite a shock. He has forgotten the memories from about half a month ago up until the time you saved him, but he is quite clear-headed otherwise." A thought stirred in Luca's heart, and he decided to enter the city to see the king's state for himself. Entering the familiar palace again, Luca discovered that there were quite a few ghosts here as well. In the corridors, in the courtyards, and even in the corners of some rooms, one could see floating or stationary transparent figures. Luca tried his best to keep his eyes straight ahead as he followed the attendant to the audience hall. The king of St. Ilia was sitting on the throne, reviewing some documents. He looked much better than last time. His face had regained its color, and his eyes were clear and bright. "Oh, it's you, hero Luca." Seeing Luca enter, the king appeared very happy and warmly beckoned him forward. Come, sit. "Thanks to you this time, although I can't remember some details, I know you were the one who repelled the threat." Luca bowed as instructed and sat in the guest seat. While exchanging pleasantries, he couldn't help but glance around the king. Good heavens, on his left shoulder lay a small ghost wearing an ancient maid's outfit and yawning. On his right shoulder sat an old ghost wearing heavy librarian attire, napping while holding a transparent book. Above his crown floated a ghost wearing Imperial Guard armor, standing guard with a serious expression. Adding the three ghosts together, the weight didn't look light at all. "Ah, Your Majesty, how have you been feeling lately? Have you had any special sensations?" Luca tried hard to control his expression, keeping his eyes from darting around, and asked tactfully. "My body? I feel very good. I can eat and sleep well, and I have energy to handle state affairs." The king patted his chest, but then frowned, moving his shoulders and neck in confusion. "It's just. I don't know why, but lately I always feel a bit heavy on my shoulders and head, as if something is pressing down on me. The court physician can't find the cause, only saying it might be a sequela of the previous shock and requires rest." "Luca. Of course it's heavy. Your Majesty. You have one on your left shoulder, one on your right, and one on top of your head. There are three ghosts clinging to you." Luca complained wildly in his heart, feeling as if his own cervical spine was starting to ache for the king. Watching the king's earnestly confused expression as he tried to rotate his neck to relieve the discomfort, Luca suddenly felt that staying here for one more second was torture. He quickly stood up and made an excuse. "Seeing that Your Majesty is in good health, I am relieved. I suddenly remembered some urgent matters that need to be handled, so please forgive me for taking my leave." "Oh? Is it that urgent? I wanted to host a banquet for you." The king said with some regret. Next time for sure. Your Majesty, take care of yourself and remember to rest more. Luca left the audience hall as if fleeing, and behind him, he could still hear the king muttering in confusion, "Sigh, why does it feel like my shoulders are even heavier?" When he returned to the town inn, he found that Alice had already woken up. She was standing on the street in front of the inn, her back to him, her arms tightly crossed over her chest, her silver hair gently fluttering in the afternoon breeze. She stood with her eyes closed, straight as a board, but her slightly tense shoulders and the strength with which she was gripping her own arms betrayed her extremely turbulent heart. Luca was just about to step forward to greet her. "Don't stop for a single moment." Alice turned around abruptly and snapped her eyes open. It was that eye-rolling state again, where she exerted too much force, and only the whites of her eyes were visible. She stared straight at Luca, growling in a voice that was almost gnashing her teeth, but carried an unquestionable tone of command immediately. "At once. Leave this place." Luca was so startled by this sudden wide-eyed gaze that he took half a step back. "Don't scare me like that. Your expression and tone are scarier than all the ghosts in the street." Alice seemed not to hear his complaint, or perhaps she had no time to care. Her white eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, her body trembling imperceptibly. Her voice became more urgent, even carrying signs of an impending breakdown. "Less chatter. Go. Now. Immediately. At once. I don't want to stay in this for even a moment longer. I'm going to. Looking at her like this, Luca found it both funny and helpless, but he also knew that this place was indeed not suitable for a long stay, mainly for the sake of the demon lord's mental state. All right, let's go, leaving immediately." He nodded quickly, returned to the inn to settle the bill, grabbed their few belongings, and then, pulling Alice, who was radiating an aura of "run away," the two of them rushed out of the town as if chased by a flood beast, heading northwest, and set off on the road to the Forest of Elves without looking back. Chapter 41 Forest of Elves. The journey to the Forest of Elves was longer than expected. As darkness fell once again, they had to camp for the night in a sheltered mountain call in the wilderness. The campfire crackled, dispelling the chill and dampness of the forest, while also casting the long, flickering shadows of the two figures. With nothing else to do, Luca gazed at the dancing flames, recalling some fragmented rumors he had heard in the city of St. Ilia, as well as stories he had heard long ago. He looked at Alice, who was nibbling on a piece of toasted flatbread opposite him, and tried to start a conversation. "Alice, I've heard a legend circulating among humans," Luca said slowly, weighing his words. "It is said that the first angel who betrayed the goddess Ilias and fell from heaven transformed into the first-generation demon king in the lower realm. This version of the story is quite common in human myths and epics. On your side, or rather, in the traditions of monsters and the demon king, how is the origin story passed down? After all, the person before him was the genuine current demon king, and in a sense, a direct descendant of the historical figures involved, so the information she possessed should be closer to the source." Upon hearing this, Alice stopped chewing, her golden eyes flashing with a hint of disdain in the firelight. She swallowed her food and said clearly in a mocking tone, "The legend you speak of is nothing more than something deliberately fabricated by later generations of humans to disparage the demon race. They depict the demon king as a fallen loser to rationalize their rejection and crusade against monsters." She took a sip from her water skin, her tone becoming a bit calmer. "Ilias was born from the concepts and laws of light, and is a manifestation of one side of the world. And the first-generation demon king originated from the concept of darkness, which is the opposite of light, and is the embodiment of the other side of possibility. They are like the two indispensable sides of a coin, existing at the same level. Between them, there has never been a superior-subordinate, or dependent relationship, let alone any talk of betrayal or falling." Luca silently digested this version, which overturned his previous understanding. Alice fell into a brief recollection and continued softly, "A long time ago, after the first-generation demon king passed the throne to the second demon king, she disappeared completely. No one knows where she went." She looked up at the starry sky, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Perhaps she returned to the root of darkness that gave birth to her, returning to the heavens. Or perhaps she has always been in some form, in a place we cannot see, silently guarding the demon race, watching the path we choose. The firelight danced, illuminating Alice's exquisite profile. At this moment, she was not the travel companion who was always a bit tsundere and awkward, nor was she the coward who would be scared faint by ghosts, but a true ruler bearing the entire history, heritage, and future expectations of the demon realm. This weight seemed too heavy for a girl like her. Luca reached out, hesitated for a moment, and then gently ruffled Alice's soft silver hair. Alice's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't dodge. Her ear tips just twitched, and she muttered something under her breath. Luca smiled, withdrew his hand, and changed the subject. All right, that's enough of a history lesson for now. Teacher Alice, is there any new swordsmanship suitable for me to learn now? The journey is long, so it's a good time to practice. Alice immediately perked up, her melancholy instantly replaced by the urge to teach. She stood up with a swish, brushed the crumbs off her hands, and her eyes lit up. Humph, I suppose you have some ambition. As it happens, I have a quite exquisite sword technique that is very suitable for your current stage, where you have plenty of strength, but your technique and variety could still use some polishing. She walked to a relatively open patch of grass, and began to demonstrate for Luca. Her figure moved suddenly, her arms blurring into afterimages in an extremely short instant, and several sharp, piercing sounds echoed in the air. Watch closely, Alice said, finishing her stance with steady breath. In an instant, with the smallest range of motion and the highest efficiency, unleash 6 consecutive strikes at different angles and target points. Each strike requires concentrated force and will, providing predictive coverage against the routes the enemy might use to defend or dodge, or simultaneously striking multiple vital points on a single target. Luca's eyes lit up as he watched. This technique, which emphasized extreme speed, precision, and instantaneous explosive multiple attacks, truly opened up new ways of thinking for him. Previously, he had focused more on the concentration of power, the steadiness of his moves, and destructive force. This type of rapid strike technique could greatly enrich his attack methods, especially when facing multiple enemies, or when rapid suppression was needed. This move belongs to a type of rapid strike technique in Demon Realm swordsmanship, called Dead Sword Chaotic Stars. Alice introduced it, her tone filled with pride. The one who created this sword technique was a legendary 6-armed demon swordsman named Gala. Legend has it that in one encounter, he faced a full-strength charge from an elite human knight order. Stop. Luca immediately raised his hand to interrupt, as he could probably guess the bloody description that would follow. The story is great, very shocking, thank you, don't tell it. Luca really didn't want to have concrete images of meat chunks, or the like in his mind while learning a new move. Alice blinked and nodded readily, understood. As an excellent magic swordsman deeply valued by the Demon King, I will carefully consider the opinions you have raised. She patted Luca on the shoulder with a straight face. Luca. Actually, he didn't want to be a magic swordsman that much. Early the next morning. After crossing the last hill, a boundless, lush forest that seemed to connect heaven and earth suddenly appeared before them. This is the Forest of Elves. Luca stood at the edge of the forest and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Completely different from the forest he had imagined, the trees before him were exceptionally tall and dense, their canopies blocking out the sky, vines coiling like giant pythons among them, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants growing vigorously beneath the trees, forming an almost impenetrable green barrier. Let alone an entrance, there wasn't even a decent path to be seen. Everywhere he looked was filled with a vitality so vigorous it was almost wild. It's not just the wind spirit Sylph who lives in this place, Alice reminded him from beside him. This ancient forest is inhabited by a wide variety of elves, nature spirits, and those troublesome little things, pixies. This is their home. Although most pixies are not evil by nature and usually won't actively harm humans who wander in, Alice paused, her golden eyes glancing at Luca with a subtle tone, but they are extremely unwelcoming to outsiders, especially humans. Moreover, the pixie's greatest hobby is playing pranks. You'd better be mentally prepared. She looked at the impenetrable entrance of the forest, then at Luca, and made a decision. I won't go in with you. As the Demon King, entering rashly will cause unnecessary trouble. Luca nodded in understanding, took a deep breath, and stepped alone into the deep, boundless green. The light inside the forest immediately became dim and dappled, and the air was moist and fresh, filled with a mixture of scents from soil, decaying leaves, and exotic flowers. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the occasional crisp birdsong, and the rustling of wind through the treetops. Not long after he started walking, trouble arrived. He. A small, shimmering figure suddenly dove down from the leaves overhead, heading straight for Luca's nose. It was a pixie, only the size of a palm, with transparent wings on its back and a playful appearance, wearing a wicked grin as if its prank had succeeded. Luca reacted extremely quickly, tilting his head to avoid it, while his right hand shot out like lightning. A white light flashed, the pixie let out a "yeah" sound, transformed into a butterfly, and flew away with a giggle. Continuing forward, the light distorted, and a female elf with a lithe figure, wearing simple green armor and holding a slender wooden bow, appeared instantly before Luca, as if she had separated from the tree trunk. Her ears were long and pointed, her face beautiful but cold as ice, and her emerald green eyes stared at Luca vigilantly. Her wooden bow was already fully drawn, and a bright green energy arrow was gathering on the string. Human. Stop immediately and leave the forest. The elf guard's voice was crisp and cold, carrying an unquestionable tone of expulsion. Luca didn't want to cause a conflict and quickly explained, "Please wait, I have no malicious intent. I am here to seek the help of the wind spirit Sylph." But the elf guard clearly had no intention of listening to explanations, perhaps because the forest had not been peaceful recently and her nerves were extra tense. Intruder. Retreat. The arrow was already locked onto Luca. Luca felt helpless, knowing that verbal explanations were useless. His eyes narrowed, and the moment the elf guard released the arrow, his figure swayed slightly. While dodging the arrow, the Gog sword was already unsheathed by half an inch. A soft but swift sword light poured out, enveloping the elf guard like a net. The light flashed and vanished. In her place, the tall and cold elf guard was gone. Replacing her was a tiny elf guard, only the size of a thumb, lifelike, wearing miniature green armor, standing on a large leaf with a bewildered look on her face. The bow and arrow in her hand had also shrunk proportionally, looking a bit cute. Ha! Eh! The tiny elf guard looked down at herself, then looked up at the giant like Luca, her face full of shock and confusion, clearly not understanding what had happened. Luca squatted down, trying to make his voice as gentle as possible. "Can you listen to me now? I am truly not an attacker." The tiny elf guard finally calmed down a bit. She sensed her own state and found that, apart from her size shrinking, and her magic power not circulating smoothly, she hadn't been harmed or bound. She looked up, her small face still carrying vigilance, but her tone had softened considerably. "You indeed don't look like a malicious attacker. So, human, what is it that you have trespassed into the forest of elves for?" "I am here to seek the help of the wind spirit Sylph," Luca repeated. "Seeking the help of Lady Sylph?" The tiny elf guard pondered for a moment. "So that's it. The last time a human came to pay respects to the wind spirit was hundreds of years ago." She seemed to accept this reason. "Attacking you without a word earlier was my dereliction of duty. I am truly sorry." The tiny elf guard apologized very straightforwardly, her attitude serious. "Because the forest hasn't been peaceful recently, with unidentified monsters appearing and attacking elves and pixies, my nerves were a bit too tense, and I mistook you for a threat as well." Unidentified monsters. Luca caught the key information. "Yes, exactly what it is, we are completely unclear." The tiny elf guard shook her head, her small face showing worry. "It is elusive, but what is certain is that it is related to plants, possibly some kind of mutated plant-type monster, and is very dangerous." "Understood. If I encounter it, I will do my best to exterminate it," Luca offered. "I appreciate your good intentions, human hero." The tiny elf guard looked at Luca and warned in a serious tone, however, that monster is very bizarre and powerful. It is extremely aggressive, whether it is humans, elves, pixies, or other monsters, as long as it encounters them, it will launch an attack and attempt to devour them. We cannot have any dialogue with it, and it is doubtful whether it has any real consciousness or feelings. We have already reported the situation, and are preparing to file an appeal to the Demon King's castle, requesting investigation and assistance. For your own safety, if you encounter it, do not try to fight it, it is best to stay far away. Ah, I understand, thank you for the reminder. Luca nodded without saying much, but he had already noted this in his heart. If he really encountered an existence that threatened the peace of the forest, he might not stand idly by. Just as their conversation temporarily came to a halt and the atmosphere was a bit silent, the soil under the shade of a tree nearby suddenly churned, and two tiny figures, only half a finger high, emerged, blinking their big eyes curiously as they looked over. "Wow, it's a human," the pixie on the left said in a shrill voice. "It's a human, a real live human," the pixie on the right echoed. "Hey! You too!" The tiny elf guard immediately jumped up, anxious and angry. "Didn't I say that there are monsters appearing recently and you aren't allowed to run around? How did you sneak out again?" "Wow, elf sister!" The pixie on the left pointed excitedly at the shrunken elf guard. "You've become a tiny pixie like us. You've become a tiny elf, how cute." The pixie on the right clapped. "That kind of thing doesn't matter at all." The tiny elf guard stomped her feet in anger. "You two, go home right now. It's dangerous here." "Oh, elf sister," the pixie on the left suddenly revealed a cunning smile, pointing to the large leaf under the elf guard's feet. "Take a step forward, why don't you? Take a step forward. Just one step." The pixie on the right urged, her eyes sparkling. Step forward." The tiny elf guard was in the middle of a lecture and without thinking much, subconsciously followed their words and took a small step toward the edge of the leaf. The center of the leaf beneath her feet, which looked thick and large, suddenly collapsed without warning, revealing an exquisite little pit that had been dug out who knows when. "Yeah!" The tiny elf guard shrieked, and she instantly fell into that little pit. Her voice came muffled from below, "You two troublemakers. Just you wait. I won't spare you when I get up." Yay! The pixie twins have defeated the elf sister. The two pixies were overjoyed and high-fived each other. Then they turned their heads in unison, staring at Luca with sparkling eyes, rubbing their hands together, and shouted in unison, "The pixie twins are going to defeat this human too." As they spoke, they flapped their little wings from left and right, charging aggressively toward Luca's nose. "Luca!" He extended two fingers, and before the two pixies reached his nose, he gently flicked each of their smooth foreheads in turn. "Ouch! Ouch!" The two pixies cried out in pain simultaneously, clutching their instantly reddened foreheads, and retreated a few steps with teary eyes. Luca walked to the edge of the little pit, carefully brushed away the camouflaging leaves and loose soil at the edge, and saw the tiny elf guard at the bottom of the pit, dazed, rubbing her bottom, and looking furious. He extended his finger, let her climb onto his fingertip, and then lifted her out of the pit. Thank you." The tiny elf guard was still a bit dizzy. Immediately, her gaze locked onto the two pixies who were preparing to sneak away quietly, and the anger on her small face reignited. "You two, don't run." She didn't even bother saying more to Luca. She jumped off his fingertip, grabbed her miniature wooden bow, and chased after them with small steps, furiously. "Stop right there. Today I will definitely hang you on the treetops to reflect." "Wow! Elf sister is angry, run. Run, run." The two pixies shrieked, turned into two specks of light, and zipped into the nearby grass. The tiny elf guard also turned into a beam of green light and chased after them relentlessly. Soon, the noise and the sounds of the chase disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 42, Sylph. Luca continued to explore deeper into the forest of elves. The humus layer underfoot was thick and soft, and the moss-covered tree roots were twisted and tangled, requiring extra caution. The surrounding light grew dimmer and hazier as the trees became taller and denser, with only scattered pillars of light casting down from gaps in the towering canopy, like stairways of light leading to a mysterious realm. Just as Luca was focused on identifying the direction, a sensation of unusual softness and slight elasticity suddenly came from under his feet, followed by "Wah!" A short, shrill exclamation came from beneath his boot. Startled, Luca quickly moved his foot away and looked down. He saw that where he had stepped, a few heart-shaped, emerald-green leaves were pressed flat. Beneath the leaves, a cute pixie, only about the length of his thumb, and wearing a little skirt made of petals, was sitting up dizzily. Her transparent wings were stained with a bit of mud, and she was rubbing her head with her little fists, her large amber eyes brimming with tears as she glared indignantly at the culprit. Are you okay? Sorry. I didn't notice you." Luca hurriedly knelt halfway, carefully scooping the pixie into his palm with his fingertips. He leaned in to examine her closely, afraid that his action just now might have caused some serious injury to this fragile little life. The pixie swayed in his warm palm, shook her dirt-stained wings, and touched her little head again. After confirming there was no serious injury, she let out a sigh of relief, but still put her hands on her hips and accused him with a childish voice that tried hard to sound fierce. "Pixies are very afraid of that big, bad monster outside, so that's why I was hiding under the flower bushes. The nectar here is very sweet, and the leaves are thick and soft, it's the safest hiding place. And yet I still got stepped on by your so big foot. You scared me to death." She used her little hands to gesture a ridiculously large circle. Knowing he was in the wrong, Luca was very sincere. "I'm sorry, it was my negligence, I wasn't looking carefully while walking. I'm truly sorry for scaring you." He gently blew the fine dust off the pixie's wings, moving as softly as possible. Seeing Luca's sincere apology, the pixie's anger came and went quickly. She puffed out her small chest, flapped her wings, which had regained their luster, and flew out of Luca's palm, hovering before him. She waved her hand. Forget it. Since you're so polite and so worried, I won't hold it against you. Pixies are very magnanimous." She flew around Luca, sizing up this strange, gentle human. Then, as if remembering something, she flew into the calyx of a lily of the valley nearby and struggled to carry out an exquisite little acorn that was almost as big as her own body, with a smooth surface and natural wood grain. She flew back in front of Luca, holding out the acorn with both hands, a smile on her face. "So, this is for you." "Thank you." Luca was a bit surprised, but he solemnly took the small, cute acorn with the thumb and index finger of both hands, being very careful. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, carrying the fresh scent of the forest. "What is this?" he asked curiously. The moment he accepted the acorn, the seemingly ordinary object suddenly emitted a circle of soft, vibrant emerald green light in his palm. The light was not blinding. Like a warm stream, it flowed lightly along the meridians of his palm, into his arm, and then spread throughout his entire body. Luca could clearly feel a gentle and pure natural energy seeping into his body. This energy had no aggressiveness or forcefulness, it was full of friendliness and acceptance. He hesitated slightly, but did not mobilize his power to stop or resist it. The warm energy flowed through his limbs and bones, finally settling quietly. When Luca looked at the surrounding forest again, he felt there was a subtle difference. The trees, vines, and flowers that were originally just scenery now seemed to have a touch of indescribable familiarity. This is the mark that pixies give to true friends. The pixie spun happily in the air and explained, "Now, Big Brother is also a friend recognized by the forest. Thank you, this gift is very precious, I will treasure it as a treasure." Luca thanked her sincerely and carefully put away the now calm acorn. "Well then, I'm going to continue looking for my other friends who are hiding. Big Brother, you should also be careful. I heard the deep forest hasn't been peaceful lately." The pixie waved her little hand. You all take care too." Luca also waved goodbye to her. Bye-bye, the pixie who gave him the acorn said goodbye. Bye-bye, another little head poked out from under a nearby mushroom umbrella. Bye-bye, big brother. A soft, high-pitched farewell also came from behind a cluster of blooming bluebells. It turned out there were quite a few pixies hiding nearby, watching him cautiously. Luca smiled, waved again, turned around and continued forward. Deepest part of the forest of elves. The scenery here was different from the outer layers. The trees were no longer crowded, instead, they became sparse and towering, their canopies stretching out to form a vast green firmament at a great height. In the very center was an ancient tree of indescribable size, its trunk would probably require dozens of people to encircle, and its bark had a texture like gold and iron. Right under this ancient tree, a tiny young girl wearing a light dress colored like fresh green leaves and pale yellow flower stamens was flying about. She had long, translucent, light green hair, with pointed ears peeking out from among the strands, and 2 pairs of cloak-like wings on her back. She slowly flew to a height level with Luca's gaze, her amber eyes pure and innocent, looking at Luca with curiosity. A human? What business does a human have coming here? Her voice was ethereal and melodious, like the crisp sound of wind blowing through wind chimes, while carrying the innocence of a child. Are you Miss Sylph? Luca asked politely. That's right, I am Sylph. Sylph spun lightly in the air, her skirt and hair stirring up a tiny breeze. What do you need me for? Humans rarely make it this far. My name is Luca, and I am well, let's say a hero. Luca weighed his words, preparing to explain his purpose. I embarked on this journey to realize, between humans and monsters. I totally can't understand what you're saying. Sylph blinked her large eyes and interrupted Luca quite bluntly, her little face full of confusion. It's so complicated, I'd better ask the wind. She said this, closed her eyes, hovered in the air, and tilted her head slightly, as if listening to something. After a moment, Sylph opened her eyes, a flash of understanding in her emerald eyes. She nodded and said in a tone of sudden realization, so that's it. To make the world a better place, so you want to find a way for everyone to live in peace. That's a very gentle thought. She flew in front of Luca, her small nose wrinkling slightly as she sniffed carefully, and then she broke into a radiant smile. And you smell very clean. There is no scent of greed or evil. You don't want to use your power to do bad things. Then, Sylph suddenly backed away a distance, put her hands on her hips, and struck a pose as if she were about to conduct a serious assessment. Let's fight. The rules are simple. If you can touch me once, even if it's just your fingertip touching the corner of my dress, I will lend you the power of the wind to help you complete your journey. Just once. Luca confirmed. That's it. Sylph nodded vigorously, her expression serious. As soon as she finished speaking, a refreshing yet powerful current of air suddenly generated, centered around Sylph's tiny body. An exceptionally solid, agile wind barrier that seemed to have a consciousness of its own. The airflow rotated and flowed at high speed within a half-meter radius around her, forming a seemingly transparent, yet impenetrable circular domain, securely protecting her inside. Inside the barrier, her hair and dress only fluttered slightly, while the airflow outside the barrier carried a distinct whistling sound. Luca did not rush to attack, he observed carefully. Then, he tentatively drew Gog and, with only ordinary speed and force, thrust his sword flatly toward the wind barrier at Sylph's side. Ding! An extremely slight sound, as if the sword tip had tapped on a wind chime, rang out. Luca felt a sensation of density, flexibility, constant flow, and force deflection coming from the sword tip. His sword tip had only pierced less than an inch into the barrier before it could advance no further. All his force was skillfully dispersed and diverted by the high-speed, layered wind currents, and the barrier itself didn't even shake. Oh? Luca was slightly surprised. He see that? Sylph wrinkled her little nose triumphantly inside the barrier, her amber eyes curving into crescents. My wind is very obedient and very powerful. Any attack, whether it's blades or magic, is very hard to hit me directly. They will be blown away, pushed aside, or bypassed by my wind. Seemingly to prove it, she added another sentence with a hint of showing off. Besides, my wind doesn't just defend, it can also counterattack very, very lightly, just like this. Before she finished speaking, Luca felt the wind swirling around him suddenly change direction. The breeze that had been flowing naturally instantly took on a clear intent. The gentle yet omnipresent wind brushed against his arms, waist, and the backs of his knees. It was like countless mischievous little hands, gently pushing, pulling, and tickling, attempting to disrupt his balance, distract his attention, and make him stand unsteadily or even stumble. Subconsciously following a gust of wind pushing from in front of him, Luca naturally took a small step forward. However, the moment his foot landed, because Sylph had used most of her power for controlling the wind on this all-encompassing, gentle yet annoying harassment, the airtight defensive barrier around her disappeared. The hand Luca had extended forward, along with his leaning body, naturally stretched out. His fingertips lightly and deftly touched the hem of Sylph's dress. The sensation was cool and soft, carrying the fragrance of grass and flowers. The wind stopped. Luca maintained his leaning, reaching out posture. Sylph hovered blankly in place, her large amber eyes blinking. She looked down at the hem of her dress that had been touched, then looked up at Luca, who was inches away, as if her brain had crashed for a few seconds. Then, wah! That's too much. Sneaky. Too sneaky. Sylph's small face instantly flushed bright red. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she recoiled sharply, dancing wildly in the air, both angry and anxious, her voice laced with tears. How could you do this? How could you attack me while I was using the wind to play? No, to distract you. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. You cheated. She simply curled into a ball in the air, rolling around, her long silver-green hair and dress a tangled mess, clearly unable to accept that her perfect defense had been broken in such a way. Luca withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat amused yet helpless, and tried to explain. Sylph was still sulking, but her voice gradually grew quieter, and her rolling movements slowed down. An elf's emotions seemed to come and go quickly. After a while, she seemed to feel a bit embarrassed about making such a fuss, slowly stopped, tidied her hair and dress, and flew back in front of Luca. Although her small mouth was still slightly pouted, most of her anger had dissipated, returning to that clear curiosity. Sorry. Seeing her mood improve, Luca tentatively said again. Humph, this time I'll just say you were lucky. Sylph turned her face away, but soon turned back, her face once again wearing that carefree smile, as if what had just happened never occurred. However, since you touched me, a promise is a promise. I, Sylph, keep my word. Looking at her, Luca suddenly recalled her skillful yet clearly awkward handling of the wind just now, the slightly immature way she transitioned between defense and counterattack, and her over-reliance on a single tactical mode, so he couldn't help but ask. Sylph, are you still unable to control and use your power very well? Upon hearing this, Sylph was not angry at all, instead, her eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Yeah. You notice too. My magic power, it seems like I have quite a lot of it. But I can never control it well. As she spoke, she unconsciously began to dance in the air, her movements light and graceful, like performing an improvised waltz with the wind, her dress hem and hair trailing sparks of faint light. Making the wind listen is so hard, she said after stopping from a spin, tapping her chin with her finger, distressingly. Sometimes I want them to be gentle, but they just blow wildly. Sometimes I want them to form a solid wall, but they just run off to play. And I'm really not good at fighting. She flew back in front of Luca, her amber eyes gazing earnestly into Luca's eyes. If it were you, would you use my power well? Meeting her gaze, Luca answered solemnly without the slightest hesitation, I will do my best. Sylph listened quietly, the wind swirling gently around her, as if it too were listening. A few seconds later, a smile bloomed on her face, brighter than sunlight piercing through the trees. Yeah. I believe you. She nodded vigorously, then, from now on, we're going to be together forever." Before she finished speaking, her small body suddenly turned into a gust of wind. This gust of wind, like a bird returning to its nest, flew lightly and swiftly toward Luca and merged into his chest. Ugh! Luca's body shuddered slightly. The next moment, the world became completely different in his eyes. The sound of the wind became incredibly clear, rich, and layered. The swaying of distant treetops, the friction of nearby grass blades, the direction of airflow high above, even the faint tremors of underground water moving the air, all information related to the wind turned into listenable language, naturally flowing into his perception. He felt as if the weight of his body had lightened, every movement carrying the fluidity and momentum of the wind. With a slight shift of his mind, he could seemingly perceive a few feet away a beetle struggling to crawl across the back of a leaf, a brightly feathered bird on a branch to his left preening its feathers, the speed of its heartbeat. He could even feel the imperceptible change in airflow caused by the petals of a flower unfolding behind him to his right. He closed his eyes, immersed in this brand new, marvelous perception connected to the winds of heaven and earth. The world was no longer purely a visual picture, but a three-dimensional map woven from countless airflows, vibrations, sounds, and breaths. The sense of lightness made him feel as if he had shed invisible shackles, and the sense of freedom gave birth to a thought: as long as he wished, he could go anywhere the wind reached. In this mysterious state, his consciousness extended unconsciously, resonating with the active space around him. The air beside him, like a calm water surface with a stone thrown into it, began to ripple with transparent waves. Immediately after, a subtle spatial rift slowly appeared and opened. Luca's body seemed to be attracted by this rift, beginning to spontaneously and extremely slowly merge into it. Just at this moment. "Wow! You're inside, it's so spacious, so warm, it's really comfortable." Sylph's crisp, ethereal voice, filled with surprise and joy, rang directly in the depths of his consciousness, like a small stone thrown into the lake of his heart, breaking that near-selfless state of immersion. Luca opened his eyes abruptly, instantly waking from the trance. He immediately perceived the spatial rift opening beside him, and the signs of his body being pulled into it. Startled, he quickly reined in his focus, forcibly severing the unconscious resonant connection with space. Lacking support, the rift flickered a few times and quickly closed and vanished, as if it had never appeared. Luca stood in place, taking a few deep breaths to calm his somewhat agitated emotions and power. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Not yet, there are still many things to do in this world. The journey is far from over, and it's not yet time to leave." "Sylph," he thought silently, while conveying sincere gratitude, "thank you for lending me your power, and thank you for trusting me." "Huh? What are you thanking me for?" Sylph's voice responded directly in his consciousness, laced with confusion, "Aren't we together now? Helping each other is what we're supposed to do." Luca didn't explain further, just let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. He tried to conjure a pair of hands in his mind with a wisp of his consciousness, and then, he vigorously rubbed the lively, agile figure in his consciousness. "Hey! Why are you suddenly rubbing my head?" Sylph muttered a protest in his mind. Luca smiled and withdrew his consciousness. It felt good, round, warm, and carried the freshness of the wind. He had wanted to rub this innocent and cute wind elf like this for a long time. Chapter 43, Synthetic Traiant. At the entrance to the Forest of Elves, sunlight was filtered through the dense foliage, falling in dappled spots. Alice was squatting on a small clearing, bored out of her mind. In her hand, she held a long, thin stick she had picked up from somewhere, poking at the soft soil listlessly, scratching meaningless lines and circles into it. When she caught a glimpse of Luca emerging from the dark woods out of the corner of her eye, she immediately dropped the stick, stood up, and hurried over. Before Luca could even greet her, she naturally reached out with her small hand, still dirty and stained with wet mud from playing in the dirt, and patted Luca's clean robe, leaving a few faint fingerprints, her tone sounding rather matter-of-fact. "Oh, you're out. Looks like everything is fine, and you successfully obtained the power of Sylph." Luca looked down at the muddy handprints on his lapel, raised an eyebrow, and casually grabbed a corner of Alice's skirt. With a natural motion, He wiped the dust and grass stains from his arms and lapel, both the ones she had just added and the ones that were already there, while nodding. Yeah, thanks to you, it went fairly smoothly. After wiping his hands, he let go of the skirt and looked at Alice, his tone sincere. Thank you, Alice. It was because you told me about the four spirits and Sylph that I was able to find her. Alice looked at the hem of her skirt that had been used as a rag, her little mouth pouting slightly as she prepared to reach out and pinch Luca's cheek. Just then, Luca felt the breeze that had been flowing steadily around them, carrying the unique, fresh scent of the forest, suddenly, and without warning, become chaotic. The airflow, which had been gentle against their faces, turned sharp and disordered. What was even more unsettling was that the wind carried an extremely faint, yet heterogeneous aura that made Luca instantly alert. The relaxed expression on Luca's face vanished, and he frowned slightly. A monster. This feeling. Alice's movement to pinch his cheek also froze, and her golden eyes flashed with confusion and gravity. A monster. How strange. This is the habitat of the elves and pixies. Ordinary monsters shouldn't be able to, nor should they ever, invade this place. No, Luca interrupted her analysis, his tone certain. It feels completely different from any monster we've encountered before. He recalled the warning from the elf guard in the forest, that unknown, indiscriminate, plant-like monster. It's here. Luca turned his head sharply, his gaze locking onto a swaying area of shadows in the northeast side of the forest. I know. Alice's voice was deeper than usual, carrying clear irritation. What exactly is this unpleasant feeling? It's disgusting. Boom. Accompanied by a dull roar, like a giant tree falling mixed with the sound of turf being violently torn apart, that thing smashed through several low-lying shrubs as thick as bowls and appeared in their line of sight. The sight before them left both Luca and Alice silent for a moment. It barely retained a humanoid outline, but rather than a creature, it was more like a terrifying construct forcibly parasitized, covered, and remodeled by countless frantically growing plants. Thick, thorny, dark brown vines were wrapped around its torso and limbs, and the gaps were filled with vividly colored, twisted ferns, moss, and fungi. Some parts even bloomed with strange flowers that emitted a sweet, rotten scent. The head was wrapped in thick leaves and vines, with only the eyes exposed, but there were no pupils, no spark of life, only a hollow, dead silence that revealed no emotion or consciousness belonging to a sentient being. Its way of moving was also extremely bizarre, as if vines were pulling at the remaining bones inside to force it to move, each step accompanied by a stiff, staggering gait, and the rustling sound of plants rubbing together. Alice, do you recognize this monster? I don't know. Alice's answer was crisp and direct, her tone unusually cold, and the expression on her face was more serious than ever as her golden eyes stared fixedly at the monster. I am the Demon King. In this world, theoretically, there shouldn't be any monster I don't know about. She paused, her voice tinged with confusion, but I really don't know what on earth this thing is. No sooner had she finished speaking than the monster, covered in twisted plants, locked onto them. Without any warning, several of its thickest vines shot out like vipers, their tips sharp as spears, stabbing directly at Luca and Alice. At the same time, several huge, vivid flowers on its chest suddenly bloomed, spraying a mist of pollen that shimmered with an ominous phosphorescent glow, and carried a pungent, sweet scent, which began to spread. Luca shifted his body slightly, dodging the vines thrust by a hair's breadth. Alice let out a cold snort, and her tail swept out like a steel whip, creating a sharp current of air that precisely swept away the vines aimed at her and dispersed the pollen mist. Alice's expression darkened completely, and the pressure belonging to the Demon King began to spread uncontrollably, as if the surrounding air had frozen. She took a step forward, her voice cold enough to freeze fire. Do you know what happens to those who attack the Demon King? Without waiting for an answer, Alice's tail rose again. This time, she just swiped it casually toward the monster. Boom! The monster's body was lifted off the ground and sent flying into the air. However, this was only the beginning. Alice raised her hand, palm facing upward. A spark of purple-black fire danced on her fingertips, and the next instant. Whoosh! With the monster at its center, a violent tornado connecting heaven and earth erupted from thin air, carrying destructive purple-black flames. The deep purple-black flames burned silently, yet emitted a terrifying heat that felt as if it could incinerate the soul. The tornado pulled in everything around it, soil, gravel, broken branches, and even the air itself. The trees throughout the forest of elves swayed frantically under the residual force of this strike, leaning in the opposite direction and groaning under the unbearable strain. The vortex of flames, scorching enough to distort vision, completely swallowed the plant monster. The vines carbonized instantly in the high heat, shattering and withering into ash, and all the plants parasitic upon it turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the fire tornado slowly dissipated, the synthetic tree ant fell heavily to the ground. All that remained was a scorched crater, and in the crater, the monster, half of its body gone, its remaining torso covered in cracks and embers, was still twitching slightly, attempting to support its broken body with the few remaining charred vines. Its hollow eyes were still looking in the direction of Luca and the others. Luca couldn't help but exclaim, "It can still move even with half its body gone. That vitality is truly tenacious." He stepped forward, blocking Alice, who was about to strike again. "Alice, let me handle this one." "What foolish things are you saying?" Alice frowned, looking at him with confusion. "This guy is clearly not right, there's something strange about it." "Let me finish it." "Didn't you say it yourself?" Luca interrupted her. "All monsters are your cute subordinates. Isn't it more appropriate for me, the hero, to fight the monster?" He paused and looked toward the depths of the forest. "Besides, I promised the pixies and the elf guard in the forest that if I encountered any monsters harming the forest, I would do my best to exterminate them. This is my promise." Alice looked at his profile, then back at the remains struggling in the crater, exuding an ominous aura, and was silent for a few seconds. Eventually, the terrifying pressure around her slowly subsided, and her tail drooped down. "Understood, I will step back. You be careful." Luca nodded and turned to face the half-charred synthetic tree ant. Its remaining parts still radiated intense hostility, and the few remaining vines, like dying vipers, were poised to strike. "Perfect," Luca whispered to himself. "I'll test out Sylph's power." He focused his mind, attempting to communicate with, feel, and guide the power of the wind within him. Almost the instant the thought arose. With Luca as the center, a strong, solid whirlwind generated out of thin air. The whirlwind picked up fallen leaves and dust from the ground, precisely circling around Luca to form a flowing wind barrier. Wind blades flickered in and out of view within the airflow, emitting a faint humming sound. "Wow! Luca! How did you do that?" Sylph's crisp, surprised voice immediately rang in his mind, full of disbelief. "I haven't even actively helped you communicate with the wind yet. How were you able to summon such obedient wind all by yourself?" She seemed a bit disheartened. "If you do that, doesn't it make me redundant?" Luca chuckled and replied, "I just tried to wave them around like I would my own arm." That's true." Sylph thought for a moment, then quickly became happy again, enthusiastically starting to introduce. "Oh right. Let me tell you, I have excellent compatibility with plant-type monsters. I can summon strong winds to help you blow away those annoying pollen, spores, and all kinds of mind-altering scents or magic eye effects. And my wind wall is very sturdy, it can help you block physical attacks like vines, thorns, and the like. How about that? Impressive, right?" Her tone was cheerful, but toward the end, she added in a slightly quieter voice, "Although it seems you can do these things yourself too." Luca interrupted her self-pity, conjuring a hand in his mind to gently pat her little head. "Perfect, Sylph. I'll leave the rest to you. Help me block its attacks, can you?" Feeling Luca's trust and need, Sylph instantly revived at full health, her voice full of energy. "Okay. Leave it to me. Watch me." At this moment, the last few intact vines on the synthetic trent's remains, coated in a viscous liquid that seemed to be a mixture of plant sap and rot, shot toward Luca again like javelins. However, the moment the vines entered within a 3-foot radius of Luca, swish! 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 Several invisible and incredibly sharp wind blades precisely split off from the surrounding whirlwind and met those vines. With almost no resistance, the tough vines were easily sliced and shredded before the wind blades, slime splashing everywhere, yet not a drop touched Luca. Really impressive, Sylph. Luca praised her sincerely in his heart. Hee, it's nothing, just a small thing. Sylph laughed shyly, but that sense of pride was almost overflowing. The probing was over. Luca's eyes narrowed, he would delay no longer. He stepped forward, his body moving with the wind, his speed so fast that he left a faint afterimage behind. The gog was drawn, and a layer of cyan-green light naturally swirled around the blade. Facing the charred remains that only possessed instinct and were still trying to squirm and pounce on him, Luca didn't use any complex sword techniques. He simply executed a diagonal slash from top to bottom. The sword light, like a cyan-green crescent moon, flashed and vanished. The synthetic trent's remaining body, the moment it was grazed by the sword light, suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless translucent particles. Like a swarm of fireflies rising in the forest on a summer night, they drifted away lightly. Drifting to the ground, they formed a strange and beautiful garden, full of life, blooming with various wildflowers, lush green grass, and even dotted with a few shrubs and small trees. Luca sheathed his sword, looking at this unexpected transformation, lost in thought. Chapter 44, A Bustling City. Alice crouched down, her long silver hair draping over her shoulders, her golden eyes observing the garden with intense, unblinking focus. She extended her slender fingers, carefully poking at a few of the leaves with her fingertips, her brow slightly furrowed. Watching Alice in this state, Luca couldn't help but ask, "Alice, have you discovered anything or do you have any leads regarding the origin of that monster?" Alice pondered for a moment before speaking slowly in a somewhat uncertain tone. "I am currently inclined to believe that this is a special type of parasitic monster. Its main body consists of those wildly proliferating plants with strong corrosive and aggressive properties, while the humanoid shape in the middle is likely just a chosen host." Seeing Luca's expression darken noticeably when he heard the word host, it was clear he had associated it with the worst-case scenario, that the monster might once have been a living person. Alice hurriedly added an explanation, "Don't get the wrong idea. Judging from the residual aura and its state during the battle, the plant's erosion of the host's consciousness is complete and irreversible. The humanoid part, whether it be the flesh or the remaining soul or will, has long since deeply fused with these parasitic plants, or perhaps it is more accurate to say it has been digested and replaced. When it moves, it relies entirely on the instincts of the plants and some kind of imparted command, without the slightest hint of human reaction or emotion." She stood up and brushed the fine dust from her hands. "Therefore, you do not need to bear the psychological burden of having killed a human. That thing ceased to be human the moment the parasitism was complete. Now, it is just something else that has been twisted into existence." Luca listened in silence, his gaze fixed on the pile of remains, the heaviness in his heart not completely dissipating. He pondered and proposed another possibility. "Alice, do you think, is it possible that this is not a monster formed by natural mutation or coincidence, but rather artificially created?" Alice nodded. "That is possible, but..." She changed the subject. "One cannot entirely rule out the possibility of it being a rare, special type of parasitic monster formed by coincidence under specific conditions, although the probability is extremely low. Without more evidence, such as finding its source or creator, both possibilities must be considered." Luca accepted this explanation and nodded, "Understood. Let's keep an eye out as we travel, to see if there are any similar phenomena or related clues." Temporarily setting aside this heavy topic, Luca flexed his wrists and changed the subject. "By the way, the power of the sylph is really amazing." Hearing this, Alice momentarily pulled herself out of her deep thoughts, glanced at Luca, and nodded. "It is indeed amazing. The power of the wind spirit symbolizes freedom and agility. It appears gentle, but it actually contains immense power. Moreover, it is not a power that can be easily controlled. It requires the user to possess considerable control and a clear will. Otherwise..." A slight arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It is very easy to be blown about by the gale you summoned yourself, or even swept up into the sky. I was actually looking forward to seeing you get flustered by your own wind, or flying away like a kite with a broken string. I didn't expect you to adapt so quickly. Luca heard the teasing in her tone, and couldn't help but smile. Sorry to disappoint you, Demon Lord. I still have many shortcomings and need to practice and reflect more. Just as the two were talking, a faint rustling sound came from the depths of the shade nearby. Luca's reaction was calm. He didn't even turn his head to look immediately, just tilted his ear slightly. Because through the wind flowing naturally around him, he had already heard and felt that the newcomer had no fighting intent, no hostility. Sure enough, a few large fern leaves were gently pushed aside, and a pixie with round eyes timidly poked half of her head out. She first looked around vigilantly, especially at the newly formed garden and the scorch marks remaining on the ground, before her gaze fell on Luca and Alice. That. She spoke in a thin, trembling voice. That monster covered in scary flowers and vines, has it been eliminated? Immediately after, another pixie hiding behind her, with dragonfly wings, popped out and chimed in with lingering fear. So scary, really so scary. That monster. The flowers on its body were such a strange color, and the smell was so awful. And if she found us, she would definitely catch us and gobble us up in one bite. A third pixie revealed her face from a higher branch, gesturing with her small hands the motion of being swallowed, her little face pale. As if receiving a signal of safety, more and more pixies crawled out from their hiding spots in tree holes, flower beds, moss piles, and even from behind lichen-covered stones. They all gathered around Luca and Alice with expressions of lingering fear and gratitude, chattering away. Thank you so much, brave big brother. It was the same little flower pixie who had given Luca an acorn earlier. She flew in front of Luca, clasped her hands together, and thanked him sincerely, and this She looked at Alice, seeming to hesitate for a moment before gathering the courage to say, and this big sister, who looks very powerful but has a slightly scary expression, thank you too. Thanks to you both for driving the bad monster away. SCSC, scary. Alice looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her golden eyes widening instantly. She couldn't accept that in the eyes of these little ones, she was a scary figure, especially when she had been so majestic during the battle just now. The pixies seemed startled by Alice's suddenly raised voice and collectively shrank back. Luca suppressed a laugh and hurriedly smoothed things over. The pixies quickly regained their liveliness, chattering about how everyone had hidden well, with only a few particularly mischievous ones nearly being discovered. With the crisis averted, the naturally optimistic and playful pixies quickly cast their fear to the back of their minds. They gathered together, heads huddled, and began excitedly discussing their next recreational activities. Hey, now we can go out and play without worry. I heard there's a really big castle nearby. Really? Bigger than our biggest tree hole. Definitely much bigger. It's where the human king lives. Oh, let's go explore the castle then. Let's play pranks. Blow the king's hat away. Stuff the knight's scabbards full of dandelions. Yay! Amidst a burst of cheerful clamor, a large group of pixies, like colorful specks of light blown by the wind, took off from the forest, forming a shimmering river of light that flowed happily towards the city of St. Ilia. Luca and Alice watched the direction in which they were heading. The nearby castle must mean the city of St. Ilia, said Luca. Yes, apart from there is no other decent castle in the vicinity. Alice nodded, her face still retaining a bit of gloom from being called scary. Luca was a bit worried and decided to follow to see the situation. The two reached an agreement and followed at a distance behind the group of jubilant pixies, setting off once again on the road back to the city of St. Ilia. Inside the city of St. Ilia. When Luca and Alice returned to the city, they found that the atmosphere was subtly different from when they had left. Ghosts were still visible everywhere, and the newly arrived pixies were like countless small pebbles thrown into a pond, stirring up ripples of liveliness and chaos. On the edge of the city square, 3 women carrying vegetable baskets were huddled together, whispering with expressions that were both nervous and excited. Woman A lowered her voice mysteriously, have you heard, ma'am? Recently, our city has had one strange occurrence after another. Besides those, invisible ghosts, now it seems strange little imps have appeared. They shine and fly all over the place. Woman B nodded repeatedly, rubbing her arms. I heard it too. Aunt Mary next door said that when she was bringing in laundry yesterday evening, there was clearly no one in the yard, but she heard children's laughter drifting from midair, along with the sound of flapping wings. It scared her so much she almost dropped her basket. Woman C turned pale, her voice even lower. So scary. I heard Mr. Simon from the prop shop also swore that when he was taking inventory in the warehouse, he saw a few palm-sized little things that looked like little flower fairies, hiding behind a jar of feathers and peeking at him. They vanished in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a translucent ghost woman wearing an apron from decades ago drifted naturally to their side and joined the conversation, saying worriedly, I heard Mr. Jimmy's vegetable patch was also messed up, and the seedlings were trampled. Sigh, we have to be careful too, whether we walk or float. I don't know what these newcomers are up to. Just as she finished speaking, a curious pixie flew over the top of a nearby fruit stall and chimed in with a thin voice, yeah. I have to be careful too. Woman A's eyes lit up and she waved at the pixie. Oh my. What a cute little thing. It's all right, miss, please come closer and let Auntie have a good look. Woman B also leaned in, exclaiming, wow, these wings. Transparent and they glow. How beautiful. Like butterfly wings made of jewels. I'd love to have a pair of wings like that. Luca. On the other side, on a bench in the street center garden, an old man with white hair and beard was squinting, looking up at a few pixies chasing and playing in the air, his face filled with nostalgic sentiment. How rare. I've lived to this age and can actually see pixies with my own eyes again. The last time I saw them, I was in my 20s, back when the Southern Creek hadn't dried up. That was nearly 60 years ago. He tremblingly took out a rice ball wrapped in a clean handkerchief from his bosom, broke off a small piece, and held it out toward a pixie in the air that looked like a glowing dandelion ball, asking kindly, would you like some rice ball? It was just made, still warm. The pixie flew down curiously, sniffed the rice ball, then carefully took it with her two small hands, tasted a small bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, Grandpa. At this time, a translucent ghost dressed in old-fashioned farmer attire also drifted to the bench, watching the pixie, and the old man sighed deeply, and remarked, after the Southern Creek disappeared, I never saw these little spirits again. I was only 20 back then. Sigh, time spares no ghost. In a small square not far away, a few children were happily playing hide-and-seek. And their playmates, besides each other, surprisingly included a teenage ghost drifting back and forth, making funny faces to tease them, and two pixies hiding behind a flower bed, occasionally poking their little heads out to tip them off. The laughter of children, the ethereal laughter of the ghost, and the delicate laughter of the pixies intertwined, composing a strange yet inexplicably harmonious scene. Luca and Alice walked back to that familiar prop shop. The shopkeeper, Mr. Simon, was explaining to a customer who looked a bit nervous, sorry, customer, the powerful anti-ghost holy water you want is really not for sale anymore, it's out of stock, and we won't be stocking it in the future. The shopkeeper shrugged, his expression a bit helpless. Why? Didn't it sell very well before? The customer asked, puzzled. Well. The shopkeeper lowered his voice and pointed to a corner of the shop. There, a translucent ghost housewife with her arms crossed, and a pouty expression was glaring over here. Because the protests were too strong. The ghosts have very strong opinions, so sales have been permanently terminated. He changed the subject and pulled a small bag of things from under the counter, enthusiastically promoting them. However, customer, these premium, plump sunflower seeds are selling extremely well right now. Would you like some? These are the favorite snacks of those shiny little newcomers. Many people buy them and put them on their windowsills or in their yards, saying it attracts them to play and brings good luck. Would you like to try some? Guaranteed to be worth the price. Walking on the streets of St. Ilia, Everything Luca and Alice saw and heard revealed that this holy city, which worshipped goddess Ilias and should have been the most repulsed by impurity and the alien, was undergoing a subtle, imperceptible change. Humans, ghosts, pixies, different forms of existence had found a strange, clumsy, yet unexpectedly harmonious way of coexisting in this city. Alice was silent for a moment, complex emotions flickering in her golden eyes, before she finally said softly, "Coexistence, or exclusion, this city, built on the foundation of the most orthodox faith in goddess Ilias, has now become like this. Its future is truly chaotic and unpredictable." Luca walked by her side, also looking at the city, listening to the sounds carried on the wind, sounds that were countless times richer and noisier than before. Human conversations, the whispers of ghosts, the laughter of pixies. Then, he turned his head and looked at the silver-haired girl beside him, whose brows were slightly furrowed as if deep in thought, and a smile appeared on his face. "But I have faith, Alice." Chapter 45, Sabesa City. Leaving the shelter of the Forest of Elves, Luca and Alice continued their journey westward. According to the records in A Study on the Belief and Origin of the Four Spirits, the Earth spirit Nome dwells in the Safina region of the central continent, a vast and harsh desert. It is said that Nome sleeps in ancient ruins beneath the quicksand, or deep within an oasis at the eye of a storm. Luca unfolded the map while recalling the book's description. Located within that desert is one of the human empires, Sabesa City. Alice leaned in to look at the map, her silver hair brushing against Luca's cheek in the breeze. Sabesa is a nation ruled by the descendant of the Hot Sand Emperor, King Sabesa IX. If you want to explore the desert region, it is best to use Sabesa City as your base. You certainly know a lot. Luca was somewhat surprised. Ever since Alice had pulled out that old-timer book and clamored to eat the sweet dumplings described in it from centuries ago, he had given up on expecting Alice to have any normal understanding of humans. He didn't expect her to even know which generation the king was this time. It was worth praising. Alice lifted her chin, a flash of pride in her golden eyes. "I am the demon lord, after all." She paused, her eyes suddenly brightening, as if she had remembered something important. "Right. The book says there are many local delicacies in the desert region. Roasted sand lizard, honey-glazed cactus fruit, spiced lamb stew." The more Alice talked, the more excited she became, unable to stop herself from swallowing her saliva. "I can't wait for the journey ahead." Luca shook his head helplessly and put away the map. All right. Once we arrive in Sabesa City, I'll make sure you get your fill." "That's what you said." Alice chirped happily. More than 10 days after leaving St. Ilia, the two finally reached the edge of the forest and officially entered the desert region. The vegetation gradually thinned out, replaced by rolling sand dunes and exposed rocks. The temperature rose noticeably, and the air was filled with dry heat waves. Every breath made his nasal passages feel like they were on fire. When they fully stepped into the desert zone, the scorching air rushed at them like an invisible wall, as if they had stepped into another world. The golden sea of sand glittered under the scorching sun, and the distant horizon twisted and swayed in the heat waves, forming illusory mirages. "It's so hot." Alice couldn't help but complain, fanning herself vigorously with her hand. She was wearing a purple-black dress that Luca had bought her today, but it still felt stifling in the desert heat. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her temples, and several strands of silver hair stuck to her cheeks. Luca wiped the sweat constantly forming on his forehead and smiled bitterly. "I'm the one who's hot. I can't wear a dress like you." He was wearing standard traveler's attire and felt like he was wrapped in a steamer. His back was already soaked with sweat. Alice glanced at him and rolled her eyes. "Then just don't wear anything. It'll save time for the monsters to strip you when they attack." Luca sighed, took a water skin from his pack, and handed it to Alice. "I don't want to be arrested as a pervert." The two bickered as they continued to trek through the desert. Luca was glad he had prepared enough water and sun protection items, a wide-brimmed hat and sunscreen. Alice had a better tolerance for high temperatures and didn't complain too much. Luca also tried summoning wind, but what he summoned was hot air, which earned him a disdainful look from Alice. The desert scenery was monotonous yet magnificent. Huge sand dunes were like solidified golden waves, slowly changing shape in the wind, leaving delicate wind-eroded patterns on their surfaces. Occasionally, one could see a few clumps of tenacious cacti or desert shrubs, adding a touch of green to this golden world. The sky was a flawless azure, forming a sharp contrast with the sea of sand, while the sun hung high, mercilessly scorching the earth. "Wow, we're finally here!" Luca exclaimed. He squinted his eyes to shield them from the blinding sunlight. On the horizon appeared a peculiar sight, a city truly standing in the desert. The city was carved directly out of the ochre-red Rocky Mountain, layered and stacked like a giant beehive. At the highest point of the city was a majestic palace, shining with golden light under the sun, its roof tiled with reflective glazed tiles. As they approached, the details of the city became clearer. The city walls were tall and thick, also sculpted from the Rocky Mountain, their surfaces covered in complex geometric patterns and ancient inscriptions. The city gate was guarded by soldiers wearing light bronze armor and holding spears. Their skin was tanned to a bronze color, and their eyes were sharp. However, the inspection was not strict. Seeing that Luca and Alice were dressed as ordinary travelers, they simply asked a few questions and let them through. Once inside the city, the two immediately felt an atmosphere completely different from outside. Although it was still hot, the city cleverly utilized architectural structures and ventilation designs to create natural airflow, making it much cooler than in the desert. The streets were spacious and the doors and windows of the buildings on both sides were fitted with exquisite wooden grills, providing both ventilation and shade. Some houses even had underground levels, utilizing the constant temperature underground to escape the heat. It was already evening, and the setting sun dyed the entire city a golden red. The carvings on the rock walls cast long shadows in the slanting sunlight, appearing even more three-dimensional. The air was filled with the aroma of spices and roasted meat, mixed with the sound of people chatting and laughing. The two decided to find a place to fill their stomachs first, so they came to the commercial center of the residential district. The scene here made Alice almost unable to walk. The streets were lined with various stalls, and the aroma of food mixed with the scent of spices, creating a mouth-watering, complex fragrance. Vendors shouted to sell their goods, customers haggled, and children wove through the crowd playing, full of vitality. Fresh Sabesa specialty mackerel. Cured with mackerel from the desert oasis and seasoned with 13 local spices, it has a unique flavor. "Come and have a taste." A fishmonger wearing an apron shouted, with a row of cured mackerel laid out in front of him, their surfaces sprinkled with red spice powder. At another stall nearby, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted over. Whole ducks were roasting on an iron rack, their skin roasted to a golden crisp, and the fat dripping onto the charcoal sizzled, piping hot wild vegetable roast duck. Marinated with desert specialty herbs, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Exclusive secret recipe, guaranteed you'll want more after one bite. Further away, a spice stall was filled with powders and granules of various colors, packed in exquisite glass bottles and pottery jars, special seasoning spices. 13 exclusive recipes to instantly upgrade your dishes. Pepper from the eastern Noah region, cinnamon from the southern forest, and our unique Sabesa desert fennel. Alice's eyes almost turned into stars as she wandered in front of the various stalls, wanting to taste everything. She first stopped at the roast duck stall, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes in ecstasy. Then she turned to the spice stall, looking curiously at those colorful powders, and finally stopped at a dessert stall selling honey-glazed cactus fruit, staring at those crystal-clear jelly-like desserts, unable to look away. Watching her, Luca couldn't help but laugh. "Do you want to eat?" He walked up to Alice and asked softly. Alice nodded quickly, just like a chick pecking at rice, her long silver hair swaying gently with the movement. Luca walked to the roast duck stall, and was about to take out money when the stall owner suddenly spoke up. "Adventurer over there, if you are a hero who has received the baptism, you can enjoy the hero special. 20% off." Luca paused, looked back, and confirmed that the stall owner was talking to him. Hero special. The stall owner looked Luca up and down, his gaze lingering on the gog sword at his waist for a moment. "If you are a hero, I will give you a discount." Luca hesitated. Strictly speaking, he was not a hero in the traditional sense. He had not received the church's baptism, had not received the goddess's blessing, and was not even aiming to defeat the demon lord. I am a hero. A fake hero is still a hero, he added in his heart. The stall owner didn't ask any more questions and didn't ask to see any proof, saying happily, "All right. Then I'll give you the hero special." He deftly cut off a plump duck leg, wrapped it in oil paper, and added some side dishes, roasted desert potatoes and pickled cactus slices. Luca paid the money, and it was indeed 20% off. He also went to other stalls to buy honey-glazed cactus fruit and spiced rice. When he returned to Alice, he found that the demon lord was waiting eagerly. Alice took the roast duck leg, couldn't wait to take a bite, and her eyes narrowed in happiness. Just as Alice was focused on gnawing the duck leg and Luca was tasting the spiced rice, several soldiers passed by them. The soldiers stopped beside Luca, looked him up and down, and their eyes finally rested on the Gog sword at his waist. The Gog sword's design was indeed unique. The blade was wide, gleaming with a dark metallic luster, and the hilt was inlaid with strange dark red crystals, the whole thing exuding an extraordinary aura. "What is that tacky-looking sword?" A young soldier couldn't help but exclaim. Quite young." Another older soldier said, his gaze sweeping over Luca's face. Luca's expression was a bit subtle, thinking that the Gog sword's appearance was too scary and affecting the city's image. "Is there a problem with my sword?" No, that's not it." The older soldier quickly shook his head. "Could you please come to the royal castle? King Sabesa wants to see you." Luca raised an eyebrow and looked at Alice, who was still focused on dealing with the food. "King Sabesa wants to see me." "Why?" "I'm just an ordinary traveler." "This?" The soldier hesitated, lowering his voice. "Some things are hard to explain here, but please rest assured, it's not a bad thing. His Majesty the King has recently been recruiting capable adventurers, and you look quite extraordinary." Luca thought for a moment and nodded. The soldiers led Luca through the bustling market area, and headed toward the higher parts of the city. Sabesa City was built against the mountain. The higher one went, the more luxurious the buildings appeared. The streets gradually widened, and beautifully carved stone pillars and reliefs appeared on both sides. Finally, they arrived in front of a huge palace. After the guards announced them, the gate slowly opened. After walking for a few minutes, they came to a gorgeously decorated door. After the soldier knocked on the door, a low voice came from inside, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Luca stepped into a magnificent hall. This was King Sabesa's audience hall. At the end of the hall was a high platform with a throne placed upon it, a huge rock carved into the shape of a lion, covered with gorgeous silk cushions. And standing in front of the throne was a figure. It was a sturdy middle-aged warrior with golden hair and a yellow beard. He had sharp eyes and a robust body draped in a luxurious cloak. His physique was well maintained, with broad shoulders, a thick back and solid muscles. The royal attire and the warrior's rugged temperament were integrated into him, possessing both the majesty of a king and the toughness of a warrior. Truly a heroic man. Luca sighed inwardly. "You must be King Sabesa." Luca said with certainty. "Correct, I am King Sabesa, King Sabesa IX." The king's voice was loud and powerful, echoing in the hall. He looked Luca up and down, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, from Luca's face to his hands, and finally resting on the Gog sword at his waist. After looking for a moment, the king nodded. "Very good, good eyes. Although you are young, your strength won't be bad. I feel a special aura from you." "Ah, thank you," Luca said, feeling somewhat surprised by the king's keenness. "May I ask why you summoned adventurers to the palace?" "I'm just a traveler passing through." King Sabesa was also a straightforward person, without small talk or pleasantries. He cut straight to the point. 3 days ago, my daughter was taken by monsters." Luca's expression became serious. The king continued, "In order not to cause public panic, I have privately gathered capable adventurers and entrusted them with secret activities." His voice carried a hint of anxiety, although his expression remained firm. The worry in his eyes could not be completely concealed. Here it comes. The classic hero saves the princess plot. Luca thought but kept a respectful and focused appearance on the outside. Luca said seriously, "Then please talk to me in detail, Your Majesty. What happened? Are there any clues?" King Sabesa walked down from the high platform and came to Luca. He was tall, half a head taller than Luca, and at close range, one could feel his powerful aura even more. "On the night of the incident, my daughter was resting in her room. Around midnight, the maid heard the sound of glass breaking and a short, sharp exclamation. The guards rushed in immediately, but the room was already empty. I didn't see my daughter's figure, only the broken window and—" He paused, his voice sinking. "A letter was found in the room." "A letter?" Luca asked, puzzled. King Sabesa nodded, took a silk bundle from his bosom, and opened it carefully. Luca leaned in to look and couldn't help but gasp. The handwriting on the parchment looked like dried blood, the font twisted and strange, every stroke with sharp hooks, making people uncomfortable just looking at it. And the content was as the king said, pyramid. These 3 words, written in a font that would make one's blood freeze, made his skin slightly tingle. He looked at Luca, expectation flashing in his eyes. "You are very young, but I can see something like radiance on you." He stepped forward and said solemnly, "Traveling boy, can you go and rescue my daughter? As a father, I beg you." Of course, Luca would not refuse. Even without a reward, hearing that someone had encountered misfortune, he would reach out to help. "I will do my best," he said seriously. King Sabesa was very satisfied and patted Luca's shoulder hard. Very good. Brave young man." He suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, if you successfully rescue the princess, I will take you as my son-in-law." Eh? Luca was somewhat surprised. "That kind of thing doesn't matter at all." Alice interrupted the conversation. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the door frame. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at King Sabesa, with obvious displeasure on her face. "I just want to have a good feast of Sabesa local cuisine." King Sabesa looked at Alice in surprise. "What? You only want this kind of reward?" He looked at Luca, as if trying to confirm if this was a joke. Hey, Alice." Luca hurriedly tugged at Alice's hem, and lowered his voice. "Don't be so rude. Is there a problem? Do you want to marry the princess?" Her voice raised a little, staring at Luca. "No, of course not." Luca answered hurriedly, feeling sweat on his forehead. "Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness, but I am just a traveler passing through. I have no plans to settle down. After rescuing the princess, we will continue our journey." King Sabesa looked at Luca, then at Alice, stopped mentioning the son-in-law matter, and said solemnly, "Regardless, this is not just a king's commission, but also a father's request." He stepped back, lowered his head to Luca and Alice, and bowed deeply. "I beg you, please save my daughter." "We will do our best," Luca said seriously, and bowed in return. Chapter 46, Information. After seeing the portrait of the princess, Luca and Alice left the audience hall together. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the high palace windows, casting long, golden patches of light onto the magnificent marble floor. This King Sabesa is truly a remarkable figure. On the way back to the main palace corridor, Alice gave a rare compliment, her golden eyes filled with approval. Luca was slightly surprised. Given Alice's habitually sharp-tongued and critical nature, this was already a very high praise. At this moment, the soldier who had been respectfully following a few steps behind stepped forward and spoke. "Lord Hero, please follow me to the most luxurious inn in Sabesa to rest. We have already prepared the best rooms for you and this lady. Please come this way." Luca shook his head. "Before that, I would like to collect some information first." He looked at the soldier with a serious expression. "Information regarding the pyramid. And information about the gnome." Luca added silently to himself. "Information, you say?" The soldier paused, wearing a thoughtful expression. "Come to think of it, there is a prisoner locked in the city dungeon who runs an information shop. Would you like to go see her?" As Luca listened to the soldier, a familiar sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in his heart. But he bit the bullet and said, "Yes, please do. Lead us there." The soldier led them through the palace side corridor, down a spiral stone staircase, and into the underground area of the royal palace. Eventually, they arrived in front of a heavy iron door. In the dim cell, the light of a torch barely illuminated the limited space. The stone cell was reasonably clean, even covered in hay, and contained a small table and chair. And at this moment, the figure coiled on the hay pile was Lamia. Luca covered his forehead. The one coiled there was none other than the golden-scaled Lamia, the information broker Amira. She was currently writing something on a small piece of parchment, and upon hearing the sound, she looked up, her face immediately blossoming into an exaggerated smile. Heaven knows how Luca could tell she was smiling from a snake's head. "Oh my, it's my dear." Amira nimbly flipped and slid out of the cell. It turned out the cell door wasn't locked at all. "I knew you would come to Sabesa City, so I've been waiting here for you." As she spoke, she lunged to embrace Luca, but he agilely dodged to the side. The leading soldier rubbed his forehead in resignation. "Hey, you Lamia, just go home already. Stop treating the prison like your house." His tone was filled with exhaustion. Luca was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "So you're just refusing to leave the prison, huh?" Amira wasn't embarrassed at all when exposed. Instead, she did a somersault and said earnestly, "Actually, I stay here because they provide 3 meals a day. Breakfast is wheat porridge with pickles, lunch has roasted meat and bread, and dinner includes stew. Accommodation is free." "Oh my, that sounds wonderful." Alice's eyes lit up from the side. "Luca, should we also go into the prison and stay for a few days? If you want to go in, go by yourself. I still have sightseeing to do." Luca waved his hand in a firm refusal and turned to Amira. "In any case, do you have any information you can sell us?" Amira: "I do, my dear Lord Hero, please listen to a few pieces of information regarding the desert region." Luca gestured for her to continue. Amira cleared her throat. First, regarding the matter of the princess being kidnapped by monsters. She recounted the commotion that happened in the palace 3 days ago. Luca already knew this information from the king, but he didn't interrupt, listening patiently in hopes of discovering some details the king might have overlooked. Since Luca already knew all of this, he continued to ask, "What do you know about the gnome?" "I do, Lord Hero, I do." Amira flicked her tongue. "To the north of Sabesa City, there is a city called Safaru. 500 years ago, the residents there worshipped the gnome. However, no one lives there now, it has become a ruin. But recently, there have been eyewitness reports from the Safaru ruins claiming that small clay doll figures are walking around there. I think it's very likely to be the gnome." Just then, a cyan green light flew out from Luca's chest, condensing in the air into the small wind spirit Sylph. She fluttered lightly, making a crisp sound. "Those clay figures aren't the gnome herself, but rather the gnome's familiar playmates. If there really are clay figures active in Safaru, then the gnome must be nearby." Amira watched the fluttering Sylph with curiosity, her golden slit pupils full of intrigue. "How cute, is this child a companion of Lord Hero?" "Yes, she is my important companion, Sylph." Luca reached out and stroked Sylph's little head, and she let out a comfortable purring sound. "I haven't seen the gnome for a long time. I really want to play with her." Sylph spun around Luca's fingertip, stirring up a small, cool breeze. Luca thanked Amira for the information and prepared to leave. When leaving the dungeon, Amira followed them out. The jailer sighed in relief. Walking out of the palace, dusk was approaching, and Luca decided to collect some more information in the city before it got dark. In the palace district, they encountered a minister with an anxious expression. Seeing the sword at Luca's waist and his demeanor, he took the initiative to approach. "Are you the Lord Hero whom His Majesty the King received?" "I am the Minister of Interior, Hassan." After Luca responded politely, Minister Hassan lowered his voice and said, "When the princess was kidnapped, the king's first reaction was to personally lead the royal guard and rush to the pyramid to save her. All the ministers had to persuade him desperately to barely stop him. Speaking of this, his brows were furrowed, but if there is still no progress, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop him again. So Lord Hero, I beg you. Please, you must find the princess before things become irreparable. Luca nodded solemnly, I will do my best. After bidding farewell to the minister, they met an elderly retainer with white hair under a corridor. Young traveler, could you spare a moment? The retainer's voice was gentle yet powerful. I heard you are asking about the pyramid and the desert monsters. Before I tell you those things, I would like to tell you a secret about the Sabesa royal family. This might help you understand some things. Luca and Alice stopped and indicated their willingness to listen. The retainer spoke slowly. According to legend, the queen of the hero King Sabesa I, who established the Sabesa dynasty, was not human. Luca widened his eyes slightly. The retainer continued, his tone calm. In other words, the Sabesa family has monster blood. This is not a scandal that needs to be hidden, in fact. He looked at Luca's surprised expression and smiled. This is a fact the royal family admits themselves. The Sabesa kings of all generations have taken pride in this. Luca was indeed surprised. On a continent where humans generally reject monsters, for a human royal family to openly admit they have monster blood required such courage and self-confidence. This Sabesa family was truly remarkable. Truly a promising royal family. Alice expressed rare, explicit praise, not hiding history, not discriminating against other species, daring to acknowledge diverse bloodlines. These are exactly the enlightened rulers most needed to achieve a society where monsters and humans can coexist. King Sabesa is indeed a figure worth looking forward to. Luca also agreed with Alice's point of view. After bidding farewell to the retainer, they came to the royal palace library and found a scholar who was organizing ancient books. The pyramid. Oh, that is an ancient structure built thousands of years ago. According to surviving records, the pyramid is not a tomb, but was built for some kind of trial. A trial? What kind of trial? Luca pressed. The dragon seal trial, though the specific content and purpose are unknown. He sighed. Regrettably, all the books and materials that detailed the trial disappeared a few years ago. Leaving the palace area, they came to the streets of the residential district. At dusk, it was the busiest time for the market. Luca stopped at several stalls, chatting with merchants and residents, and collected a lot of information about the royal family and the princess. The residents had a very high opinion of the current king. His Majesty King Sabesa IX is a good king. An old woman selling spices said, he lowered the salt tax, built new irrigation canals, and personally led soldiers to rescue disaster-stricken villages during the sandstorm attack last year. Having such a king is our good fortune. But almost all residents expressed concern about the issue of royal succession. Since the queen passed away, the king has never married again, nor has he taken any concubines. So now, there is only the princess as the heir. The princess is a good child, kind and smart, and everyone loves her. What surprised Luca even more was that on one street, he actually saw a familiar sign, the Mermaid Bar. Pushing the door open and entering, he saw a mermaid waitress wiping the counter. Seeing Luca and Alice, she gave a professional smile. Welcome to the Mermaid Bar, Sabesa branch. What would you like to order? Luca ordered 2 non-alcoholic specialty drinks, and took the opportunity to ask. I didn't expect to see a mermaid bar in a desert city. The mermaid waitress answered while preparing the drinks, although we currently only have branches in Natalia and Sabesa. I believe that as long as we persevere, the mermaid bar will eventually spread throughout the whole world. Luca was infected by her enthusiasm. Please keep it up. If there is anything you need help with, you can tell me. The mermaid waitress smiled, although I don't know why Her Majesty the Queen hates humans and has disappeared. But we believe that as long as the mermaid bar continues to operate, giving mermaids and humans more opportunities for contact and understanding, then, she will surely reappear and lead us to a better future. When they left the mermaid bar, the sky had completely darkened, and the two returned to the inn that King Sabesa had prepared for them. Chapter 47, Sarah. Luca did not rush to set off, but instead walked back onto the streets. He needed more specific intelligence about the pyramid. The market had just opened, and the air was filled with the scent of flatbread and spices. Luca sat down in front of a shop and struck up a conversation with an elderly man with white hair and beard sitting next to him. The old man pointed to the west with his deeply wrinkled fingers. The master of that pyramid is rumored to be named Sphinx. The dragon seal trial is set within the tower. For hundreds of years, countless adventurers have gone to challenge it for fame, power, or legendary treasures. He paused, but not a single person has returned. Luca exchanged a glance with Alice. The information matched what the palace scholars had described. "Thank you for telling me this." After thanking him, Luca left. On the way, Alice spoke up, which was rare. King Sabesa is indeed a respectable figure, and a cold glint flashed in her golden eyes. If the kidnapping of the princess was truly done by my subordinates, then I certainly cannot ignore it. Following the intelligence they had gathered, the two headed toward the pyramid. As they ventured deeper, the sand dunes grew higher, the vegetation disappeared completely, and nothing remained but an endless expanse of golden yellow. At noon, a towering structure finally appeared on the horizon. That was the pyramid. It was even more magnificent than Luca had imagined. The entire building was constructed from massive pale yellow stone bricks. Its surface had become mottled from the erosion of wind and sand, but it still maintained a perfect triangular pyramid shape. The tower appeared to be 100 meters high, with a base side length of at least 150 meters, casting a huge triangular shadow under the scorching sun. "Is this the pyramid? It's so huge." Luca looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. "Yeah, it's huge." A crisp voice echoed in agreement from beside him. Luca turned his head to look. A female warrior stood at the edge of the pyramid's shadow, also looking up at the top of the tower. She was tall, about 16 or 17 years old, with neat short hair. She wore light leather armor suitable for movement, and a beautifully decorated sword at her waist. Her face was delicate, with the healthy complexion typical of desert dwellers, and her blue eyes were clear and bright. Looking at her face, the more Luca stared, the more familiar she seemed. Those features, that silhouette, were exactly the same as the portrait King Sabesa had shown him. Luca. Just in case she was only a look-alike, Luca decided to test the waters first. He walked up and asked politely, "Hello, my name is Luca. I'm an adventurer passing through. Are you here to explore the pyramid too?" The female warrior turned her head and revealed a bright smile. "Hello. My name is Sarah, and I am training to become a top-tier warrior." She patted the sword at her waist. "I came to this pyramid to take the dragon seal trial for my lover." "Well, so much for a pseudonym, it's definitely her. To take the trial for your lover." Luca followed up on her words while carefully observing her reaction. "Was your lover captured and taken into the tower?" "It's not like that." Sarah shook her head, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat shy and determined. "This is my own personal resolve. I still need to prepare for the trial. Let's chat next time if we meet again." As she spoke, she started walking toward the entrance of the pyramid. Luca, of course, could not let her go in alone. He caught Alice giving him a look that said, "Why don't you just knock her out and take her back," and quickly pulled Alice aside. "I have a feeling," Luca lowered his voice, "that unless we completely resolve this matter of the trial, even if we force her back now, she will definitely find another opportunity to run back here in the future. There are monsters in the pyramid, it's too dangerous to let her act alone." Alice curled her lip. "So you intend to play house with this princess who is braving the pyramid for love?" "I will accompany her inside. On one hand, to ensure her safety, and on the other, to find out what is really going on with the rumors about the princess being captured by monsters." Luca analyzed. "If it really is the work of monsters, we can resolve it inside the tower. If it's for other reasons, then we will have fulfilled the commission." Alice was silent for a moment, then huffed. "Fine, go ahead then. I'll just wait here. Miss Sarah, as it happens, I also need to go into the pyramid to investigate some things. Luca showed a friendly smile. I have some experience with dungeon exploration. Why don't we travel together? We can look out for each other. Sarah sized up Luca, her gaze lingering on the sword at his waist for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, she nodded readily. All right. This is my first time dungeon exploring, and since you're an adventurer, you must have more experience than me. I'll count on you then, Luca. The entrance to the pyramid was a dark, square opening, about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, leading to a narrow stone staircase sloping downward inside. As soon as they stepped inside, the heat from outside was instantly replaced by cold, damp air, and the light grew dim. Luca lit the torch he had prepared, and the orange light barely illuminated the path ahead. The passage was very narrow, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. After walking for a while, Sarah seemed to feel the atmosphere was a bit dull and took the initiative to speak. Say, Luca, was that silver-haired woman earlier your girlfriend? Luca almost tripped over his own feet. Not currently. He answered vaguely and decided to throw the topic back. Say, Sarah, you mentioned earlier that you came to take the trial for your lover. Can you tell me about it? Sarah was silent for a few seconds, her footsteps echoing in the passage. When she spoke again, there was a hint of dejection in her voice. Lover is just my one-sided idea. That person is a lonely swordmaster who takes the sword as a companion, with eyes only for the pinnacle of martial arts. I'm afraid she has never noticed my existence. Luca immediately felt like he was watching a drama unfold. Sarah was a princess of a nation, the sole heir to the kingdom of Sabesa, with a noble status, outstanding appearance and a bright, brave personality. What kind of person could make her have such a humble, one-sided love, and even go so far as to break into a dangerous pyramid? During their conversation, rustling sounds suddenly came from around the corner of the passage ahead. Luca was instantly alert, switching the torch to his left hand and pressing his right hand onto the hilt of his sword. The next moment, a figure lunged out from the shadows. It was a monster with a female form, wrapped all over in old, yellowed bandages, with wheat-colored skin visible between the gaps in the bandages. Its movements were slightly stiff, but its speed was not slow, and its hands reached straight toward Sarah, who was walking in front. Careful! Luca shouted in a low voice and stepped forward. The blade left its scabbard by half a foot, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade struck the side of the mummy monster girl's neck with precision. A soft white light flashed, the monster's movements suddenly stopped, and then it collapsed softly to the ground, leaving behind only a pile of bandages. Sarah only reacted then, taking a sharp step back and pressing her hand to the hilt of her sword. Huh? Is that it? We won just like that. She looked at the bandages on the ground, then at Luca, who was sheathing his sword with ease, her blue eyes wide with surprise. Your sword is so amazing. Sarah exclaimed sincerely, leaning in to look at Gog. Where did you get it? Is it some kind of special magic sword? Luca, of course, could not say it was given to him by the Demon King, so he had to brush it off. It's a family heirloom. Let's keep moving. Sarah didn't pry further and while catching up with Luca's pace, continued, You really are amazing. She changed the subject, her tone filled with admiration. However, you still can't compare to that person. Luca followed her lead and asked, Is the person you like very strong? Of course. Sarah's voice immediately became excited, causing a slight echo in the passage. She is the strongest warrior in the world. After saying this, she fell into a state of longing, muttering, What is she doing right now, I wonder? My dear Lady Granbelia. Luca's footsteps faltered. Who? He suspected he had misheard. Granbelia. She's very famous, you should know her. Sarah looked at him strangely. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army, the Dragonkin who wields a great sword, the Flame Demon Swordmaster, Lady Granbelia. Luca, hiss. He couldn't help but gasp. How did you two meet? Luca asked the most crucial question. Sarah's gaze drifted away, lost in fond memories. that was 3 years ago. I had gone deep into the desert to explore back then, and ended up encountering a very powerful sand scorpion monster. I was almost. She paused, a blush spreading across her face. Just when I was at my most desperate, she appeared. She swung her sword just once, and the scorching sword energy defeated the monster. Sarah's voice grew softer, as if afraid to disturb that precious memory. After she confirmed I was okay, she just said, "Don't come to such dangerous places in the future," then told me her name, and turned and left. Since then, we have never met again. Sarah clenched her fists, and her eyes reignited with fighting spirit, but from that day on, I decided, I would become stronger, strong enough to stand by her side. In order to meet her again and earn her recognition, I have been training desperately for these past 3 years. So you came to the pyramid to increase your strength by passing the trial. He guessed that the Dragon Seal trial might be some kind of mysterious ritual that allowed people to gain power. That person is a dragonkin. Sarah shook her head. I have investigated all the traditions of the dragonkin race. They have a very important marriage rule. Only those who pass the Dragon Seal trial are qualified to marry a dragonkin. Luca, so that's how it is. However, Luca couldn't help but point out a cruel fact. Granbelia herself doesn't even know you're here to take the trial, right? Of course she doesn't know. Sarah answered forcefully, without a hint of hesitation, this is my own decision, a test I must overcome. In order to become a woman worthy of her, I have made a vow. Looking at the fiery light in the girl's eyes, Luca felt a mix of emotions. He was silent for a moment, then finally spoke, Sarah, please forgive my bluntness, but after all, you two aren't of the same. That's not the case. Sarah waved her hand, interrupting Luca, her voice echoing in the passage, filled with unquestionable determination, although we are not of the same race. But I will show you that I can overcome the barrier of race. Looking at her incredibly determined profile, Luca silently mourned for Granbelia for 2 seconds in his heart. It's not just a racial barrier, there's a gender barrier too. This princess is truly a strange woman. Chapter 48, Sphinx. After defeating the last few monsters, the two reached the deepest hall of the pyramid. The air suddenly became stagnant, and the flickering firelight stretched the shadows of the massive stone pillars, casting them onto walls covered in ancient reliefs. The deepest part of the pyramid. It is said that the master here, Sphinx, is in this place. Sarah lowered her voice, looking around vigilantly. Luca did not respond. Almost invisible air currents began to ripple around his body, acting as a warning to him. A presence was lurking in this dimness, its aura thick and oppressive, vastly different from the monsters they had encountered in the pyramid earlier. Finally, you have arrived here, powerful human. The voice came from the depths of the great hall, echoing clearly against every inch of the stone walls. Sarah looked in the direction of the voice. The shadows between the pillars seemed to come alive, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the faint light in the center of the hall. That was the true ruler of the pyramid. Ink-black hair hung down like a waterfall, tied with a golden crown entwined with serpent patterns. A pair of red eyes resembled solidified rubies, calm and rippleless after experiencing the vicissitudes of time. Her upper body was that of a majestic and eerie woman, decorated with golden ornaments that exposed her skin, while her lower body was that of a robust lion. Her sharp claws were hidden in the shadows, and the lion's wide open maw radiated an aura of devouring everything even in silence. Most striking were the snow-white wings folded behind her, as well as the 6 cyan blue magic snakes on the sides of the lion body, their heads raised and tongues flickering, their cold, vertical pupils locked onto the two visitors simultaneously. Without the need for words, her mere existence radiated an absolute aura that crushed all living things. You are Sphinx. Sarah stepped forward, completely ignoring the suffocating pressure, her blue eyes staring straight ahead. Indeed, this body is the master of this pyramid, Sphinx. The figure spoke, her voice low, the existence who gazes upon the life and death of humans, the final judge of the Dragon Seal trial. In other words, if I gain your recognition, I will have passed the Dragon Seal trial. Sarah's tone carried irrepressible excitement. Yes, but if you are not recognized by this body. Sphinx's red eyes shifted slightly, landing on Sarah's face, revealing a hint of imperceptible complexity. Then you shall be devoured by this body. Even so, is that all right? It doesn't matter, I will participate. Sarah's reply was without a shred of hesitation, crisp and decisive. Luca thought to himself that this was bad, and had just opened his mouth to speak when Sphinx's gaze swept over, cutting off what he wanted to say. Luca suddenly remembered the letter with the bizarre handwriting in the princess's room. He spoke again, "Please wait a moment, I would like to ask one thing." "You have no right to ask questions." Sphinx interrupted him calmly, her tone brooking no argument. "The final trial, accept or refuse, only these two choices. If you do not accept, leave immediately." Luca thought for a moment. Sarah's determination was unshakable. If he forcibly dragged her away, she would only come back alone again. Besides, if the trial were truly lethally dangerous, with him by her side, he could save her. "I will accept the trial with her." Luca's hand rested gently on the hilt of his sword. Sphinx was silent for a moment, and the 6 blue snakes raised their heads in unison. "Since that is the case, the trial begins," she said slowly. "Answer this body's question." It was actually a quiz. Luca was slightly surprised. He had expected a plot where they would have to hack and slash their way through various monsters. "The question." Sphinx's voice echoed in the hall. "What animal walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" Was such a simple question the final trial? Luca was somewhat surprised. This was a very famous riddle from fairy tales. "The answer is human," he answered without hesitation. Sphinx nodded. "Correct. The one crawling on 4 legs is an infant, the one walking on 2 is a youth, and the one on 3 is an old man with a cane, that is, a human." She changed the subject, a faint shimmer in her red eyes. "Then, the second question. Why does this body ask you this question?" Luca understood immediately. This was not a riddle from ancient texts, but a personal question from Sphinx, and there was no standard answer. He looked at Sarah. The young girl's brows were tightly furrowed, clearly lost in thought. "Should I answer it?" Luca asked in a low voice. Sarah let out a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Luca pondered for a moment, and the image of his mother gently telling him this riddle flashed before his eyes. It is to make humans realize the brevity of their own lives and the journey they take, he said slowly, attempting to fathom the thoughts of this millennial existence. "Indeed, young human." Sphinx's voice seemed to soften for an instant, then became tinged with a faint sorrow. "The life of a human is as brilliant as a summer flower, yet as fleeting as morning dew, compared to a monster like this body." She did not finish, but that loneliness spanning across time had already permeated the air. "Then, the final question." Sphinx's gaze drifted between the two and finally fixed on them. "Why exactly did you come here to accept the trial? Tell this body your true reason." Luca looked at Sarah. "Sarah, you go ahead, tell her the wish in your heart." A look of confusion and nervousness flashed across Sarah's face. "Giving up on answering." Sphinx's gaze turned to Luca, and the invisible pressure in the air increased sharply. "If you cannot provide a reason that satisfies this body." "I have a sufficient reason," Luca replied calmly, "because the one truly accepting the trial is not me. I have other purposes and am merely accompanying her." Fair enough." Sphinx's gaze fell back onto Sarah. "Then, human girl, tell this body, what did you come for?" Sarah took a deep breath and met those red eyes. Luca's encouraging look gave her strength. "I'm sorry, I won't say flowery words." She straightened her back, her voice clear and firm. "I came to accept the trial so that I could be united with the one I love." The great hall fell into a silence, with only the crackling of the torches and the rustling of the blue snakes as they moved slowly. Sphinx looked at Sarah quietly, for so long that it was unsettling. "What? Are you not satisfied with this answer?" Sarah couldn't help but press, with a stubbornness, "Does it have to be for justice or glory?" If the answer had been such hypocritical words, Sphinx said slowly, a hint of a smile flashing in her red eyes, "This body would have devoured you just now." Her massive lion body adjusted its posture slightly, her voice tinged with distant emotion. The dragon seal trial, the original intention of its establishment by this body, was for the marriage between humans and monsters. But for thousands of years, many have come for treasure, for fame, for power. Those who truly come for this original intention are almost non-existent. No one has ever been able to say the true meaning of that previous riddle. Her gaze became sharp, piercing straight at Sarah. Human girl who desires to be united with a monster, do you know? Human life is short, while a monster's life is long. After being united, the one destined to meet death first is the human. Sarah was stunned, her lips slightly parted. She had never thought about this question in depth. Sphinx's voice lowered, as if sinking into a deep pool of memories. Even if a human's life has no regrets, after they pass away, what is left for the monster is only long emptiness and bone-gnawing loneliness. 1,000 years ago. She paused. This body was once in love with a human man. He was the hero of the desert you all sing of. Eh? Sarah exclaimed. Luca also realized in an instant. Then, you are of the King Sabesa royal family. The progenitor. Sphinx continued, acknowledging this shocking fact. The child of this body and him was King Sabesa. This body watched him turn white-haired, his body hunched, and finally, his breathing ceased in this body's arms. That sorrow spanning 1,000 years, even in a flat narrative, was heavy enough to freeze the air. This body once thought to use magic to transform him into a monster to extend his life, but he refused. He said he wished to walk the path of a human as a human. And so the loved one passed away, leaving this body alone in this world to bear the memories of endless years. Her gaze drifted toward the reliefs in the distance, as if piercing through the stone walls to see the past. Actually, this body had other choices. There exist items in the world that seal magic elements, turning monsters into mortals. If I used it, this body could have lived and died with him as a human. She retracted her gaze and looked at Luca and Sarah. However, this body did not make that choice. This body does not fear death, but simply thought, if he dies, and this body who knows him and remembers him also passes away, then in this world, no existence would remain to remember his appearance, his voice, his story. This body could not bear such a result. Sphinx's red eyes stared at Luca. Luca, I can feel that you are a person with a unique fate of marriage. If it were you, what would you choose? Alice's face instantly appeared in Luca's mind. If she were to die tomorrow, Luca's voice was calm, I would wish for my life to end tomorrow. If she wishes to live today, I will accompany her until today ends, and that is all. Sphinx was silent. After a long time, she looked at Sarah again. Human who desires to be united with a monster, to understand the weight brought by this difference, to bear the long loneliness that may come, and yet still move forward firmly, this is the true final trial. This body has waited for 1,000 years, just to convey this to those who come after. I understand. Sarah's voice no longer held any confusion. She looked up, staring straight into Sphinx's crimson eyes. Your pain and bitterness, I will keep in my heart and never forget. A trace of a very faint expression of gratification flashed across Sphinx's face. Do not resist, just take it as a memento, she said to Luca. Luca nodded. The next moment, he felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. Looking down, a majestic dragon head pattern quietly emerged, flickering with a faint light, before immediately fading beneath the skin, leaving only a trace of warmth. On the back of Sarah's hand, the same pattern flashed and vanished. This is the proof of the dragon seal. Sarah stroked the back of her hand excitedly. Seeing that the trial was complete, Luca turned to Sarah and asked the question he had already confirmed. You are Princess Sarah of Sabesa, right? Sarah was not surprised and admitted it frankly. That's right, I am the princess. She had been traveling under her real name, and had never intended to hide it. Luca briefly explained the king's commission, the bizarre letter, and the misunderstanding that the whole city thought the princess had been kidnapped by a monster, but there was still one key point he didn't understand. The king said that 3 days ago, a monster broke the window and kidnapped the princess. I broke the window myself. I wanted to go to the pyramid, how could my father possibly agree? I had no choice but to sneak out myself. Then. Luca's mouth twitched. What about that letter with the strange handwriting that made one's blood freeze, which only had the word pyramid written on it? That was my note. Sarah finally connected the cause and effect, and then her eyes widened, and her face flushed red. Wait. What do you mean by made one's blood freeze? My handwriting might not be good-looking, but you don't have to insult me like that. Luca silently raised his hand to his forehead. That handwriting, even your father firmly believed it was left by a monster, and I was convinced the moment I saw it, thinking it definitely wasn't the work of a human. This is already beyond just not good-looking, princess. There were too many things to complain about. Luca didn't know where to start. So, the truth is. Luca organized his language. I left the castle of my own volition. Sarah interjected. 3 days without returning home triggered panic and a search. Luca interjected. Under various information errors and overinterpretation, it evolved into a case of a monster kidnapping the princess. The two spoke almost in unison, then looked at each other, feeling a sense of deep powerlessness. Luca could almost imagine that if Alice were here, she would definitely be laughing until she couldn't straighten her back. Sphinx, who was watching from the side, wore a faint, kind smile on her face, quietly watching this farce caused by a misunderstanding. When the two finally sorted out their thoughts and quieted down, she spoke leisurely. It seems the dispute is resolved. This item, I will gift it to you. She fluttered her wings, and a warm, yellow precious jade floated slowly in front of Luca. The jade contained flowing light, and its style was quite similar to the red jade he had previously obtained from Dragon Barbie. Luca remembered that Alice hadn't said what it was before, so he took the opportunity to ask, Sphinx, what is the use of this thing? This is what is needed to awaken the sacred wings. Sphinx was concise. It only has an effect if you collect all 6. Sacred wings. 6 of them. Luca noted this still hazy clue in his heart and solemnly put away the jade. After parting with that person in death, this body has long been immersed in regret and reminiscence. Sphinx's voice returned to its usual calmness, but seeing you two today, this long, lonely vigil, has finally had some value. Learning that the monster progenitor who had lived for 1,000 years was actually her own ancestor, Sarah was filled with mixed emotions and bowed respectfully. Then, farewell, human children. Sphinx's wings unfolded slightly, as if saying goodbye. Wait for me, Lady Granbelia. Sarah clenched her fists, the trace of the dragon seal on the back of her hand feeling slightly hot, as if responding to her determination. She turned to Luca and said sincerely, Thank you, Luca. Without your help, I absolutely would not have made it here. I don't really mind. Let's head back to the royal city first. Luca shook his head. It's time to go back. Your father is probably already so anxious that he's about to lead a team into the desert himself. Chapter 49, King Sabasa's Scheme. Inside the royal audience hall, King Sabasa sat upright on his throne, his golden hair and beard shimmering like molten gold in the firelight. Hero Luca, you have saved this kingdom's princess. The king's gaze was filled with admiration and gratitude. I, King Sabasa IX, as the lord of this nation and as a father, extend to you my most sincere thanks. Your courage and character are worthy of the name of a true hero. Your Majesty, you flatter me, this was merely my duty. Luca spoke with humility, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. He glanced at Sarah beside him, who was looking demurely at her nose, feigning an obedient appearance. As for the truth that she had secretly participated in the Dragon Seal trial rather than being kidnapped, Sarah felt it was too complicated to explain at the moment, so she decided not to mention it for now. Luca didn't say anything more, but he had already written the details of the matter in a letter, intending to hand it to the king when he departed. Then, in accordance with the original agreement, King Sabasa leaned forward, I shall fulfill my promise and betroth Princess Sarah to Your Majesty. I am sorry, but please forgive me for refusing. Luca raised his head, interrupting the king. He looked at Sarah, who immediately understood and stepped forward. "Father," Sarah's voice carried a rare shyness and determination, "Luca has his own thoughts and I have someone else in my heart that I like. Although this affection is still too shy to be spoken aloud, I am deeply moved by Luca's understanding and encouragement." Luca chimed in at the right moment, his words earnest. "I ask that the king respect the princess's own choices and feelings." The hall fell silent for a moment. King Sabasa's gaze swept back and forth between his daughter's firm, candid face and Luca's composed, respectful expression. The aura of the unquestionable ruler seemed to find no purchase in the face of this atmosphere concerning personal matters of the heart. He stroked his beard, finally letting out a sigh, and set the topic aside for the time being. "Ahem. King," a clear and slightly lazy voice broke the silence. Alice leaned against a pillar, her golden eyes sweeping over everyone before finally resting on the king. "My stomach is hungry." Here she was. The gluttonous demon king, who had spent the entire time watching the show, now claimed the status of a benefactor and righteously demanded a reward. King Sabasa laughed heartily. "The victory banquet has already been prepared. Please, everyone, move to the banquet hall." The banquet hall was brightly lit, and the long table was filled with delicacies characteristic of the desert empire: tender, spice-stewed lamb in earthenware pots, golden crispy butter-fried salmon fillets, colorful salads garnished with cactus fruit and nuts, and all sorts of fragrant naan bread and desserts. The air was filled with an enticing blend of spices. Alice claimed a favorable spot without hesitation, and began eating with both hands. This butter-fried salmon is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The cooking time is excellent." She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and scooped up a spoonful of rich hummus. "This lemon mint juice is also refreshing and cuts through the grease." Watching her devour the food, Luca couldn't help but secretly wonder if the cooks at the Demon King's castle were slacking off year-round, which was why this Demon King was so obsessed with human food. When the banquet atmosphere was in full swing, King Sabasa quietly moved to Luca's side and lowered his voice. "Lord Luca, regarding the marriage, could you reconsider?" This king, who was usually so bold and heroic, now had a trace of a father's worry etched between his brows. "I only have Sarah as my child, and she is destined to be the next queen of Sabasa. That child appears strong and decisive on the surface, but sometimes her mind is too simple and erratic, and she is easily driven by her emotions. As her father, I know her." Luca understood this well. After all, not everyone would dare to break into the 1,000-year-old pyramid alone just to pursue one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army. Sarah's husband will be the prince consort who assists her, and the responsibility is great. King Sabasa looked at Luca earnestly. "I am truly worried that if she acts entirely on her whims in the future, I fear she will fail the kingdom and its people. Lord Luca, you are calm, reliable, and possess extraordinary strength. If you could stand by her side, even if it is just for the sake of the kingdom's people, please reconsider." King, Luca thought about how to politely refuse. Seeing Luca's troubled expression, King Sabasa sighed and switched tactics. "It seems Sarah needs some time to prepare. Lord Luca, could I ask you to go to the princess's room yourself and escort her to the banquet hall? She has been delaying for a long time." Luca was feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, so he stood up immediately upon hearing this. "Understood, I will go at once." He was eager to escape this awkward scene of being urged to marry. Luca arrived outside the princess's room and knocked. "Sarah, are you ready?" The door opened quickly. Sarah was wearing an exquisite gown, but her face was full of confusion. "I was dressed and ready a long time ago. It was father who told me to wait here, saying there were still some ritual details to handle." Luca suddenly had an ominous premonition. Just then, King Sabasa's booming and slightly exaggerated cry came from the hallway outside. "Oh no, humph." Immediately following was the harsh sound of metal twisting and wood splintering. A few seconds later, the king's voice came through the door, filled with immense apology. "I am truly sorry, Lord Luca. I accidentally broke the door handle completely just now. It is so thoroughly broken that I'm afraid I must call for a craftsman to repair it immediately." He paused, then added in a booming voice, I'll go call for a craftsman now. However, repairs always take time, at least 1 hour. No, I'm afraid it will take 3 hours. During this time, I'm afraid this door cannot be opened from the outside. Yes, completely unable to be opened. Luca. He tried twisting the inner door handle and pushed against the heavy wooden door, but it didn't budge. Apparently, some kind of mechanism, or a purely royal-made special lock was at work. Hearing the movement inside, King Sabasa's departing footsteps stopped and he returned, lowering his voice, though ensuring it could be heard inside. I will say it again, the craftsman won't be here for 3 hours. There are only you and Sarah in the room, a lone man and a lone woman, alone in one room. His tone became meaningful, even if some accident happens. I will understand. Lord Luca, I will absolutely not hold you responsible. After saying this, the footsteps finally faded away. Luca's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot instantly. Now, what do we do? He looked at Sarah inside the room. Sarah blinked her azure eyes and tilted her head, suggesting, like I did before, break the window and jump out. Luca rubbed his brow helplessly, forget it, let's just wait for 3 hours. He walked over to an armchair far from the bed and sat down. I'm really sorry, Luca. Sarah sat on the edge of the bed with an apologetic look, my father seems to be particularly fond of you, but... She dragged out her tone, if no accident really happens, wouldn't that be too unfair to you? Upon hearing this, Luca's body stiffened slightly. Well, you blonde-haired, blue-eyed princess, I treat you as a friend, and you're lusting after my body too. The next second, accompanied by the sound of the window shattering, Luca's voice came from outside the window. Sarah, I've been kidnapped by a monster. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Inside the room, Sarah was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Looking at the slightly swaying curtains, she whispered, cowardly hero. The next morning, King Sabasa and Princess Sarah personally escorted Luca and Alice to the palace gate. Are you leaving already? It is truly regrettable. King Sabasa looked at Luca, his regret overflowing, and sighed repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Luca, for accompanying us along the way, and for tolerating my daughter's various whims and mischief. You have truly been put to much trouble. He patted Luca's shoulder, his tone sincere. Luca caught the subtext and raised an eyebrow. It seemed this king was not entirely ignorant of the truth. But in the end, he still handed the letter explaining the sequence of events to King Sabasa in front of Sarah. Well, Luca, thank you for taking care of me along the way. Sarah remained as carefree as ever. She waved to Luca with a smile, her eyes clear. Before departing, King Sabasa suddenly turned to Alice, who was waiting quietly on the side. You are not human, are you? The king's voice was very calm. After asking, he immediately nodded slightly. I apologize, that was presumptuous of me. Alice's golden eyes looked at the king, and she simply admitted calmly, I am indeed not human. King Sabasa heard this and smiled. Whether monster or human, please consider Sabasa a kingdom where you can travel with peace of mind and taste delicious food. The gates here are always open to you. After leaving the royal city and walking for a distance, Alice, who hadn't said much, suddenly spoke. Humph, she snorted, her golden eyes glancing sideways at Luca, that princess seems quite close to you. Luca's heart skipped a beat, don't misunderstand, we just have some shared experiences. Humph, is that so? Alice's tail flicked slightly upward. The next moment, her tail shot out, precisely wrapping around Luca's waist, and then tightened slightly. Hiss, ow, ow, ow. Chapter 50, Witch Hunting Village. Please sell the medicine to me. If this goes on, Mom will. In a corner of the dirty, chaotic street, in front of an item shop with a faded sign. A young child stood on tiptoe, straining his head upward, clutching a few polished, shiny copper coins in his hand, his vision blurred by tears. I said I'm not selling. Can't you understand? I won't sell medicine to outsiders. The shopkeeper waved his arms as if shooing away a plague god. Get out. Disappear from this village. Please. I beg you, give me the medicine. Don't come any closer. Do you want to pass your sickness to me? The shopkeeper suddenly grabbed a ceramic cup from the counter, making a motion to throw it. If you dare come any closer, see if I don't beat you to death. Tears mixed with dust, carving gullies on his small face. In the end, he could only clench those useless copper coins and drag his heavy feet toward the only temple in the village. That was his last hope. Lord Priest, please save my mother. The plea, laced with tears, was roughly interrupted before he could finish. Go home. At the temple entrance, the priest in white robes looked at him with utter disgust. Do not defile the temple with your dirty feet. Outsider. But my mother, she. Enough. Stay shut inside. Before your sickness infects more people, you should just hurry up and die. The priest's voice was cold. The merciful goddess Ilias would surely want it that way too. Want? The small figure froze there. His brain, due to days of fear, exhaustion, and hunger, had long since stopped functioning, leaving only repetitive pleas, yet even this last path was completely blocked off. He didn't know how he walked back home. His mother lay on the bed, her face as pale as faded paper. I'm sorry, Mom. The medicine, it was all sold out. He knelt by the bedside, using all his strength to hold his mother's cold hand, tears falling in large drops onto the bedsheet. I could only go to the temple and pray to Goddess Ilias. His mother turned her head with effort, trying to force a smile, but it only turned into a string of weak coughs. Luca, you've worked hard. Her voice was as light as a sigh. As for me, it's probably time for me to go meet the goddess. No. He screamed, gripping her hand tightly as if he could hold onto the fading warmth. His mother's gaze gradually unfocused, but then gathered a final spark of light. Luca, my child, you are a hero. Her breath grew weaker and weaker, her words intermittent and apologetic. Don't hate your father. No matter what. Go do what you want to do. The voice cut off abruptly. The hand holding his slid away gently. Mom? There was no response. Mom? Luca woke up, staring blankly at the morning stars over the desert outside the tent. He raised his hand and wiped away the moisture that had seeped from the corners of his eyes at some point. On the other side of the tent, Alice had also woken up at some point. She sat quietly, hugging her knees, her long silver hair draped messily. Her golden eyes gazed at the tent fabric, but her focus was lost somewhere unknown, appearing somewhat vacant. What's wrong? Luca asked. Alice seemed startled for a moment, then slowly turned her face. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke in a low voice, her tone dazed. It's nothing, just. For the first time in a long while. I dreamed of my mother. Luca paused, then reached out and rubbed her soft hair. Is that so? He said softly, I dreamed of her too. The two didn't speak again, the only sound left in the tent was their gradually calming breathing. Morning light seeped in bit by bit, dispelling the lingering chill of the nightmare. After a brief rest, the two headed toward the witch-hunting village. Previously, while gathering information in Sabesa, they had heard some fragmented news from a church priest. In the south of the desert, there was a closed-off, backward village known as the witch-hunting village. It was said that the female lord there acted strangely, arbitrarily capturing people for torture and so-called trials, and the church was secretly protecting some victims who had escaped from there. The rumors grew more intense, some even said that the lord was conducting some kind of terrifying research and anyone, man, woman, or child, would mysteriously disappear if they were even slightly suspicious. King Sabesa had also vaguely mentioned the recent unrest during casual conversation, noting that some unsettling things were brewing in the shadows. Piecing these bits of information together, Luca could not ignore it. After handling Princess Sarah's commission, he and Alice turned south. This time, Alice did not express any dissatisfaction with his meddling. The darkness eroding everything in the St. Ilia royal capital, the synthetic monsters that appeared suddenly in the forest of elves, the clues vaguely connecting these behind the scenes made it impossible for even her, the Demon King, to ignore. This village, filled with strange rumors, might just be the next node to investigate. Before long, the two arrived at the village. Low, mud brick houses were packed closely together, most with doors and windows tightly shut. The streets were deserted. Occasionally, a figure would flash by in a hurry, only to immediately hide in an alley, terrified of being seen. The air was filled with dust and an indescribable, oppressive scent. Just standing at the entrance of the village, a suffocating sense of gloom rushed toward them. Just as Luca was observing the environment, a wooden door nearby opened a crack. A haggard-looking auntie poked her head out, looking around in a panic. After confirming there was no one else nearby, she lowered her voice and said urgently to the two passers-by, Are you travelers? Take my advice, don't go in, turn around and leave immediately." Her gaze lingered especially on Alice's stunning silver hair and appearance, her fear intensifying. "Especially this young lady, she's so beautiful, she'll definitely be captured if she goes in." Seeing that Luca's expression didn't change and he didn't seem to have taken it in, the auntie became even more anxious, her speech quickening. "Young man, don't take this lightly. It's not just women who get labeled as witches. Someone like you, young and strong, with such striking looks, is just as much in danger. Hurry, leave. You old hag over there. What are you sneaking around and saying to them?" A rough, sharp shout interrupted her. Two soldiers wearing simple leather armor were walking toward them. The auntie trembled all over, hurriedly forcing a fawning smile and bowing to the soldiers. "No, nothing, these two were just asking for directions, I was just telling them how to get out." As she spoke, she desperately signaled to Luca and Alice, urging them to leave quickly, then retreated back inside and shut the door tightly. The soldiers' attention immediately focused on Alice. "Hey! What's up with this woman's hair color? Are you a witch?" One soldier drew the short blade at his waist and waved it around. "Witches don't bleed when they get hurt. It's very simple, just a light prick on the back of your hand." He brandished the short blade and approached Alice, "And we can determine whether you're a pure human. Come here." Enough. Recalling the intelligence he had heard earlier, and seeing this scene, Luca was already beyond furious. A violent surge of air erupted without warning. The two didn't even have time to scream before they fainted. Luca didn't even look at them, turning straight around and casting his gaze toward the tallest mansion in the center of the village, the Lord's Manor. He strode toward it, every step carrying long-suppressed rage. Chapter 51, Revenge. Luca walked toward the Lord's Manor, his steps fast and heavy, the sand crunching loudly beneath his feet. Just then, a wooden door creaked open, leaving a narrow crack. A dark-skinned farmer with thick knuckles leaned out and stepped forward quickly to stop Luca. "Lord Adventurer." The farmer's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. Are you going to the Lord's Manor?" Luca stopped and nodded. A faint light suddenly flickered in the farmer's eyes. Then could I ask you to please save my daughter, Marie?" His voice began to tremble. "She was taken away 3 years ago on charges of being a witch. She was only 17 then. It's been 3 years already." 3 years. Luca's heart sank. In a place like this, being imprisoned for 3 years, the hope of survival was incredibly slim. But seeing the farmer's hands clutching the edge of his clothes so tightly that his knuckles were white, he still replied in a low voice, "I understand." These words were like a key, unlocking more mouths sealed by fear. The middle-aged woman who had previously warned them to flee also ran out from her hiding place, tears streaming down her face. "Lord Traveler, my daughter Ellie." Ellie was also taken away. "My sister." A young woman covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. She was studying magic science in Sabesa. She hadn't even been back for 3 days before she was taken, accused of being a witch who used dark arts. "My wife, Celia." A haggard young man said, his eyes blood-red. One person after another appeared. They stepped out from the shadows and emerged from behind doors, like drowning people who had finally found a piece of driftwood. Trembling and weeping, they laid out the names and scars buried deep in their hearts before Luca. Behind every name was a life torn apart by violence and a shattered family. Luca closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled that scorching breath, forcibly suppressing the flames of rage that were nearly breaking through his reason back into the depths of his heart. Without another word, he turned and continued toward the building in the center of the village that stood out from the surrounding low mud houses, a stone wall and a high spire, the Lord's Manor. Two guards with crooked helmets and lazy expressions stood at the entrance. Seeing Luca walking straight toward them, they hurriedly stepped forward to block him. "Hal!" One of them took a step forward, reaching out to stop him, but before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh! A sudden, violent wind whipped up from the ground without warning, slamming into their chests. They were blown away before they could even cry out, crashing hard against the stone wall behind them and falling silent. Without even glancing at them, Luca reached out and pushed open the heavy gates. Inside was a scene completely different from the deathly silence of the village outside. The spacious hall was brightly lit, with various strange, shimmering devices hanging on the walls, complex metal frames, and mountains of thick tomes. In the center of the floor was an intricate magic circle drawn with dark red paint. At its center sat a large cauldron, where a thick, dark green liquid bubbled and boiled, releasing choking fumes. This did not look like a lord's residence, it looked more like a witch's workshop. The woman who arrested innocent people in the name of hunting witches was a witch herself. Utterly absurd. Luca almost let out a cold laugh. He looked up, his gaze locking onto a woman standing deep in the hall, who was observing him with great interest. She looked young, barely in her 20s, with long green hair flowing down, making her face appear exceptionally pale. She wore a strangely cut, dark green robe. "Hee, are you surprised?" the woman spoke, her voice soft. She sensed the magic power flowing through Luca, and the corners of her mouth curled up. "I am the lord of this village, Lily Meisters." She turned toward an archway on one side of the hall, inviting her guest to view her collection. "It seems a decent amount of magic power flows through you as well, or you perhaps have a comrade." She tilted her head. "Come, let me show you my masterpiece." Luca followed silently. There was no need for Lily to guide him. The wind flowing around him had already spread his perception. There was a larger space beneath this mansion. There were many faint and chaotic life signatures. Lily led Luca down a set of stone stairs, and the air became damp and cold. In the dim light of the torches, rows of cells enclosed by thick iron bars were visible on both sides. People were imprisoned inside, most had hollow eyes and were curled up in corners. Some showed horrifying mutations, their limbs twisted into unnatural shapes. Save me." A faint, tearful voice sounded. Luca turned and saw a young girl with red hair tied in twin tails in the innermost cell. Her face was dirty, and her hands gripped the iron bars tightly. Lily laughed, walked to the cell, and reached out to gently stroke the girl's red hair. "Oh dear, such a naughty child." She lightly tapped the girl's forehead with her finger. The next moment, the girl let out a short scream, her body twitching violently as if countless living things were squirming under her skin. Several slimy, pink tentacles covered in suckers suddenly burst from her arms. In an instant, a perfectly fine girl had been turned into a half-human, half-tentacle monster, her face still bearing a trace of painful, bewildered tear stains. "You." Luca's eyes went completely cold, and his fingers tightened around his sword hilt. "Seize him," Lily ordered lightly. Receiving an irresistible command, the villagers in the cells, who had been modified to varying degrees, and were now muddled in mind, let out low growls and lunged at Luca with their mutated bodies. The moment Gog was unsheathed, it shimmered with a soft luster. The villagers collapsed one by one, temporarily returning to their human forms. Taking advantage of this brief chaos, Lily's figure had already disappeared into the corridor leading deeper inside. Luca did not hesitate, the wind had already firmly locked onto her presence. He strode through the dungeon and arrived before a closed metal door, raising his foot. Bang! The heavy door was kicked open, its hinges letting out a groan of being overstrained. Behind the door was a room that was brighter, yet even more unsettling. The four walls were lined with wooden shelves displaying various organ specimens soaked in liquid, scrolls covered in dense data, and a large number of cold, gleaming surgical instruments. In the center of the room was a metal table that still bore dark red stains. Lily Meisters stood at a long table, her back to the Luca who had burst in, casually stirring a purple-black liquid in a test tube with a glass rod. Oh! That was much faster than I imagined. She put down the test tube, turned around, and looked at Luca coldly. Such a barbaric fellow. Couldn't you have knocked before coming in? I originally thought you were someone on the same path as me. Luca took a step forward, his boots making a dull thud on the stone floor. The air around him seemed to vibrate slightly from his suppressed fury. Treating humans like toys, playing with and modifying them at will. His voice was very low, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. He continued forward, each step leaving a clear mark on the hard floor. I don't think you could possibly understand. Lily gritted her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably for a moment. Staring into those eyes burning with black flames, she felt an instinctive chill. But immediately, a stronger emotion overwhelmed her, resentment that had been building up for a very, very long time. The research I am conducting is a noble cause. It is a gift back to them. The sleeves of Lily's hands suddenly tore apart, and several thicker, more hideous pink tentacles shot out, attacking Luca from different angles so fast they left afterimages. Luca did not retreat. His body swayed slightly, air currents surged beneath his feet, and he floated toward the ceiling as if weightless, evading all the tentacle strikes. At the same time, his hand reached into his robes, and when it emerged, he was no longer holding the Gog sword, but the broken wooden sword that was only a hilt. Mid-air he twisted his body violently, turning upside down and plummeting like a meteor. As he swung down, he channeled all his weight, the downward momentum, and an indescribable power to strike hard at the center of Lily's head. Tum! A dull thud echoed, and the entire village shook. The frantic smile on Lily's face instantly froze. She hadn't even seen Luca's movement, she only felt a massive force like the weight of a mountain crash onto her head, instantly piercing through her entire body. Her protective magic shattered like paper, and all her tentacles turned into blood mist at the same time. She was slammed violently to the ground by this force, face down, limbs splayed. Every bone in her body felt broken. Crimson blood sprayed from her eyes, nose, and ears. Her throat felt sweet, and she coughed out large mouthfuls of blood uncontrollably, staining the cold floor in front of her red. The battle had started quickly, and ended even faster. So fast that the churning hatred in Lily's heart, and the pride of showing off her results, all those intense emotions hadn't even had time to be fully vented before they were replaced by a more thorough weakness and coldness spreading from the marrow of her bones. She lay on the ground, her vision blurred and her ears ringing. In a daze, she seemed to see that thin figure again, always hunched over, mending clothes under a dim oil lamp, and saw her giving her a tired but gentle smile. "Mother," she murmured unconsciously, her pupils unfocused. Luca stood beside her, the wooden sword in his hand, which had almost pierced her heart, stopped at the last moment. With a flick of his wrist, he put the wooden sword back into his robes. "You." He looked down at Lily, who was slumped on the ground like a rag. "Why did you do these things?" Lily's eyelashes fluttered. Hearing Luca's question, her unfocused gaze centered again, and she slowly moved her eyes to look at the youth looking down at her. "Why? Why?" Her cooled blood seemed to be ignited once more, and the bone-deep resentment coiled up like a poisonous vine, giving her one last burst of strength. "Why?" "For revenge, of course." She roared hoarsely, blood constantly spilling from the corners of her mouth as she spoke. "My mother was a prostitute at the very bottom of Sabesa. I was born because of the previous lord of this place, that beast. After coming to this village, we were treated with cold looks. Contempt. I bore the infamy of being the daughter of an outside bastard and a prostitute. To support me, my mother ignored her already broken body, working day and night, washing clothes, mending, cleaning sewers. She did every dirty and exhausting job, and finally, she just worked herself to death. She coughed, tears mixing with blood as they fell. In this village, we were isolated by everyone. My mother worked so hard, just to let me live. But even when she died, the church in this village refused to hold even the simplest funeral for her. They said the impure do not deserve the goddess's mercy. Lily's voice suddenly rose, filled with manic hatred. From then on, I swore I would have my revenge. Revenge on everyone. I studied the power of magic. First I killed that so-called father, and those sons of his who bullied us, his legal wife, his whole family. I got the position of Lord. Look. The daughter of a prostitute, sitting in the highest position here. I cannot forgive a single person in this village. It was their indifference, their exclusion, their malicious words that killed my mother bit by bit. She glared at Luca, projecting all her venom toward him. Can you, who plays the hero game and saves people everywhere, understand the pain of being stepped on by everyone, being ignored and being excluded? The pain of watching your only relative being driven to death, and being powerless to stop it. Can you understand? After shouting all this, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Her head fell heavily back to the ground, and she closed her eyes. Kill me. After a long time, Luca's voice was calm. I can understand. As the words fell, the gog sword at his waist was suddenly unsheathed. The dark blade traced a cold arc of light as it swung down. Chapter 52, The Aftermath. The chaos inside and outside the Lord's manor gradually subsided over the next few days. The people imprisoned deep in the dungeon began to return to their original forms the moment Lily's magical power was completely sealed by the gog sword. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the cold, damp dungeon, many could hardly believe they had truly returned to normal. Villagers swarmed into the manor to help their relatives and neighbors who had once been condemned as witches and heretics. Cries, shouts, and sounds of unbelievable sobbing intertwined in the courtyard. Mary. My Mary. You're alive. You're really alive. A gray-haired middle-aged man hugged his frail daughter tightly, trembling with tears. Erica. My child. Mother thought I'd never see you again. The auntie who had warned Luca knelt on the ground, holding her daughter's face, and examining it carefully, tears streaming down her deep wrinkles. Scenes of reunions were everywhere on the village streets. The deathly silence was broken by these sounds, and the air finally felt alive. But there were other sounds as well. Sister. Sister Lucia. Where are you? Answer me. A young woman rushed through the crowd like mad, pushing open one dungeon door after another, her voice shifting from urgency to despair. Ellie. Ellie. A middle-aged man stood before an empty cell, repeatedly murmuring his daughter's name with hollow eyes. Many more would remain forever in the depths of that grim mansion. At the village entrance, beneath an old tree that was half-withered, Alice stood there quietly, her silver hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She watched as Luca slowly walked out of the village, though the boy's back was straight, a persistent gloom hung over his brow. You've already resolved the crisis in this village, Alice spoke. Why do you look so downcast? Luca stopped a few paces away from her, and looked toward the rolling horizon in the distance. The setting sun was slowly sinking, staining the world a dark red, like dried blood. The number of victims is simply too high. He was silent for a long time before whispering, those we could save are only these. There are hundreds who will never return. Fathers have lost daughters, children have lost mothers, and couples will never be reunited. Alice walked up to him, tilted her face up, and looked at him with her golden eyes unblinking. Hold your head high, Luca. Her voice was soft. Look at me. Luca did so subconsciously. Then, he felt a pair of slightly cool hands gently cupping his cheeks. Listen to me, she said word by word. Despite the outcome, you worked very hard. Every villager here, every person who can stand in the sunlight again, was saved by you. Without you, they wouldn't even have hope. Luca stared blankly into her eyes, which were inches away. I can't bring myself to hate Lily. He suddenly said, Alice, she and I, perhaps we just made different choices. If something else hadn't happened, if no one had held me back then, maybe we really would have become the same kind of person. He looked away, toward the other end of the village. These past few days I've been thinking about the past, about my mother. And Ilagisvira village. Back then, I felt the whole world was cold, and I hated everyone, including myself. Alice didn't let go of her hands, she just listened quietly. How should I put it, there were indeed many painful things, but even now, I still love Ilagisvira village. Alice let go and crossed her arms, her tail swaying gently behind her. So, is it one of those beautiful stories where the people who once stood by and watched your mother die later all had a change of heart, repented in tears, and then carefully raised you so you could feel the warmth of the world? Luca chuckled. Alice, you're being too idealistic. He turned around and leaned against the trunk of the withered tree. After Mother died, the epidemic continued to spread. That winter, the conservatives in the village, the elders and families who were most hostile toward outsiders, fell ill one by one. In the end, they experienced the same despair as my mother. By the time spring arrived and the plague finally passed, there weren't many people left in the village. Luca's voice was calm. Most of those who survived were outsiders like my family, or a few locals who had been willing to secretly share some herbs with their neighbors. The village was almost an empty shell. Later it took in many refugees from other places before it slowly regained its life, and became the Ilagisvira village it is today. He paused, suddenly realizing something and letting out a soft ah. Speaking of which, based on how long I've lived there, I'm actually one of the village's senior residents now. Alice didn't laugh. She looked at the silhouette of Luca's profile outlined by the twilight and remained silent for a moment. You say you and Lily are the same kind of person, she spoke again, but I completely disagree. Luca turned his head to look at her. Whether it's humans or monsters, fundamentally, there are two different ways of thinking. Alice held up two fingers. The first is like Lily, I felt pain, so I want others to taste that pain. She spreads hatred and passes on the harm. She lowered the first finger, her golden eyes exceptionally bright in the twilight. The second is like you, I felt pain, so I never want others to go through the same thing. You end the pain with yourself and pass on understanding and a helping hand, even if it means carrying a heavier burden. She took a step forward and tilted her head slightly. Do you understand, Luca? The evening breeze blew through the withered branches, making a faint whimpering sound. In the distant village, cries of joy could still be heard faintly. Luca looked at Alice for a long time, then slowly nodded. Maybe. A smile finally appeared on his face. You're right. He knew very well that it was the intertwining of many factors that had made him who he was today. His mother's gentle teachings while she was alive, the neighbors who were also struggling to survive but still shared a meal or an old garment with him after she died, and the new villagers who moved in later and didn't know what had happened, treating him simply as an orphan who needed care. It was these scattered, imperfect bits of kindness, like fragments of light in the darkness, that pieced together bit by bit to make him believe that the world was not entirely cold. It was because he believed this that he felt that perhaps, this world could become a little better. Thank you, Alice. The tip of Alice's tail twitched almost imperceptibly. Just then, the sound of soft footsteps approached. The two turned their heads to see a young village girl walking toward them. She looked to be in her early 20s, with delicate features, though her face was still a bit pale. Lord Hero and this young lady, the village girl stopped a few paces away and bowed deeply. Truly, thank you both so much. She straightened up, her eyes slightly red. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the village and see my family. She said this and raised her right hand to wave goodbye, but at the moment she raised her hand, plorp! That slender right arm suddenly swelled and deformed without warning. Pink flesh quickly welled up under the skin, the 5 fingers merged and elongated, and in the blink of an eye, the entire forearm turned into a slick tentacle as thick as a bowl covered in suckers. The tentacle twitched unconsciously in the air. Ah! The village girl cried out, her face instantly flushing red with embarrassment and panic. Sorry. I'm not used to this arm yet. She took a deep breath and concentrated. The tentacle quickly retracted and decomposed, the flesh reshaped itself and skin texture emerged. A few seconds later, it turned back into a normal human arm. Luca and Alice both watched this scene in silence. Does this, Luca chose his words carefully, trying to ask tactfully, affect your daily life? He was a bit worried. The village had just experienced such a catastrophe, and the fear of mutations had likely not dissipated. Would a survivor who occasionally displayed non-human traits be ostracized again? The village girl, however, smiled. It's okay for now. She moved her fingers, which had returned to normal. Except for dressing being a bit troublesome, the right sleeve always gets torn by the sudden tentacle, so I've just started wearing sleeveless or wide-sleeved dresses. Other than that, eating, working, carrying things, as long as I concentrate, I can control it. And everyone has been very caring toward me. She looked toward the village, her eyes soft. After all, being able to come back alive is already better than anything. I see, he said softly. That's good. Luca asked again, how did you all deal with Lily? When he handed Lily over to the villagers, he had also told the gathered crowd everything he knew, her background, her mother, and the twisted root of her hatred. He had left it to the villagers to decide how to judge her. At first, the calls to kill her were indeed very loud. The village girl's voice lowered. Many people lost loved ones, so anger is inevitable. But after hearing her story and seeing those who survived, she paused. Later, everyone discussed it for a long time, and finally decided to imprison her for life in the abandoned stone tower at the westernmost edge of the village. Luca listened quietly. But the village girl's voice grew even softer, just as the villagers carried her to the base of the tower, preparing to lock her in the dungeon. She woke up. She looked at the tower, then at the surrounding villagers and said nothing. Then, using a shard of glass hidden in her sleeve, she slit her own throat. The villagers, as agreed, buried her next to the stone tower. There's no headstone, just a pile of stones. The village girl lowered her head. Everyone says this is both her punishment and a warning to the living. Do not discriminate against others, do not ostracize those who are different, and do your best to help those in deep trouble, because the indifference sown today may one day bear a fruit of evil that no one can endure. After she finished, she bowed again, turned and slowly walked back to the village. Luca watched her back disappear behind the earthen wall, speechless for a long time. I see. In the end, those were the only words he uttered. Before the two departed, as he took one last look around this scarred village, his gaze suddenly fixed on a corner of the Lord's manor. A figure was standing there. Red hair, a long white robe, and a tall build. It was that person. The red-haired woman who had appeared when Chrome caused a disturbance in front of the haunted house at Natalia Port, only to quietly disappear. As if sensing Luca's gaze, the woman suddenly turned her head, and looked precisely at his position. Across a distance of hundreds of meters, their gazes met briefly in the air. The woman's face was expressionless. She glanced at Luca, then her figure flickered, and she vanished from the spot as if merging into the air. 1 second she was standing there, and the next she was gone without a trace, as if she had never appeared. Very suspicious. Luca murmured to himself, his brow furrowing. He immediately expanded his wind, carefully searching every inch of the nearby space. The woman's presence had completely vanished, as clean, as if she had been erased from reality by an eraser. What's wrong? Alice noticed the change in his expression. I saw an acquaintance. Luca withdrew his gaze. I saw her in front of the haunted house at Natalia Port. You were unconscious then, so you might not remember. But it's fine. A faint current of air swirled around his fingertips, quietly capturing the lingering unfamiliar scent in the air. The next time we meet, I won't let you leave so easily. Chapter 53, Gnome. The various disturbances in the Safina region finally came to an end. Luca and Alice packed their gear and set off toward their next clear objective, the Safara ruins. According to previously gathered intelligence, nearby residents had claimed to have witnessed mysterious mud dolls active within those ancient ruins. According to Sylph, those were likely familiars controlled by the earth spirit, Gnome. We're finally going to find Gnome. Alice walked beside Luca, raising a hand to shield herself from the still blazing sun. Once she's willing to lend us her power, we'll have no reason to stay in this hellhole that could roast a person alive. Luca looked at her sideways, somewhat amused. Isn't your Demon King's castle on the legendary Hell continent? I've heard the environment there is much harsher than the desert. A harsh environment and simple heat are two different things. Alice rolled her eyes at him, the tip of her tail sweeping impatiently across the sand. The Purgatory continent has powerful monsters and chaotic energy, but that doesn't mean it's like a giant oven. Unlike here, where even the wind is scalding. They traveled in silence, with Luca repelling several waves of desert monsters. That afternoon, a sight starkly different from the surrounding endless sea of sand slowly appeared on the horizon. The once grand buildings had long since collapsed, leaving only a few scattered low earthen walls stubbornly poking out of the sand. More common were half-buried column bases, shattered stone slabs, and a large amount of pottery and brick fragments scattered among the rolling dunes, silently testifying that human life and civilization once existed here. Is this the Safara ruins? Luca stopped and gazed into the distance. Before his eyes was still a vast expanse of golden yellow. Alice stepped forward and bent down to pick up a pottery shard with a faint pattern engraved on its surface from the grit. She gently rubbed the lines that had been nearly smoothed by wind erosion with her fingertips, then picked up a broken piece of a stone pillar to carefully examine its cross-section and texture. She set the fragment down and brushed the sand from her hands. This is from at least 1,000 years ago. The architectural style and material processing, there's no mistake. This is indeed a ruin left from the peak of the era of spirit worship. Luca raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed this Demon King had much more in her head than just a catalogue of gourmet food from across the continent. He calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and slightly channeled the power of Sylph within him, letting his perception spread gently with the wind. Unlike the light, life-filled wind of the Forest of Elves, the wind here was quiet and heavy, carrying the subtle sound of sand grains rubbing together as it slowly brushed against his skin. Strangely, it wasn't irritating, instead, it provided a steady sense of peace, like being gently embraced. She won't be easy to find, Luca murmured to himself as he opened his eyes. The ruins covered a large area. If Gnome intended to hide, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I've heard that Gnome is quite timid, but also exceptionally curious. Alice found a spot in the shadow of a remaining low wall and sat down, lazily offering a suggestion. If you show a clear intention of looking for her and make some noise, she might not be able to resist showing up secretly to observe. That makes sense. Luca nodded. Then I'll walk around and take a look. I shall rest here for a while. Alice gave a small yawn, her figure becoming somewhat hazy in the shadows, blending with the dappled light as her presence faded to almost nothing. Lazy snake. He turned around and began to wander aimlessly through the ruins. After walking for about an hour, just as Luca rounded a semicircular ruined wall, he caught a glimpse of a small figure darting across the sand ahead out of the corner of his eye. It was a tiny mud person made of sand and soil, not even reaching knee-height. Its limbs were short and chubby, yet it ran with surprising agility, leaving a trail of footprints in the sand as it headed straight for the other side of the ruined wall. Luca's heart stirred, and he quietly followed. He saw the mud doll hopping and jumping before leaping into the arms of a figure crouching in the shadows. It was a strangely dressed girl. Her thick clothing, a weave of light green and off-white, looked exceptionally fresh and striking amidst the endless yellow sand. Her brown hair fell softly over her shoulders, and a pair of emerald-like green eyes, clear and bright, were looking over with a hint of curiosity. Pointed ears peeked out playfully from under the wide-brimmed hat she wore. How cute! Luca thought subconsciously, even feeling an impulse to reach out and rub the top of her head. He steadied himself, slowed his pace, and spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. My name is Luca. Are you? Gnome? The girl held the mud doll and watched him quietly. After a few seconds, she gave a small nod. I hope you can lend me your power. Luca didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. When facing such a simple being, honesty was perhaps the best approach. Oh. A bluish-green light flew out from Luca's chest in response. Sylph fluttered her wings happily, circling Gnome twice, her voice full of joy. Gnome. Long time no see. It seemed that as fellow spirits, they had a good relationship. Luca thought with a smile. Gnome still didn't make a sound, only tilting her small face up to look at Sylph flying in front of her. Hey, Gnome. Sylph flew a bit closer and whispered in an enticing tone, come play inside Luca's body with me. It's very spacious and comfortable inside. Yes, say exactly that. Good job, Sylph. Luca gave the little one a mental thumbs up while maintaining a calm exterior. Gnome blinked her emerald-like eyes, seemingly in deep thought. I see. Sylph shook her little head happily. Gnome really does think of Luca that way too. Luca watched the two little ones with interest. One was chattering away non-stop, while the other was as silent as an exquisite porcelain doll, yet they were able to communicate. This conversation lasted less than half a minute, and then... thump! A dull sound. Gnome suddenly raised a small hand, balled it into a fist, and bopped Sylph on the forehead. Eek! Sylph let out a short cry of surprise, and the entire spirit turned into a streak of light, getting knocked back into Luca's body in an instant. Luca. This counts as a form of having a good relationship, right? Probably. Luca, Sylph's voice sounded in his mind. Gnome says that if you want her power, you must first demonstrate your own strength. In other words, you have to defeat her first. As it should be. Luca had long expected this. He looked at Gnome. Then, please show me what you can do. Gnome set down the mud doll in her arms, and the little fellow immediately ran to the side with its short legs. Immediately after, the sandy ground vibrated slightly, and 7 or 8 mud dolls of the same design condensed from the sand around her. They waved their tiny fists, let out silent shouts, and swarmed toward Luca. Luca simply gave a light leap, his body gliding like a feather over the pouncing mud dolls. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Gnome, with only a single step between them. You won't beat me like this. Luca smiled and, ultimately unable to resist, reached out and gently rubbed the top of Gnome's hatted head. Even through the fabric, it felt soft. Gnome didn't dodge, but her emerald eyes widened slightly. Then, she closed her eyes. In an instant, Luca felt a low and powerful pulse coming from the earth beneath his feet. An indescribable, heavy magical power converged frantically around Gnome, and the air became filled with the scent of dust and rock. A heart-pounding sense of danger quietly emerged. Luca's expression turned serious, but he didn't move to interrupt her. Air currents surged beneath his feet, and his body suddenly catapulted into the high sky toward the rear. At almost the exact same moment he left the ground, Gnome opened her eyes. She extended her right hand, spreading her thumb and index finger, and aimed at the spot where Luca had originally been. Where is he? The intended target had suddenly vanished. Gnome's movement stiffened, and a hint of confusion crossed her small face. However, the power she had already invoked would not stop just because of her daze. Rumble. The sandy ground of the entire Safara ruins roared and rolled like a giant, living wave. Countless grains of sand shot into the sky, forming several giant sand tornadoes, over 100 meters in diameter. They twisted and expanded, intertwining with each other, completely obscuring the sky for miles around in an instant. The sunlight was ruthlessly swallowed, and the world fell into a dim, yellowish apocalyptic scene. Then, the petite girl below, who hadn't fully come to her senses, was swept inside. The sandstorm continued to rage for a few minutes before losing its core drive, slowly subsiding and scattering. Luca. He looked around and saw a hat lying all alone on the sand not far away. He walked over, knelt down, and cleared away the sand beneath the hat. Soon, a small, dizzy face covered in sand with eyes turned into swirls was revealed. He dug Gnome out of the sand and helped pat the dust off her hair and clothes. Gnome? Are you okay? Gnome's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. She shook her still dizzy little head, and her green eyes gradually regained focus as she looked at Luca. After a moment, she gave a small nod. Then, she tilted her small face up and, while looking at his face, began rubbing her right hand against his. "What's wrong?" Luca asked, confused. Gnome didn't speak, just persistently rubbed against his hand. "All right, let's shake hands." Luca seemed to understand. He gently grasped that small, soft hand, which still carried a hint of coolness. The moment their hands met, a warm light blossomed from Gnome, quickly enveloping them both. Luca felt an incomparably concentrated, solid, and majestic power flow through their joined hands into his body, spreading through his entire being. Gnome's figure gradually faded and disappeared within the light. As the light dissipated, Luca stood alone on the spot, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, carefully feeling the changes within his body. An unprecedented sense of stability filled his frame. "So this is," he murmured to himself, "Earth possession." As he slowly adapted to and understood this newly acquired power, two small figures emerged deep within his consciousness, in that strange space belonging to the spirits. Gnome is here too. Sylph circled her new companion happily. "See? It's very spacious here, right? And it's warm and comfortable." Gnome sat in a corner of the consciousness space with her knees hugged to her chest, her green eyes quietly taking in her surroundings. "Is your relationship that good?" Luca's voice, carrying a hint of a smile, echoed in this consciousness. "Yes." Sylph answered without hesitation, flying over to nuzzle Gnome's cheek. "We are very, very good friends." Thump. With an expressionless face, Gnome once again raised her small fist and slammed it into Sylph's head. The latter let out an ouch and, pushed by the force, went rolling far away in the consciousness space. Luca. Chapter 54, The Demon Realm's Strongest Chef. The wind at the edge of the desert finally carried a hint of moist coolness, as the unchanging, scorching golden sands were gradually replaced by rolling hills and scattered patches of green. Luca stood on a high slope, glancing back at the vast sea of sand behind him that had swallowed countless stories, and let out a soft sigh of relief. Gnome's power has been obtained as well." Alice's voice suddenly came from beside him. She had climbed to the top of the slope at some point, her silver hair fluttering slightly in the rising evening breeze as her golden eyes gazed at Luca. "Yeah, Alice." Luca had long since grown accustomed to her appearing without warning, and simply responded calmly. He could feel the calm, heavy power belonging to Gnome within his body. Sylph and Gnome are both the type of spirits who possess immense magic within themselves, but aren't particularly skilled at using it for combat. She changed the subject. However, the two we're looking for next, Undine and Salamander, are quite different. "Oh?" Luca turned his head and asked with interest, "Are those two strong? Better at fighting?" "Those two are quite skilled in the application of power." Alice glanced at him. "Undine is already very formidable, and as for Salamander, she's even." She suddenly stopped. "Even what?" Luca pressed. "Well, I don't feel like telling you for now." Alice turned her face away, the tip of her tail swaying gently. You'll find out for yourself once you meet them. Luca felt a bit helpless, yet also found it somewhat amusing. He reached out and pinched Alice's soft cheek. What are you doing? According to the records in a study on the belief and origin of the four spirits and information obtained from Sabesa, their next objective pointed clearly to the east, the Noah region, where the water spirit Undine resided. Rumor had it that it was a fertile land with a long history and a unique culture. The local food culture was also famous for its diversity and sophistication. It had been some time since they left the hot and dry Sabesa region. As they continued eastward, the scenery became lusher and the air moister. Neat farmland, winding rivers and villages with curling chimney smoke began to appear along the way. One day, the two finally stepped into the heart of the Noah region and arrived near the city of Grand Noah. The Noah region has many historical sites worth seeing, Alice said, pulling out her old-timer travel guide from somewhere and flipping through it with interest. The most famous among them is Grand Noah's circular Colosseum. But none of that is important. She licked her lips. The energy burst bento sold exclusively near the circular Colosseum is our true goal. Yes, Luca replied, amused. He wasn't very interested in how a bento could burst, but the circular Colosseum piqued his interest as a warrior. Being able to spar with various strong opponents and witness different styles of combat techniques was, in itself, an excellent form of training and enjoyment for him. Alice was clearly completely immersed in her culinary exploration. She flipped to another page of the guide, her finger pointing at the illustrations and text. And there's more. Look, the remote eastern border village, Yamatai. The book says it preserves a very ancient and unique food culture. She listed a series of dishes like she was counting her own treasures, her eyes growing brighter with every name: sushi, tempura, ramen, takoyaki. Ooh. By the time she reached the last one, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, the silver tips of her hair seemingly dancing with excitement. Luca watched her from the side, an undisguised look of disdain on his face. He deliberately drawled, a village on the eastern border, huh? We'd have to take a detour. Not going, it's too much trouble. Eh? Alice snapped her head up, the expression on her face freezing instantly. Then, her cheeks puffed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. She rounded her golden eyes and stared at Luca huffily, not saying a word. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but reach out a finger and gently poke her puffed-out cheek. With a soft pft, the air leaked out. Then, shall we go? Luca said, suppressing a laugh. The anger on Alice's face melted away like snow under the sun, her smile blooming like a flower. In the evening, the two set up camp on a scenic flat patch of ground. Alice was in an exceptionally bright mood and even offered, I shall take responsibility for tonight's dinner. Ha! Luca, who was pitching the tent, felt his hand twitch, nearly bending the support pole. He snapped his head around. Alice, you know how to cook. Of course. Alice puffed out her chest, her chin tilted slightly upward. Bring it on. In this world, there is nothing a demon lord cannot do. Is it really okay, Alice? Luca skeptically handed her the prepared ingredients, some wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fresh fish caught from the river, his eyes full of distrust. Naturally. Who do you think I am? Alice took the ingredients and walked confidently toward the makeshift stove. Is it really okay? Luca watched as she picked up a carrot, seemingly intending to chop it, but with a slight squeeze of her fingertips, there was a soft snap, and the entire carrot was crushed in her hand. Ah! Go away. You're so noisy. Alice waved her hands like she was shooing flies, driving Luca away from her cooking scene, as he tried to linger and offer guidance. No peeking. Just wait to eat. Luca was driven to the edge of the camp to sit, but the unease in his heart only grew stronger. 5 minutes later. Boom. A dull, explosive roar suddenly erupted. Along with the loud noise, a thick column of billowing, gray-black smoke with an unidentifiable burnt smell rose into the air, shooting straight into the sky. Luca was so startled he practically bounced off the ground, his hand instantly going to his sword hilt as he looked around warily. A monster. But the wind told him that, aside from himself and Alice, there were no other strong signs of life or magic nearby. Just as he was filled with doubt and alarm, the sound of things cutting through the air reached him. Several thick trees that had been growing at the edge of the camp, requiring 2 people to encircle them, were uprooted by the explosion's shockwave. Broken branches and leaves flew through the air, raining down toward his head. Luca swatted them aside with ease. As the smoke and dust cleared slightly, he rushed toward the center of the explosion, the location of the makeshift stove. The scene before him left him momentarily speechless. The original stove, along with the ground beneath it, had vanished, replaced by a shallow pit over 2 meters in diameter, its edges still emitting wisps of blue smoke and a burnt stench. A large patch of grass around the pit had been blown away, revealing the black soil underneath. Further away lay scattered charred remains that were likely cookware and ingredients, their original forms now unrecognizable. Alice was standing right next to the large pit. Her face and her beautiful purple-black dress were covered in black soot, and her silver hair was a bit disheveled, but her golden eyes were sparkling. Seeing Luca approach, she brushed the dust off her hands and announced with her head held high. "I have successfully defeated the stove. Luca." He laughed out of sheer frustration. "What on earth are you so happy about?" Alice blinked. Luca face-bombed. "Thanks to this demon lord, they could only eat some jerky tonight. Stove in heaven. I'll miss you," he muttered under his breath toward the remains, looking melancholic. Seeing Luca's expression, Alice rarely showed a look of embarrassment. This couldn't be helped," she defended herself in a small voice, her eyes darting around. I've never received an education in cooking. I studied monarchology, governing, warring, balancing factions, mastering power. Cooking is something, it's something only a bride should learn." "Monarchology?" Luca caught the word and asked curiously, "Who would teach those things to you, the demon lord?" Alice was silent for a moment. "It's Tam Amo. She is my teacher." Alice continued, "She was also my mother's teacher. Not only that. According to the clan's records, she seems to have served as the mentor for at least 5 consecutive generations of demon lords." The teacher of 5 consecutive demon lords. Luca was indeed surprised. He recalled the scene when he first met Tam Amo, that petite-looking kitsune girl with a smile. Was she that old? Night fell completely, dotted with starlight. Dinner was ultimately settled simply with backup dry rations. While Luca chewed on the rock-hard jerky, he watched Alice, who was nibbling on the same jerky in small bites, occasionally stealing glances at the charred pit with a defiant look. He silently made up his mind, for the sake of world peace, he would never let Alice near kitchenware again. Chapter 55, Grand Noah City. After leaving the site of the explosion the next day, Luca and Alice continued their journey eastward. The terrain gradually leveled out, with abundant water systems cutting the land into neat fields and ponds. The air was moist and fresh, carrying an easy scent of soil, green grass, and the distant smoke of cooking fires. In the early morning, they climbed a gentle hill, and Luca gazed toward the distant horizon. In the morning mist and the gradually brightening dawn light, the silhouette of a massive city faintly emerged. "That's Grand Noah City," Luca said softly. Just as the two were preparing to continue their journey, a figure appeared on the path ahead, walking toward them. It was a young woman wearing a simple blue nun's habit, a style common in the Noah region, with long golden hair draped over her shoulders. She walked with light steps, a gentle smile on her face. "Oh, what a coincidence." The nun stopped in front of them, her hands folded before her as she gave a slight bow. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. "Young travelers, are you headed for Grand Noah City? If I may, shall I offer a prayer to the merciful goddess Ilias for the safety of your future travels?" Luca was slightly taken aback. He saw it at first glance, the nun before him was not human. Her mimicry was nearly perfect, her presence restrained to the point of being natural, and her demeanor was no different from a human girl's. However, having spent so much time with a certain veteran of human disguises, Luca had become exceptionally sensitive to the subtle rhythmic differences in life essence when monsters took human form. What surprised him wasn't the fact that a monster was disguised as a human nun, but rather the goddess Ilias she so piously mentioned. The goddess who was depicted in the scriptures as the creator of all things, but who in reality showed unmasked disgust and rejection toward monsters. A monster who believed in goddess Ilias. Ah, thank you for your kindness. Luca suppressed his surprise and nodded politely in thanks. He didn't resent the goodwill, regardless of who it came from. However, Alice's reaction was entirely different. Seeing a monster now, not only disguised as a human, but also wearing church attire and mentioning that name in such a pious tone. Humph. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you disguising yourself as a human? Drop that distasteful disguise and show your true form. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The gentle smile on the nun's face stiffened, then turned into a helpless, bitter smile. She sighed softly and whispered, "Oh dear. I suppose I was found out after all." As she spoke, a layer of faint light shimmered over her. In the shifting light and shadow, her simple long skirt melted away, replaced by an elegant and powerful snake body covered in fine, pale greenish-blue scales. Her upper body retained the human girl form from before, though the color of her eyes seemed deeper, and her vertical pupils constricted slightly. This was a lamia, a type of monster with a human torso and a snake tail. Alice's gaze became even more unfriendly. "Please don't attack me." The lamia nun hurriedly swayed her snake tail back half a step, her hands held out in front of her. "I mean no harm. I may be a monster, but I truly am a believer in goddess Ilias," she explained. "Even though the goddess might indeed, not quite like a being such as myself, I firmly believe that the goddess's love for all living things is vast and boundless. I was precisely attracted and moved by the magnanimity described in the scriptures. I have been spreading the goddess's teachings among the towns and villages of the Noah region in this monster form. It's just that, this time I need to travel to some more sensitive areas in the south, so I had to disguise myself to avoid unnecessary trouble." Luca caught the key information in her words. "You said, you're preaching in the Noah region, as a monster. Does Grand Noah City not reject monsters?" Hearing this, the lamia nun's gentle smile returned. "Travelers from the north, is this your first time in Noah?" She gently swayed her snake tail, pointing toward the silhouette of the giant city in the distance. "Not just Grand Noah City, but throughout the Noah region, towns and villages where humans and monsters live together are very common." "Is that so?" Alice raised an eyebrow. With a thought, she released the human mimicry she had been maintaining. The lamia nun's eyes widened slightly, and she let out a low exclamation of surprise. "Oh my, this lady is also a fellow of the human torso, snake-tail kin. In that case, I won't disturb you too further." She bowed again. "May the protection of goddess Ilias accompany you on your journey." With that, she swayed her white snake tail and glided away along the path with light, swift movements. Luca watched her disappear around the corner of the mountain path, and said softly from the heart, "Yes, and a safe journey to you as well." Only when that white figure was completely out of sight did Alice curl her lip and curse in a low voice that only Luca could hear, "Idiot! Who wants that hypocritical goddess's protection? Are you angry?" Luca turned to look at her. "A little." Alice didn't deny it, the tip of her tail flicking irritably against the ground. "However, what she believes in is her own freedom. Even though I am the monster lord, I can't be that overbearing." Before she had even finished speaking, her flexible tail slapped against Luca's back with a paw. "SSS," Luca rubbed his back and gave her a helpless look. "I can see you're more than just a little angry." The gates of Grand Noah City were even more grand than imagined and far busier. The line to enter the city was orderly, and its composition made the newly arrived Luca and Alice marvel inwardly. The guards' inspection was concise and efficient. They only gave Alice's monster form an extra glance before waving them through. Stepping into the city, a bustling and vibrant atmosphere washed over them. Broad flagstone streets were lined with shops on both sides, with a wide variety of signs. The aroma of food, the acidic scent of dyes, the clanging from blacksmith shops, the shouts of vendors, the laughter of children. Monsters were walking about everywhere. Oh my! Alice stopped her pace, her golden eyes slowly scanning everything before her. The monsters here are living quite well, she said softly. Although I had heard of it before, seeing it with my own eyes, I didn't expect it to be quite like this. Luca was equally shocked. He had once imagined scenes of coexistence between humans and monsters. He had seen the seeds of it in Harpy Village, Natalia Port, and even St. Ilia. But a place like Grand Noah City, which had completely integrated this coexistence into daily life as a matter of course, its scale and depth still exceeded his expectations. It's truly amazing, he murmured, unable to take his eyes off the harmonious and busy street scene. Before settling into an inn, Luca decided to wander around the city to gather some information. Soon, they found a massive bulletin board in a corner of a crowded plaza, surrounded so tightly that not a drop of water could leak through. The board was covered with various brightly colored posters featuring exaggerated illustrations, mostly regarding match previews for the Circular Coliseum, introductions of star contestants, and ticketing information. Surprisingly, the majority of those crowded in front of the bulletin board having heated discussions were women. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow's match. I'm going to line up early tomorrow morning to grab a good spot. A human girl wearing a plain cloth skirt and pigtails stared with shining eyes at a portrait of a warrior with bulging muscles on a poster. Luca couldn't help his curiosity and leaned in to ask, "Are you very interested in combat matches?" The girl turned her head, saw Luca, and blinked her eyes. I'm actually not interested in fighting itself at all." She waved her hand, then lowered her voice, but he, she didn't finish, a lewd smile appearing on her face. Luca. He involuntarily shifted his steps backward. "By the way, young man." The girl's gaze swept over Luca, her eyes brightening even more. "You look like a warrior too, don't you? Why don't you try signing up at the Circular Coliseum? If you compete, I'll definitely buy a ticket to watch." "And no. Thank you." Luca hurriedly waved his hands. Before they had gone far, they heard two richly dressed women of noble birth talking. "I've already asked someone to book the special viewing seats for tomorrow's match. I'm really looking forward to it," one of them said, waving a small fan. "Are you interested in combat matches?" Luca subconsciously asked again. The noblewoman covered her lips with her fan, and gave a light chuckle, her gaze drifting meaningfully toward the direction of the Colosseum. Ho ho ho, what I want to see isn't that kind of savage brawling. That place offers many different kinds of visual enjoyment. Her companion also let out a knowing chuckle. Luca scratched his head, and wisely decided not to delve further into the topic. He turned toward a relatively quieter request board on the other side of the plaza. Most of the people gathered here looked like adventurers, wearing leather armor and carrying weapons. In the Far East, there's a small village called Yamatai. I heard it's a very quiet and beautiful place. A warrior with a great sword on his back was telling his companion, but recently, they say the village chief is looking everywhere for capable adventurers, commissioning them to repel powerful monsters. Powerful monsters, Luca's heart stirred. He had already planned to head east, and Alice was obsessed with the delicacies of Yamatai. It seems we should go there and check out the situation, he muttered to himself. Alice immediately nodded vigorously beside him, her golden eyes sparkling, and her tail swaying happily. The city's commercial center was even more bustling. Luca saw many shops run by monsters. Luca walked into an item shop that seemed to have a full inventory. The shop was brightly lit, with various potions, scrolls, basic weapons, armor, and travel supplies arranged on shelves by category. The shopkeeper was an elf with long pointed ears and a handsome face, leisurely wiping a crystal bottle. Seeing Luca curiously examining the shop's decor, the elven shopkeeper gave a friendly smile. A traveler from the south, I take it. Is this your first time in Grand Noah? Ah, yes. Luca said honestly. But I really like the atmosphere of this city. I like it here too. The elven shopkeeper put the cleaned crystal bottle back on the shelf, his tone relaxed. Rather than living an isolated life in the forest, I prefer running a shop here, interacting with all sorts of customers and goods. It's lively and interesting. He paused as if remembering something, and added, though, I've heard that further north in Glangard, the society where humans and monsters coexist is even more advanced and harmonious than it is here. More advanced than here. Luca was somewhat surprised. The sights of Grand Noah already seemed nearly ideal to him. Yes, the elven shopkeeper leaned on the counter. Rumor has it that it's not just living together, but more like being integrated as one. Humans and monsters truly share joys and sorrows together. Glangard. Luca noted the name. According to the origins, the fire spirit salamander is in the Goad region to the north. It seemed that after finding the water spirit Undine, their journey to the Goad region would be more than just finding a spirit, they would also witness another possibility. In the shop's accessory section, Alice's gaze was drawn to a hair ribbon displayed on a velvet cushion. It was a black silk hair ribbon tied into an exquisite bow, shimmering softly under the shop's lights. She was looking at it so intently that she didn't even notice Luca walking up beside her. Do you like this? Luca asked softly. Alice snapped back to her senses, her ear tips twitching slightly. Like a child, she nodded frankly, her golden eyes looking at Luca. Luca couldn't help but smile and turned to the elven shopkeeper to buy the ribbon. Returning to Alice's side, he didn't hand the ribbon to her but moved behind her. Alice tilted her head slightly, appearing a bit confused, but she didn't resist. Luca gently gathered her tail and helped her put on the ribbon. The black bow fluttered slightly with her movements. Alice lowered her head to look at the gently swaying black bow on her tail. She was stunned for a moment, and then, a faint smile spread across her lips. She didn't speak, but her tail's swaying became more light-hearted, and the small bow danced along with it, like a butterfly perched upon her. Chapter 56, Watering the Flower. The streets of Grand Noah always seemed full of novelty. Luca and Alice strolled along, their eyes occasionally drawn to the monster figures working in the shops on both sides. A tailor shop with a sign embroidered with an exquisite spider web pattern caught Luca's attention. Through the bright display window, he saw a tailor at work. It was a spider girl. Her upper body was that of a fair-faced human woman, while her lower body was the massive abdomen of a spider covered in black fuzz with dark red stripes, along with 8 nimble appendages. At this moment, she was using her front 2 appendages with exceptional skill to manipulate needle and thread, while 2 others firmly held the dress being sewn. The remaining appendages adjusted thread spools, and the efficiency of her multitasking was breathtaking. Luca couldn't help but push the door and walk in. The spider girl who was sewing looked up and smiled. Hello, customer. Do you have something that needs mending? Her voice was gentle. Ah, no. Luca snapped out of it and waved his hand somewhat embarrassedly. I just wanted to come in and take a look. Your craftsmanship is truly excellent. Hearing that he wasn't there for sewing, the light in the spider girl's eyes dimmed slightly. She lowered her head and continued her work, her voice much softer. That's a pity. I don't know how to do anything except mending. She paused as if talking to herself or confiding in Luca. Actually, I'm not just a spider girl, I'm of the tarantula tribe. She gently stroked a seam on the dress in her hand and sighed. It's about time I left this place and went back to my hometown. You're not a local? Luca leaned against the counter and asked curiously. The spider girl shook her head. My hometown, Paranset Village, is deep in the forest to the north of here. It's a very special place. It's not like a big city like Grand Noah, but monsters of different races live in the village. Monsters of multiple different races living together in one village. Luca found it novel. He had heard of monsters of the same race living in groups, but such cross-species cohabitation was a first for him. Yes, I should be heading back. I see. I wish you a safe journey, Luca said sincerely, then left the tailor shop. Outside, Alice was waiting for him, and Luca told her about Parenset Village. A village where multiple monster races coexist. I'd really like to see it for myself. Luca's desire for exploration was piqued. Parenset Village. Alice repeated the name, her tail swaying gently and unconsciously. You know of it? Luca looked at her. I advise you not to go. Alice hesitated, glanced at Luca, and seeing that he was even more interested, she curled her lip and added, of course, if you want to go, I won't stop you. When she said that, Luca's curiosity was completely ignited, and he mentally noted the name of the place. The two continued forward. As they passed a relatively quiet alley, a small shop with a sign for an information broker caught Luca's attention. The inside of the shop was dimly lit, making it hard to see clearly, but a deliberately lowered voice with a familiar rhythm was calling out from within. Good information today, fresh and hot information. Come take a look, you'll regret missing it. Luca's footsteps paused. That voice, that tone. He sighed and turned toward the shop, Amira. At the dim shop entrance, the light and shadow twisted for a moment, and that familiar figure with a snake's head emerged silently from the shadows. She flicked her tongue and let out a hissing laugh, hiss hiss, to be seen through by you at a glance, as expected of the Lord Hero. Shouldn't you be in Sabesa? Luca rubbed his forehead. How did you follow me here again? Forget it, asking is pointless, I've already gotten used to it. This elusive Amira always seemed to have a way of appearing right where he was about to need information. Never mind that, Lord Hero, I have important information. She lowered her voice, even though there was no one else in the alley, regarding the water spirit you are looking for, Undine. To the west of Grand Noah, there is a forest. Deep within that forest, there is an ancient spring called the Spring of Undine. Amira spoke faster. There are clues indicating that at the bottom of the spring, there is a hidden entrance leading to an underground cavern. And Undine is likely at the deepest part of that cavern. Her tone shifted, carrying a warning. However, Lord Hero, the truth of this information is hard to discern. The key point is that of the people who went to investigate the Spring of Undine, 9 out of 10 never returned. For example, last month, a man who claimed to be a fishing expert went there and vanished without a trace, along with his equipment. I see. No matter what danger was hidden there, since it concerned Undine, he had to go and investigate. But Amira's tone took on a bit of regret. Regarding information on the fire spirit salamander, the trail has gone completely cold here. As expected, without going to the core region of salamander worship, one cannot get key information. Lord Hero, you'll have to personally visit the Goad region later, no matter what. I understand. Thank you very much, Amira, Luca said sincerely. You've provided a lot of key information all along. His feelings were somewhat complicated. On one hand, being followed by her for a long time was a bit uncomfortable, but on the other hand, Amira had indeed provided crucial help many times when he needed it, and she had never shown any ill intent. Well then, this is the information fee for everything so far. Luca took an appropriate amount of gold coins from his pouch and handed them to Amira. Amira shrank back slightly, her snake head shaking. No money. Her golden vertical pupils looked directly at Luca, and the usual playfulness faded from her voice. In exchange, Lord Hero, please be sure to persevere and build that ideal world you envision, where humans and monsters can live together. Please construct a world where even an ugly monster like me can live openly and safely. Luca frowned. Ugly. Don't add unnecessary words like that. He stepped forward and stuffed the gold coins into Amira's hand without allowing any argument. Take them. This isn't a reward, it's advance funding for your activities, so that you can continue appearing where I need you to provide help. Lord Hero. Amira gripped the gold coins that carried his warmth, and the frequency of her tongue flicking increased slightly. "Well then, this shop is closed for today," she drawled, her figure beginning to fade slowly, like ink dissolving in water, gradually becoming a blurred outline, with only those golden vertical pupils remaining clear in the shadows. "We shall meet again in the Goad region." "See you in the Goad region." Luca was no longer surprised by her coming and going like a ghost and waved goodbye calmly. After wandering all day, the two finally decided to find a decent place to rest. Sleeping outdoors for many consecutive days made Luca miss soft beds and roofs that blocked the wind. They chose an inn that looked clean and comfortable. The owner was a warm-hearted middle-aged human woman who wasn't at all surprised by Alice's monster form, and efficiently arranged a quiet upper room for them. The room was spacious and tidy, with the evening breeze bringing in bursts of pleasant fragrance. The bed looked soft and fluffy, and there was even a small dressing table and washstand in a corner. "This really is a good place." Luca put down his luggage, stretched his muscles, and praised it from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't referring just to this room, but to the overall feeling Grand Noah gave him. Alice walked to the window, looking at the lights gradually turning on outside, and remained silent for a moment. "To be honest, I am also surprised," she said softly. "Between humans and monsters, throughout long history, they have been mutually taboo, even hostile existences. To be able to form such a city requires too many coincidences and efforts." Luca walked to her side and looked out the window with her. "The entire Noah region is covered by bountiful nature, rivers, forests, and lakes can be seen everywhere. Perhaps it's because they live together on this rich green land, sharing its blessings, that humans and monsters have been closer to each other since ancient times than in other places." "That's one of the reasons." Alice nodded, her silver hair moving slightly in the evening breeze. "But there's also a more realistic reason. The further north you go, the harsher the natural environment tends to be, and the monsters living there are generally stronger. Sometimes, the gap in power actually forces humans to be unable to simply adopt a strategy of exclusion." Luca continued, "And what's interesting here is that powerful monsters didn't simply rely on power to dominate humans, and the humans here didn't seem to just fear, alienate, or blindly oppose them just because the other side was powerful. They found a balance. The monsters here possess power, yet they choose to use that power to run shops, weave clothes, and provide labor or knowledge. Humans, in turn, accept the convenience and uniqueness brought by this power and respond with equal exchange. This requires both sides to have wisdom and restraint that transcend instinctive prejudice. Monsters who can live in a human city for a long time and live well are special in themselves." Alice's tail curled slightly. "But conversely, this also proves that human cities indeed have something that can attract monsters to stay, not just material things, but perhaps some kind of sense of belonging." She looked at the faint noise coming from the distance and murmured, "Maybe it really can be achieved. By the way, Alice," Luca leaned in a bit closer and pointed to her ear, "I've actually been wanting to ask, what is this flower on your head?" Luca had noticed it before but never had the chance to ask in detail. "Is it a decoration? Or a real flower?" Alice raised her hand and her fingertip gently touched the small flower. "This is a part of my body," she answered frankly. "As the monster lord, my flesh contains the genetic factors of various creatures." She suddenly frowned and touched the petals again. "But I've been traveling lately and haven't had much chance to properly replenish my nutrition, so it looks a bit listless." Saying this, she raised her eyes and looked at Luca with a charming gaze. Do you need me to pour some water for you?" Luca asked subconsciously. Hearing this, a smile slowly bloomed on Alice's face. She leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between her and Luca. "Of course you can. I just need to get a bit of nourishment." Her gaze returned to his face, which had momentarily frozen, and the end of her sentence rose slightly with playfulness. "Of course, you know what the nourishment I need is." Chapter 57, Grand Noah Arena. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains of the inn's window, casting soft spots of light onto the floor. Luca opened his eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for a few seconds before coming to his senses. He sat up, rubbing his slightly aching waist. Hiss! His thoughts were clearer than ever before. So much so that fragmented memories of goddess Ilias from his dream last night flickered vaguely in his mind. What did she say to me? Hey, what are you spacing out for? A crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. Alice was already fully dressed and sitting before the vanity, leisurely combing her long hair. Her golden eyes glanced at Luca through the mirror. Hurry up and get ready. I can already smell the aroma of food wafting over from the circular Colosseum. Luca shook his head, instinctively pushing the blurry dream to the back of his mind. The circular Colosseum. As a warrior, he held a deep interest in that legendary ancient arena itself. Being able to witness the fighting styles and techniques of experts from all over was also a valuable form of training. After a quick cleanup, the two of them headed out. The city of Grand Noah had already awakened in the early morning. The flow of people on the streets grew denser, with many converging toward the magnificent circular building in the city center. The circular Colosseum was even more breathtaking up close than it looked from a distance. The curved outer walls, dozens of meters high, towered majestically. Countless archway entrances were crowded with people, and the air was filled with a unique scent, a mixture of dust, sweat, food spices, and the excitement of the crowd. The queue in front of the ticket window was incredibly long. The spectator tickets are actually this expensive. Luca looked at the two beautifully printed tickets in his hand, which had instantly deflated his wallet, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Fortunately, when they left Sabesa, that generous king had provided a little bit of travel funding in the name of a thank-you gift, otherwise, they probably wouldn't even have been able to afford the standing room tickets on the outermost edge. Following the instructions on the tickets, they found their corresponding area. The seats were actually quite good, located in the middle-tier spectator section with a wide field of vision. However, when Luca looked around, he was slightly taken aback. He had thought that in a place full of power and confrontation, the stands would be packed with muscular male adventurers or soldiers shouting and cheering. Yet, as far as the eye could see, almost everyone sitting in front, behind, to the left, and to the right were young women. They wore various outfits, ranging from simple cloth skirts to exquisite Western-style dresses. Their ages seemed to range from teens to 30s. Currently, they were gathered in small groups, talking excitedly and casting eager glances toward the empty arena below. Delicious. Beside him, Alice had already opened her energy burst bento. The aroma was mouth-watering. Alice feasted without ceremony, her cheeks bulging as she narrowed her eyes happily. High calories, rich sauce. As expected of an energy burst bento. She ate with such focus that it was inevitable for some food crumbs and aromas to drift about. A young woman in the next seat, dressed elegantly and possessing a refined air, slightly knit her delicate brows. She used a silk handkerchief to gently cover her nose but said nothing. I'm sorry. Luca noticed her movement and quickly apologized in a low voice. At the same time, he gently tugged Alice's sleeve and swapped seats with her. He sat next to the noblewoman, attempting to use his body to slightly shield the demon lord's uninhibited eating habits. During this slightly awkward interval, a low and long-horn blast echoed from the arena below. Woo, Wong. The noisy waves of sound in the spectator stands instantly quieted down, only to erupt into even higher-pitched cheers and screams. The match had begun. The first to enter were two monster contestants. Walking slowly out of the eastern entrance was a Minotaur girl. She was extremely tall and robust, her height of over 2 meters radiating a sense of pressure. Muscles bulged beneath her bronze skin. She had a face that blended the heroic spirit of a human woman with bovine features, topped with a pair of thick, curved, dark brown bull horns. She wore only a leather chest guard and a short skirt for ease of movement, and in her hand, she carried a giant axe nearly as tall as she was, its blade glinting coldly in the sun. From the western entrance, a centaur girl leaped out lightly. Her upper body was that of a pretty human woman with wheat-colored skin, her chestnut hair tied into a sharp ponytail. Her lower body was that of a horse with shiny fur and beautiful muscle lines. Her forehooves made a crisp da-da sound as they struck the ground. She held a long lance, its tip shimmering with a cold light. Without any redundant words, the moment the referee lowered the flag, the battle began. The centaur girl gave a long neigh, her forehooves exerting force as she began to gallop around the edge of the field at an incredible speed. She fully utilized her mobility advantage, never engaging in a head-on confrontation with the Minotaur girl, who clearly possessed superior strength. Whenever she galloped to her opponent's flank, rear, or blind spot, she would suddenly change speed and charge, using the butt or the shoulder of the lance to strike the Minotaur girl's back or the back of her knees, or using the lance tip to slice across her arms or ribs, leaving behind shallow wounds that were nonetheless enough to affect her movement. Bang! Kai! The sounds of impact and the tearing of leather rang out from time to time. The Minotaur girl roared repeatedly, attempting to swing her giant axe to intercept, but the heavy axe seemed clumsy and slow in the face of the agile centaur girl. She was always half a beat late, her swings hitting empty air and kicking up dust. She seemed to have fallen into a passive state, only able to constantly turn her massive body, using the axe face or her arms to block and parry. Her footsteps appeared somewhat staggered. The sound in the stands rose with every successful harassment attack by the centaur girl. Many female spectators excitedly waved handkerchiefs or small flags. The scales of victory seemed to be tilting toward the agile centaur girl. However, Luca frowned slightly. He leaned forward, focusing his observation on the field below. That's a feint to lure the enemy. He couldn't help but lean over and whisper to Alice, who was still buried in her bento. Hearing this, Alice glanced at the field from her busy schedule, her chewing pausing for half a second. She then gave a muffled mm and nodded in agreement before continuing to focus on her grand culinary mission. Clearly, the demon lord's judgment of the battle coincided with Luca's. A feint to lure the enemy. A slightly curious female voice came from the side. Luca turned and found it was the noblewoman who had frowned earlier. She had now put down her silk handkerchief and was looking at him intently, interest sparkling in her blue eyes. "Pardon me, but could you tell me how you saw that? To my eyes, that Minotaur lady seems to be in a desperate situation." Her attitude was polite and sincere, so Luca explained, "Although the Minotaur girl has been taking hits and looks miserable, look closely. She's avoided all lethal attack points that could cause severe blood loss or joint damage. Her defensive movements look clumsy, but they're actually very methodical. She's consistently protecting her vitals and is slowly adjusting her steps. She looks like she's being forced back, but in reality, she's controlling the range of the battle. Though her breathing is heavy, her rhythm hasn't broken. She's enduring and observing, with only one goal, waiting for the opponent to show a true opening, and then." Luca paused, reversing the situation. He pointed toward the field. "See, now that the centaur girl hasn't been able to land a finishing blow, she thinks victory is already in her grasp. Her attack rhythm isn't as cautious as it was at the start. There's overconfidence in her eyes, and her charge paths are becoming predictable." Just as Luca finished speaking, a sudden change occurred in the arena. The Minotaur girl, who had been on the defensive, suddenly snapped her eyes wide open after another seemingly clumsy twist to dodge a spear thrust. Her thick legs kicked off the ground with unprecedented explosive power. Her massive body displayed an astonishing burst of speed, accurately predicting the path of the opponent's next turn, which had been slightly closer due to her overconfidence. With the force of splitting mountains, she delivered a fierce upward swing from below. The heavy back of the axe slammed solidly into the side of the centaur girl's abdomen, exposed by her high-speed dash. Boom! A dull, teeth-gritting thud rang out. The centaur girl's beautiful chestnut eyes instantly bulged, her pretty face contorting in agony. The sheer force sent her flying through the air in a parabolic arc. With a loud crash, she slammed into the railing at the edge of the field, slid down limply, her lance falling from her hand as she blacked out instantly. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. AI model, Gemini 3.1 flash, light. The next second, a deafening cheer blew the roof off the circular coliseum. Because there wasn't a roof to begin with. The Minotaur girl panted heavily, raising her giant axe high above her head, and letting out a triumphant roar in response to the thunderous, tsunami-like cheers from the spectator stands. Ah, it really was just as you said. The noblewoman covered her mouth in surprise, her gaze towards Luca filled with a bit more admiration. You must be an incredibly skilled warrior, right? Not only are you powerful, but your discernment is also exceptional. Ah. Well, I suppose so. I've been through a few battles. Luca scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After a brief intermission and cleanup of the arena, the contestants for the second match took the stage. From the east side, a knight fully encased in silver armor walked out slowly. Her gorget was empty, and she carried her own head in her left hand, while her right hand gripped a sword. The Dullahan. On the west side was a tall, muscular human male warrior carrying a massive axe. This match is a human versus a monster. Luca perked up and sat up straight. He wanted to see what a real battle between a human warrior and a powerful monster would look like in a place like Grand Noah. However, the fight was shockingly short. In less than a minute, a misstep in blocking caused the warrior's giant axe to be knocked away. Immediately after, the Dullahan closed the distance with incredible speed, using her armored arm to violently lock the warrior's neck, while simultaneously striking the back of the warrior's knee with the hilt of her sword. The warrior let out a muffled groan and dropped to one knee, only to be dragged by the Dullahan's momentum and slammed onto his back. However, just as the referee was about to announce the result, a wave of cheers erupted from the stands, especially from the section for female spectators, that was more fanatical, high-pitched, and even carried a strange tremor than at any other moment before. Step on him. Step on him. Yes. Use your iron boots. Trample him. Crush him. Use your armored legs. Sit on him. F*** him. All sorts of ear-piercing shouts, mixed with extreme excitement and anticipation, swept through the entire circular coliseum like a tsunami. Many female spectators stood up in excitement, their cheeks flushed, eyes gleaming, waving their hands. Luca. The expression on his face froze instantly, then slowly and powerlessly collapsed. He raised a hand to his forehead and let out a deep, helpless sigh. He had almost forgotten the foundational setting of this world. Such uninhibited local customs. Ahem. A light cough came from beside him. The noblewoman had stood up at some point and turned slightly. The scene that follows is likely to be somewhat unsightly. Rather than staying here, sir, she paused, could I ask you to step away? There are some things I would like to say to you in private. Let's go, Alice. With a look of utter despair, Luca pulled up Alice, who had finally finished her bento, and followed the noblewoman as they quickly left the spectator stands, where the voices were becoming increasingly bizarre. Behind them, from the circular coliseum came the human warrior's cries of pain, which also seemed to sound like pleasure, along with the increasingly intense, near-boiling cheers and screams of the female spectators. And Luca's faint sorrow. The noblewoman led them out of the circular coliseum, walking through the wide streets of Grand Noah, heading purposefully toward the highest point at the north end of the city. The further they went, the more magnificent and orderly the buildings became, and the patrolling guards became more frequent and elite. Finally, they stopped in front of a castle-style palace that blended various architectural styles. Pure white marble walls, arched windows inlaid with stained glass, and towering spires all clearly displayed the status of its owner. The noblewoman walked in as if she were returning home, which, in fact, she was, ignoring the guards who stood at attention and bowed to her at the gate. Welcome back, Your Majesty, the guards greeted in unison, their voices resonant. These two are my guests. Let them in, the noblewoman, addressed as the queen, nodded slightly and instructed the guards. Luca did not show much surprise at this. Having seen Alice, the king of Sabesa, and the king of St. Ilia, he could already roughly identify the aura unique to those who had long held positions of power. Moreover, along the way, He had long noticed that there were actually sharp-eyed, capable guards in the crowd following them from a distance, keeping a loose watch. However, the fact that most of them were monster guards did surprise Luca slightly. Seeing that Luca's expression was calm, and that he was not surprised, the queen felt a flash of surprise in her eyes. They were led into a spacious, bright, and elegantly decorated reception hall that lacked nothing in grandeur. Sunlight filtered through the tall stained glass windows, casting colorful light and shadows on the floor, and after a maid silently served clear tea and exquisite refreshments, she bowed and withdrew. The queen did not sit on the throne in the main seat, but instead sat on a comfortable sofa with Luca and Alice. She looked at Luca and spoke first, her voice gentle. "Let me formally introduce myself again. I am Noah X, the queen of this city of Grand Noah and the Noah region. I am Luca and this is Alice. We are travelers passing through." Luca responded concisely as well. "Travelers, are you?" The queen's gaze swept over Luca's calm eyes, his upright posture, and the strangely shaped longsword at his waist, then lingered for a moment on Alice's inhuman beauty and composure, confirming her judgment even more firmly in her heart. These were by no means ordinary travelers. After a simple tea and small talk, the queen set down her teacup, her expression turning solemn as she went straight to the point. She looked out the window, saw the ancient circular Colosseum once more, and sighed softly. "As you saw today, the circular Colosseum of our nation, which has a long history and symbolizes the exchange of honor, courage, and skill, has now completely fallen." She turned back and looked at Luca. "Those who enter and ultimately win are almost exclusively monsters. Occasionally, a human warrior gathers the courage to enter, but in the end, they are inevitably defeated." The queen's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the rim of her teacup. "In the 15 years since I inherited the throne and ruled this land, the championship throne of the Queen's Cup, the most prestigious title in the Colosseum, has never once been held by a human warrior. Not even once." She paused, her tone serious. "I do not discriminate against monsters, and I acknowledge their strength and skill. In fact, the prosperity of Noah is inseparable from their contributions. However, as the ruler of a human kingdom, this feeling is truly quite sad." The reception hall fell into a brief silence. "But," the queen's voice lowered, "if this is what my people, what they pursue and enjoy as entertainment, then as their queen, it seems I am helpless. I cannot force a change in the preferences of the populace." She raised her head, her eyes becoming bright and firm again, looking straight at Luca. "However, selfishly, even if it is just once, I long to see a human warrior finally raising the championship trophy at the Queen's Cup, which is held every 4 years and is the most grand event. This year's Queen's Cup coincides with the 15th anniversary of my accession to the throne. In addition to supreme honor, the winner will also receive a prize, a secret treasure passed down through generations in Grand Noah, a green gem containing ancient natural magic." Her body leaned forward slightly, her gaze earnest and burning. "I wish to personally bestow this treasure, which symbolizes the glory of Noah, upon the human warrior who wins. Mr. Luca." Queen Noah X's voice was clear and powerful, echoing in the quiet hall. "Are you willing to help me fulfill this wish that has been buried for 15 years? Meeting her expectant gaze, Luca did not hesitate at all and stood up decisively. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice steady. "Understood. I'll participate." Chapter 58, Merely a Human. A few days passed in a flash. On the day of the Queen's Cup, the Colosseum was surrounded by crowds of people flocking from all directions since early morning. Fluttering flags, the cries of street vendors, the laughter of children, and the excited whispers and expectant gazes of countless female spectators wove together a grand and noisy net. Luca sat alone in the underground waiting room reserved for contestants. The stone walls cut off most of the external noise, leaving only dull vibrations and the faint sound of waves of cheers like mountain gales, reminding him of why the world outside was boiling with excitement. A total of 6 warriors were competing in this Queen's Cup. 5 of them were powerful monsters famous throughout the Noah region and its surroundings. Their names and records had long since spread through every street and alley via various channels, each possessing a massive following of supporters. And Luca was the sixth, and the only human warrior. Alice was currently seated in a special VIP viewing box personally arranged by the Queen, a position that offered a clear view of the entire field while remaining relatively independent, undisturbed by the fanatical crowds. Before her sat a huge, newly replaced food box known as the Super Energy Burst Bento, Collector's Edition, but she didn't start eating immediately. Her golden eyes gazed down at the empty entrance of the contestants' tunnel, the tip of her tail tapping the ground unconsciously and lightly. Outside, it's already started, hasn't it? Luca leaned against the cold stone wall, resting with his eyes closed, and muttered to himself. He could feel the scorching emotions gathering above the Colosseum, burning like invisible flames. Yes, Lord Luca. A staff member dressed in a Colosseum uniform stood respectfully to the side, and upon hearing him, explained in a low voice, according to tradition, contestants cannot watch the matches of other participants before their own debut. This is to prevent advanced study of opponents and the formulation of targeted strategies, ensuring the most basic fairness of the tournament. Please understand. Ah, I understand. Luca nodded, not saying much more. He even took the initiative to further retract and internalize his overly keen senses. Otherwise, the sounds, auras, and mana flows of the entire Colosseum, and even further away would be clearly presented before his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, an exceptionally violent outburst of fanatical cheers and screams came from outside, lasting for a long while before gradually subsiding. The staff member listened intently for a moment, then turned to Luca with a solemn expression. Lord Luca, the preceding matches have all concluded. Please prepare to make your entrance, your match is about to begin. Luca stood up, flexed his wrists, checked the scabbard at his waist, and then gave a slight nod to the staff member, lead the way. As Luca stepped out of the tunnel entrance, the energy that had been accumulating in the stands from all directions instantly exploded. Kaya Ia. He's appeared. The final human contestant. Look. It's that purple-haired guy. So young. He's so handsome. His build looks very solid too. Go for it. Little human brave. Let's see how long you can last. Deafening cheers, whistles, screams, and various shouts of complex meaning submerged him like a tsunami. Countless gazes focused on him, the vast majority coming from female spectators whose cheeks were flushed with excitement. Luca looked up, calmly scanning those faces. If this were in the past, he might have felt a tiny bit happy about being so popular. But after experiencing that shocking education a few days ago. Withdrawing his gaze with a complex mood, Luca looked toward the opposite side of the field. His opponent was already waiting there. She had no head, a pale purple flame burned atop her neck armor, she held her own head in her left hand, and a sword was gripped in her right. The headless knight, Dullahan. A personal guard of the current queen, one of the ever-victorious powerhouses of the circular Colosseum, and the creator of that crushing victory a few days ago. Oh my, she smiled, so it's you, the queen's guest. He. It seems luck is on my side today. The enjoyment phase after winning seems like it will be particularly interesting. Luca did not respond to her teasing. His attention was drawn to that cluster of pale purple flame. The referee walked to the center of the field, raised a flag high, and after loudly reading out the brief rules, scanned both sides. Match start. The moment the flag swung down, the aura around Dullahan suddenly changed. The relaxed playfulness from a moment ago vanished without a trace, replaced by the cold, murderous intent forged through long experience on the battlefield. Her body lowered slightly, and in the next instant, she turned into an afterimage, lunging straight for Luca. The sword in her hand drew a shrill arc of light, carrying the sound of the wind, heading straight for Luca's right shoulder. Luca seemed frozen, standing in place without moving, not even intending to draw his sword, just quietly watching the lethal blade rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Just at the moment the blade was about to touch his shoulder. Whoosh! A faint horizontal current of air quietly appeared at Luca's side, happening to brush against the broadside of the blade. Dullahan felt a subtle force transmitted through the sword in her hand. The strike that was originally certain to hit weirdly slid past the outside of Luca's arm. The blade sliced through the air, the resulting wind ruffling Luca's black hair, yet it failed to even nick the corner of his clothes. Dullahan's forward momentum came to a sudden halt. She steadied herself, the flame on her neck flickering violently for a moment. She hadn't held back. That strike was her habitual opening move, intended to establish an advantage or test the opponent's depth. Its power and angle had been refined through 1,000 trials. She had envisioned many possibilities. The opponent might narrowly dodge with exquisite footwork, might parry and deflect with clever force, or might even clash head-on with pure strength. But she never imagined it would be like this, as if being blown off course by an ill-timed, perfectly placed breeze. As the Queen's guard, she naturally knew that this human youth had been privately received by the Queen, and was held in high expectations. She knew he might be strong, and had even prepared for a bitter struggle. But this method of neutralizing her attack completely exceeded her range of experience. Despite this, Dullahan was not discouraged. She frequently active in the Colosseum, and had long accumulated countless combat experiences. Moreover, she had even fought against the Emperor of the Colosseum, the undefeated myth, Koopa. No matter how strong the human before her was, he couldn't be stronger than Koopa, right? What's wrong? A calm male voice sounded from ahead, interrupting Dullahan's churning thoughts. She saw that Luca had, at some point, already walked forward 2 steps, standing right in front of Dullahan. He even bent down slightly, both hands spread out with palms facing up, placed above Dullahan's neck armor. Beside that cluster of burning pale purple flame, he looked as if he were warming himself by a fire. He looked up, seeing his own blurred reflection on the chest piece of Dullahan's armor, and said with a tone of sentiment, "This fire is really impressive. It must be very convenient for you to cook meals normally, right? Dullahan." The soul fire suddenly shot up a notch, its color turning from pale purple to a slightly more vivid bright purple, flickering violently. After a long time, her blood pressure rose. In the next second, Dullahan moved. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, diagonal upward swings, rotations, with the solid foundation of a top-tier Noah knight, every move targeted Luca's vitals. Her speed was so fast it pulled countless afterimages in the air, the shrill sounds of breaking air connecting into a seamless wall. However, facing this violent offensive, Luca's figure appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. He didn't dodge by large margins, the range of his footwork was very small. It was just that whenever a blade approached his body, there would always be a perfectly timed wisp of air, either pushing lightly from the side, lifting from below, or forming a small vortex in front to impede it, precisely acting on the weakest point of the blade's force, causing those strikes, which were enough to split stone, to deflect and slide away time and again by a hair's breadth. He sometimes turned sideways, sometimes tilted his head back, sometimes slightly twisted his waist. The range of his movements wasn't large, yet he always managed to brush past the cold edge of the blade. A few minutes later, the storm-like offensive suddenly ceased. Dullahan leaned on her sword, her breastplate rising and falling slightly. She faced Luca quietly, remaining silent for several seconds. Then, that low female voice sounded again, carrying a hint of respect. "I concede." The stands instantly erupted into an uproar. Dullahan ignored the surrounding noise. The flame at her neck stabilized and turned toward Luca's direction. "To think you are a human, yet possess such incredible power. It is my lack of cultivation and my narrow vision." She paused, conveying an earnest intent. "I wonder, after I have made some progress, if I might have another sparring match with you." "It would be my pleasure." Only then did the referee snap back from his shock, stepping forward quickly to hold Luca's arm high, announcing with all his might in a raspy voice, "The winner, Luca." Chapter 59 Koopa. Over the next few days, beneath the dome of the circular Colosseum, the battles of the one named Luca were witnessed time and again. His victories were not always overwhelming, yet they were always carried out with a breathtaking, precise, and composed control. The matches and opponents were all powerful monsters long renowned in the Noah region, certainly not undeserving of their fame. When his opponent was a siren whose song could bewitch the mind, the ethereal singing began, causing even some of the audience to lose focus. Luca closed his eyes and focused, his aura flowing around him to form an invisible barrier that blocked the sound waves. Then with a non-lethal, biting gust of wind, he brushed against her throat from a distance, cutting off the deadly melody. Facing the giantess wielding a heavy chain hammer with overbearing strength. Watching the devastating blow whistle toward him, Luca met it head-on, smashing his fist directly into the incoming chain hammer. The giantess fell to the ground, staring in shock at her shattered weapon before conceding. The fourth battle was against an elf. Facing the vines entangling his feet, he stood as steady as a mountain, remaining unmoved as they wrapped around him, while simultaneously using precise wind blades to cut through incoming arrows, breaking her relentless offensive. Every victory caused a subtle change in the clamor of the spectators' stands. The initial mockery and the purely aesthetic interest of the women gradually became mixed with increasing amounts of surprise, gravity, and eventually, genuine respect for a powerhouse. The figure of that purple-haired human youth stood tall time and again on the dust-filled arena, calmly accepting as the referee raised his arm. His name, Luca, began to be spoken by more and more people in a serious tone. Some female spectators who had originally only focused on the monster contestants also began to cast gazes of curiosity and anticipation toward him. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Queen's Cup had entered the white-hot semifinals. Only 4 warriors remained, set to compete for the 2 spots in the final. In the afternoon lounge, sunlight filtered through the high ventilation holes, casting several bright beams of light where dust danced in the air. A knock on the door sounded and then, the door was gently pushed open. The person appearing in the doorway was not a staff member, but a woman dressed in elegant, simple attire. Her posture was elegant and her aura noble, even though she was intentionally keeping a low profile. The demeanor of someone long accustomed to being in a high position could not be completely hidden. It was the Queen of Noah. She waved away the staff members who were nervous and about to salute, walked into the lounge alone, and closed the door behind her. The blue eyes behind her veil landed on Luca, carrying undisguised admiration and gratification. "How are you feeling, Luca?" The Queen's voice was soft. "I haven't missed a single one of your battles. To be so young, yet already possess such outstanding skill, a steady mind, and exquisite control over power. It is truly astonishing." Luca rose from his meditation-like sitting position and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your undeserved praise, Your Majesty. I am feeling well." He loosened his shoulders, his tone relaxed. The Queen approached a few steps, her gaze lingering on his face, seeing only a calm confidence. She remained silent for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat complex. "I had thought," the Queen began slowly, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness and apology, "that this time I would finally be able to witness with my own eyes a human hero overcoming all obstacles to eventually reach that supreme glory of the championship. Your appearance, your performance, have allowed me to see a light of hope like never before." She paused, her fingers unconsciously clutching the edge of her veil, her tone becoming heavy. "But, Luca, I need to tell you some bad news now, news that might extinguish this flame of hope." The Queen raised her eyes, looked directly at Luca, and said word by word. "In the final bracket that was just confirmed, if you win the semi-final, the opponent you will face in the final is that woman, the true undefeated myth of the circular Colosseum, the living legend, known as the Emperor of the Arena. The tyrant Koopa. She is a demon whose strength is terrifying and immeasurable," the Queen said, speeding up, filled with deep concern. "Since she began participating, no matter who the opponent is or what the rules of the match are, she has never had a single defeat. Yes, not a single one. To this day, no one has been able to force her to use her full strength, or even cause her any decent injury in a match. She is a mountain of despair that cannot be crossed in the hearts of all the warriors in this arena." She looked at Luca, her eyes full of conflict, holding both anticipation and an unwillingness to watch him hit that brick wall. "I know this is cruel, when you are so close to your goal, but I do not want to hide it from you. Koopa's existence is one of the most fundamental reasons for the ironclad rule that humans cannot win the championship in this arena. Then she will have won soon. A calm voice interrupted the queen. There was no shock, fear, or dejection on Luca's face. He smiled lightly. A defeat, he added, no matter who the opponent is, no matter how strong she is, I will win. This is one of the reasons I came here. The queen was stunned, the comfort and persuasion she had prepared stuck in her throat. She looked at the unwavering, determined light in the youth's eyes. An inexplicable power, following his words, was injected into her somewhat shaken heart. The queen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She straightened her back, the remaining gloom in her eyes dispersed, replaced by a rekindled, even more intense hope. Indeed, it is too early to give up hope now. Her voice regained its strength. You are special, Luca. I can tell. How about this? In the name of the queen, I will give you all the secret information and battle records about Coppa that the royal family has secretly collected over the years. Although it may not be complete, at least it can give you a little more understanding. That is not necessary. Luca interrupted the queen's kindness again. He shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. Additionally, since I already know that the final stepping stone on my path to the championship is Coppa, then, please do me a favor. Please tell Coppa yourself, Luca's voice was clear and powerful, that the opponent she is about to face in the final is named Luca. The human hero, Luca Hine. The queen looked at him deeply, and after a moment, nodded solemnly, very well. I will go and tell her myself. Your name, your challenge, will be conveyed to her exactly as you said. She stepped forward and gently pressed her hands on Luca's shoulders. Please, you must defeat Coppa and achieve victory. Even if I only have this one chance in my lifetime, please let me, let all the people watching here, see what kind of glorious possibilities humans possess in this circular coliseum, which symbolizes power and glory. Of course. His gaze penetrated the thick stone walls, crossed the noisy arena, and cast toward a corner of the city, toward that existence known as the undefeated tyrant. A curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Several hours later, the semifinal arena. Luca's opponent was the Trinity, the notoriously fierce Cerberus. Her three heads stared intently at Luca. The battle had entered its final stages. Cerberus's attacks were incomparably violent, claw strikes, roars that tore through sound waves, and charges carrying a violent aura turned large areas of the arena into shattered earth. After leaping lightly to avoid a claw strike that swept across the ground, Luca slightly adjusted his posture in midair. His right hand gently rested on the oddly shaped hilt at his waist. This was the first time he had made this movement since the start of this Queen's Cup. The entire arena went silent for a moment, even Cerberus temporarily stopped her attack, her three pairs of beast eyes narrowing in vigilance. Then, people saw Luca's lips move slightly, uttering a few clear syllables. Death sword, chaotic stars. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, it was as if the starry river of the night sky had collapsed, or as if an invisible brush was frantically painting in the air at a speed beyond the limits of vision. Countless minute yet extremely condensed traces of silver slashes appeared out of thin air, leaving fleeting cut marks on space itself. These slash marks were dense, intertwined, and omnipresent, instantly filling the fan-shaped area in front of Luca, and covering all space where Cerberus could possibly evade. Each one carried an exquisite arc and angle, connecting with one another to form a net of death and stagnation. Fast, indescribably fast, even light seemed to be briefly cut, and distorted by these dense trajectories of slashes. The spectator stands fell into a death-like silence. The vast majority of people simply could not see what had happened. They only felt as if a blur had swept across their retinas, a silver-white chaotic shadow that made their eyeballs ache, as if staring directly at the most blinding midday sun, or like staring at a rapidly spinning wheel. Before their consciousness could react, that terrifying scene had already vanished. In a fleeting moment, it was as if nothing had happened. However, in the center of the arena, ugh! Cerberus's tall, robust, and powerful body stood frozen in place. The boiling aura on her body was like being doused with cold water, instantly dissipating. On her tough skin appeared dozens of minute, Neat white slash marks, these were the marks where the attack had been precisely controlled to the extreme, having just cut open the surface defense and touched the skin without penetrating deep enough to cause serious injury. The position of every slash mark corresponded to a node of force or a key point of magical flow. The space around her still retained a slight, lingering sense of spatial distortion that had not yet immediately settled. Her huge body swayed, she knelt on one knee, supporting herself on the sand with her hands, panting heavily. In that short instant, she felt as if she had been thrown into the center of a storm made of countless sharp blades, with her life and death completely beyond her own control. That absolute, overwhelming speed and control completely crushed her fighting spirit. Truly impressive, human. The middle head of Cerberus lifted, the rage in her 3 pairs of eyes fading away, leaving only deep shock and trance, her voice dry. I had originally thought that the champion of this Queen's Cup was destined to be in the pocket of that monster Koopa. I myself never even hoped to be able to beat her. She smiled bitterly, shaking her head. To have made it to the semifinals is already not bad. But she struggled, trying hard to lift her head, looking toward the purple-haired youth who had already sheathed his sword and was walking over calmly. To lose to a human in the semifinals in this manner. Cerberus's voice was filled with complex emotions. It really is completely unexpected. She panted a few times, watching Luca approach, and suddenly grinned, revealing a smile that was bloody but not ferocious. However, if it were you. Ah. Luca smiled, if it is me, then I can do it. Chapter 60, The Queen's Cup Final. 5K Characters Update, Burning Out. Mr. Luca, the final is about to begin. Please enter the arena. The door to the waiting room was pushed open gently, the staff member's voice carrying an irrepressible excitement. Luca slowly opened his eyes from meditation and nodded to the other person. At the end of the corridor, a mountain-shaking, tsunami-like wave of sound rushed toward him. The circular spectator stands, capable of holding tens of thousands, were packed to capacity. Even the aisles and the areas outside the railings were crowded with figures leaning out to catch a glimpse. Humans and monsters, a microcosm of the Noah region's daily coexistence, condensed into a sea of clamor at this moment. On one side, the biggest dark horse of this tournament. The first human in history to break into the Queen's Cup final, Luca Hine. On the other side, the undefeated myth. The tyrant of the arena, Ku Pa. The figure walking out caused Luca to narrow his eyes slightly. That signature succubus outfit was gone. In its place was a tight dark purple combat suit, outlining smooth and agile lines. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, with a single strand of purple hair fluttering in the wind across her forehead. Only those red eyes and that half-smile on her lips were exactly as they were in his memory. She didn't hide her presence. Starting from a few days ago, that faint, restless wind had already been like a gentle provocation, wrapping around the edges of Luca's perception. Long time no see, Aluelma. Luca's voice carried calmly through the waves of cheering. Aluelma, or rather, Koopa, stood firm in the center of the arena. She tilted her head and gave a gentle wink with one eye. Oh my, isn't this Luca? So that interesting human the Queen mentioned was you. I thought it was just someone with the same name. She took a few steps forward, shortening the distance to 10 meters. For beings of their level, this was already a dangerous distance where one could hear the others breathing. To meet in a place like this, it's truly a miracle, she said with a smile. Since we last parted, I've missed you quite a bit. Did you miss me? Luca's hand rested on the hilt of the Gog sword. Ah, of course. He slowly raised his eyes, his dark pupils reflecting her figure. I've been thinking about you every single moment. Memories of that battle at sea often surfaced in the dead of night. An opponent who could force him to use his full power with just combat techniques. What would it be like if she unleashed her true power as the Wind Heavenly King? Luca extended his left hand, palm upward. Together with me. He said, let's rage like the wind. The wind spirit Sylph let out a joyful vibration within him. Aluelma's breath hitched for a moment, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Ah. Luca, don't say it like that." Her gaze suddenly drifted toward a certain direction in the VIP seats. There, Alice stood with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed tight, and her cheeks slightly puffed out. "When you're like this, I simply can't refuse." The moment the words fell, boom! Two invisible currents of air exploded simultaneously from beneath their feet, sweeping through the entire arena. Dust, grass clippings, and hats blown off the spectators, all light objects were swept up into the air. People instinctively closed their eyes and covered their faces. When the gale subsided slightly, the referee blinked in confusion. The center of the arena was completely empty. The contestants. 4,000 meters above the NOAA region. The sea of clouds spread out beneath their feet like a boundless white carpet. Sunlight poured down without obstruction, gilding every wisp of moisture. The wind here was cold, sharp, and free. Luca floated in the air, the Gog sword already unsheathed, its tip pointing diagonally toward the clouds below. Opposite him, Aluelma stretched out the succubus wings behind her. Purple-green magical light swirled around them, each gentle flap stirring the air for 100 meters around. "Come," he said. Aluelma closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the playfulness, teasing, and pretense had faded away, leaving only the purest heat. Boom! Magical power roared and space trembled as purple-green mana erupted from her entire body, trailing behind her like a meteor's tail. The sky began to change color, forming a translucent blue-gray vortex. "Excellent." The corners of Luca's mouth curled up. His blood was boiling, and his heart hammered against his ribs like a drum. He moved first. With just a thought, his body tore through the air. He held the Gog sword level, a piercing point of green light condensing at the tip. Thunderous thrust. This move was derived from the most basic swordsmanship thrust, yet it had undergone a qualitative change under the infusion of the wind's blessing. Before the blade even arrived, the sharp sound of an air burst exploded like thunder. Sizzle. Dozens of fine threads of green magical power wrapped around the blade, tearing the air to form a brief vacuum trail. The clouds in the sky seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer. With the sword tip as the center, layers of circular ripples blasted outward. The entire sky over the NOAA region was covered by the stirred cloud vortex within a few breaths. The sunlight was sliced into broken pillars of light, casting ever-changing shadows through the gaps in the clouds. Aluelma's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, she advanced, pulling her slender right fist to her waist and executing a simple lunge punch. The moment she threw the punch, time seemed to slow down. Luca could clearly see, the air in front of her fist was compressed to the extreme, forming a visible milky white shockwave. Purple-green mana wove through every inch of the punch's trajectory, imbuing it with special properties. Bang! A roar like muffled thunder exploded deep within their chests. The moment the green lightning snakes collided with the purple-green light, a blinding glare swallowed both their figures. Immediately after, a figure was sent flying backward. It was Aluelma. She was like a thrown stone, crashing straight into the thick layer of clouds below. The pure white cloud carpet was forcibly gouged with a hole 100 meters in diameter. Cloud waves rolled outward, forming a spectacular circular ridge. Luca did not pursue. The web between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand, which held the sword, was throbbing with numbness. As expected of the Wind Heavenly King, he whispered to himself, the battle intent in his eyes growing even stronger. Whoosh! From deep within the hole in the clouds, a gale roared upward. Aluelma's figure soared up from the center of the cloud vortex, her succubus wings fully unfurled. The two collided in the air. The next 10 breaths were a competition of pure speed and technique. Luca's sword became a storm, thrusting, slashing, lifting, and parrying. Every strike pointed precisely at joints, mana nodes, and the breakpoints of her flight path. Aluelma's combat techniques were performed with effortless ease, mixed with instantaneous bursts of magical power. At times she was like a swimming fish sliding through the gaps of the blade, at other times, She used her fists to strike hard against the spine of the sword. Purple-green light followed her movements, painting gorgeous yet deadly trails across the sky. Hundreds of exchanges were completed in a brief span of time. The crisp ring of metal clashing, the muffled thud of air bursts, and the roar of magical power colliding intertwined into a violent symphony. "This feels so good, Luca." Aluelma spun and flew back after an exchange, her long hair dancing wildly in the wind, her face showing unmasked pleasure. "Make me like you even more." Her magical power climbed once again. With her as the center, the sky within a kilometer radius began to breathe. The clouds gathered and dispersed with her breathing, and the air currents turned into tangible ropes winding around her fingers. Luca took a deep breath. It was time. "You'd better be careful next." After saying this, his figure suddenly blurred. He briefly integrated his existence into the flow of the wind, becoming one with his surroundings. Aluelma's pupils constricted. She instantly understood what he was about to do. A memory flashed back to the sea, that brilliant star that descended from the heavens and pierced through all her defenses. Without the slightest hesitation, she flapped her wings violently and retreated at high speed. At the same time, her purple-green mana frantically drew in the surrounding wind elements, weaving one wind shield after another in front of her. High in the sky, above the clouds, the sunlight fell without any obstruction. Luca's figure appeared 1,000 meters up, upside down, both hands gripping the sword above his head. The Gog sword began to hum, mana pouring out from the hilt and wrapping around the blade. Cyan-green wind elements gathered from all directions, forming a high-speed rotating vortex at the sword's tip, while an earthy yellow halo settled on the spine, giving it the weight of 1,000 tons. The three-colored light intertwined and fused, finally turning into a pure, brilliant white. That light was so dazzling that both the spectators in the arena and the residents of Noah City looking up felt a momentary illusion. A second sun had been ignited in the sky. Ha! Luca began to fall. He turned into a brilliant white pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Everywhere he passed, the air was ionized into purple-blue trails, the clouds were plowed into straight vacuum channels, and the sword tip left marks in space. Aluelma looked up at the approaching star, an incredibly complex expression appearing on her face. But she did not sit and wait for death. Just as the pillar of light was about to pierce through the wind shields, Aluelma's figure blurred. Her body transformed into 10,000 strands of purple-green light, scattering like willow catkins in the wind. The violent wind elements accelerated every strand of light to an extreme that the naked eye could not capture. AI model, Gemini 3.1 flash, light. In the next instant, Aluelma's figure appeared, her right fist already thrusting out. There was no shockwave, no sonic boom, not even the sound of wind being torn. It pressed silently against Luca's flank. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The world in Luca's eyes turned into slow motion. He saw his ribs bending and breaking under the fist. He saw his internal organs being compressed and deformed by the shockwave, and he saw blood spraying from his mouth and nose, turning into floating beads of blood in the weightless state. Then came the pain, an excruciating agony that threatened to crush his consciousness. But his mind was exceptionally clear. He plummeted diagonally like a kite with a broken string, passing through the clouds, through the howling gale, and finally crashed into the azure waters off the coast of the Noah region. Boom! A spray of water exploded 100 meters into the air. The shockwave plowed a 50-meter diameter depression into the sea surface, followed by giant waves rolling outwards. Aluelma slowly descended to 10 meters above the sea surface. She panted slightly. That punch just now was her ultimate move. This was a gift specially prepared for Luca, after taking his brilliant star last time. It should be over, right? As soon as this thought arose, her expression froze. Splash! Luca surged out from beneath the sea. Water streamed down his tattered clothes, and on his exposed skin, those shocking bruises and wounds were fading and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he stood steadily upon the waves, apart from his damaged clothes and a slightly pale complexion, he was completely unscathed. Aluelma's mouth twitched. Are you really human? Luca shook his wet hair and raised a hand to wipe away the last trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Alice has said that to me too. Let's not talk about that for now. You're truly amazing, he said, his eyes showing no reduction in fighting spirit again. The sea breeze swept between the two, kicking up fine spray. Aluelma suddenly took a deep breath and then smiled. Luca, her voice softened, I'm becoming more and more infatuated with you. Before the words had even faded, she moved. With her as the center, purple-green magic power bloomed across the sea surface like ink dropped into water. Luca felt his body sink. Every breath required resisting wind pressure, and every movement of his hand required tearing through invisible restraints. But he also smiled. Like a boat sailing with the current, he turned himself into a lighter, thinner existence, gliding along the trajectory of the wind. A flash of silver light appeared. The Gog sword thrust out from the void, aiming straight for Aluelma's nape, magic sword, decapitation. Aluelma did not turn around. Her right hand folded backward at an angle that defied joint structure, her index and middle fingers pressed together, the magic power condensed at her fingertips so dense it shimmered with black light. Clang! The sword edge collided with her fingertips, producing a metallic explosion. The stalemate only lasted 1/100th of a second. Luca flicked his wrist, causing the sword body to vibrate at a high frequency. The purple-green wind magic, like snow meeting the sun, instantly melted away at the contact point, creating a small hole. It was this tiny opening that allowed his power to travel along the sword, stack and erupt. Bang! Aluelma was blasted away. She slid across the sea surface, her feet plowing 2 white wakes, retreating thousands of meters before barely managing to stabilize her figure. Looking down, the tips of her joined index and middle fingers were charred, bearing burn marks. She shook her hand, and the charred skin peeled off, revealing the rapidly healing new skin underneath. When she raised her head, a brilliant purple light flared in her eyes. Ha! She took a deep breath. The sea surface beneath her feet caved in to form a hemispherical vacuum area, with a diameter of 100 meters, even causing the light to distort. Ha! Exhale. Compressing various properties into a single punch. Where the fist passed, the space was frictioned into streaks, and even the seawater was sucked into the fist's wind. The purple-green light was so rich it turned black. Luca watched that purple-green torrent, which devoured light, sound, and all color, rushing toward him. His expression was exceptionally calm. Then, he raised his sword. Dead sword, modified, chaotic stars. The Gog sword was held vertically before his chest. He closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into his body. He saw his magic power extending as brilliantly as a galaxy, heard sylph singing in the wind, and gnome daydreaming deep within the earth. He swung his sword. In an instant, he completed 6 slashes with different angles, different trajectories, and different magic power ratios. 6 sword lights flashed. Even the raging, surging sea forgot to rise and fall. The world seemed to have frozen. The moment crimson collided with purple-black. There was no sound, only light. It exploded in all directions with the collision point as the center. A circular hole with a diameter of tens of kilometers was torn through the clouds in the sky, and sunlight pierced down like a spear of divine punishment. The sea surface was pressed into a bowl-shaped depression 100 meters deep, with the surrounding seawater rushing back in wildly, forming a ring-shaped water wall 50 meters high. Then, the sound caught up to the light. Boom! It was the wailing of the entire space. The shockwave expanded spherically, and wherever it passed, the sea surface was plowed flat, the clouds were scattered, and even the forests on the distant coastline were all flattened backward. Natalia Port. The residents and travelers at the port only saw 6 deep red suns rising one after another, at the end of the horizon, dyeing the twilight into an eerie blood color. Immediately after, a roar capable of tearing eardrums rolled across the sky. A monstrous giant wave rose vertically, like a moving mountain range, rushing toward the port with the momentum to submerge everything. The screams of the crowd were drowned out by the roar of nature. just at the moment the first wave crest was about to smash the dock buildings. Hum! A translucent, pale blue magic barrier unfolded out of thin air, covering the entire port like an inverted giant bowl. The waves slammed fiercely against the barrier, splashing water into the sky, but the barrier remained unmoved. The figure of the Queen of the South Sea appeared quietly. She extended one hand forward, maintaining the barrier, but her gaze was cast toward the direction of the open sea, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She sighed softly, and her figure dissipated like foam. The barrier also dissipated after lasting for 10 seconds, leaving only the terrified crowd at the port and the mess everywhere. Deep in the sea area, Luca suddenly looked toward the direction of Natalia Port, then withdrew his gaze. His brow furrowed slightly, but his movements did not stop for a moment. The airflow beneath his feet exploded, and his figure turned into a streak of blue and white light, instantly passing through the turbulent energy that had not yet calmed down, catching up to Aluelma, who had been knocked away by the chaotic star's sword stance. She was flying backward, her body surface covered in fine cracks. But her eyes remained bright, even filled with fanatical excitement. Seeing Luca chasing after her, she actually forced her body to twist in midair, both fists thrusting out simultaneously. The next minute was a collision of pure instinct and will. The two fought fiercely 100 meters above the sea surface. All power was restrained to the extreme, and every collision between fist and sword only exploded into small-scale energy turbulence within a tiny space. Luca's sword became faster and faster, its trajectory increasingly elusive. He no longer adhered to fixed sword techniques, every strike was an improvised creation. Aluelma's fists and feet turned complexity into simplicity, she abandoned all complex fighting techniques, leaving only the most basic straight punches, hooks and kicks. But every strike hit precisely at the weakest point of the sword stance, and every block deflected the force just right. Bang 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 bang. The sound of consecutive strikes was as dense as rain hitting banana leaves. Finally, Luca caught a tiny opening. After 17 consecutive high-intensity exchanges, Aluelma's left shoulder showed a 1,000th of a second delay. The Gog sword burrowed in like a viper. When the tactile sensation came through, Aluelma's movements froze. With the eruption of power, she sank into the sea. The light quickly dimmed, the water pressure increased, and the clamor of the world was cut off. This was 2,000 meters under the sea, a depth where sunlight could not reach, with only dim blue halos and slowly rising air bubbles. Her long hair spread out in the water, floating like purple seaweed, and her succubus wings were slightly folded and pressed against her back due to being soaked. The fanaticism, excitement, and fighting spirit from the battle ebbed away like the tide, leaving only a kind of near-blank serenity. A figure gradually reflected in her eyes. He dashed over and pulled her into his embrace. His hair danced wildly in the water, his silvery white magic power mixed with green wind elements, and his pair of black eyes looked at her calmly. His eyes also reflected Aluelma's figure. Aluelma was in a trance. This was 2,000 meters under the sea, where star veils danced and light fish wove curtains. She suddenly leaned forward. Moist, slightly cool lips pressed gently against Luca's cheek. A touch and then she pulled away. Luca's body stiffened noticeably. Aluelma smiled, and she said silently with her mouth shape. I lost. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.